One time I was walking home from the train station after I spent the weekend at my aunt's house. It was about 11 p.m. at night and very dark outside. When I was almost home, I noticed a guy on crutches in front of me, who walked the same direction and then stopped every couple of meters to turn around and look at me before continuing to walk on. Since he was walking with a limp, I quickly passed him. When I did, he stopped walking and grinned at me in a very creepy way. I just kept moving. Since I lived in an apartment over a burger restaurant, for a moment I considered to ask one of the employees to walk me to the front door, because to get to the entrance of the apartment part of the house, you had to walk around the house and into a dark court. However, I ended up not asking, because I thought, what could possibly happen? The guy is on crutches, and I didn't want to come off as childish. So I was headed through the court of our house and wanted to pull out my keys while walking, but I couldn't find them in my handbag. I then realized I had thrown them somewhere in my travel bag, because I didn't want to lose them from my handbag while staying at my aunt's and being out with her all the time. So, still standing in the middle of the court, I had to search the whole travel bag for that damn key. I was so distracted that I totally forgot about the creepy guy. When I finally pulled the key out of the bag, I looked up, and he was standing right in front of me, grinning. I always thought in a situation like that I'd start screaming, but instead I couldn't get myself to make any sound at all. With the key in my hand, I started running to the front door, opened it, and jumped inside the house. The guy, still walking with a limp, followed me as fast as he could. Luckily though, due to his injury, he wasn't as fast as me. Unfortunately, however, our front door was one of those doors that slowly fell back into a lock automatically, but when you try to push them in order to shut them quicker, it pressures back and stops you from slamming it. So there I was, trying to push the door into the lock, while this creepy guy was on his way to follow me into the house. Believe it or not, the door fell into the lock right in the second he reached the doorstep. Through the glass door, we just looked at each other, both breathing heavily from the race. He looked quite disappointed. I quickly ran upstairs to my apartment and locked myself in. Later that night, I looked outside my window, and I saw that same man walking up and down the road in front of the house. He stayed there for about 3 or 4 hours after the incident. I can't tell you what it was that made me not call the cops. I guess I was like, after all, nothing happened. What could they do about it? After that, I didn't feel safe in my home anymore, because I knew that he knew where I lived. I only left my apartment when being picked up or dropped off, and made sure to be home before it turned dark every day for 2 weeks. Finally, I decided to go to the police and tell them about it, and to ask if they could keep a special eye on the neighborhood for a bit. I went to the police station directly, and it happened exactly what I feared. They took notes and said, we can't really do anything about it now. You should have called before, but we'll make a note. A couple days passed, and suddenly I get a call back from another police officer who asked me a lot about what happened. He then tells me that they've been looking for the guy on crutches for months already because he molested several girls in our town, followed them into their apartments, and even slept in front of their doors. He had been in police custody before, got out and violated probation. He had some kind of mental illness too. The police officer told me to immediately call in case the guy showed up again. He luckily never did. It was only then that I understood the seriousness of the situation and realized that I most likely escaped an attempted assault in some sort of way by just an inch. I, in a way, really didn't believe myself that the whole thing had actually happened before the police guy called me back. This was over 5 years ago, but I still think about it from time to time, and it definitely still gives me the creeps. In my late teens and early 20s, I was friends with a girl named Lucy. She was a very lonely kind of girl whose parents were, well, honestly, really shitty parents. Her mother was verbally abusive, and her father really couldn't care less about anything. Because of the lack of love in her life, Lucy searched through dating sites for love and comfort from strange men, and she was not afraid of meeting them face to face, even if they'd been chatting for only a few days. My friendship with Lucy was a strange one. I found her quite annoying sometimes, but I also felt awful for her because of her loneliness and lack of friends and love in her life. Sometimes I really didn't want to hang out with her, and some days I would accept her offer to hang out. When it was just her and I together, she was normal and okay to be around, but also very appreciative of having someone giving her attention. We had a small group of friends, and she would try to get us all together as often as possible, and honestly, the whole group together was really quite fun. When we were all together, Lucy was very hyper, and you could just tell that she was very happy to be around people who didn't insult her as her mother does. Suddenly one day, Lucy tells us that she has a boyfriend. We were all surprised because we knew she met a lot of guys online, but we had never heard her say anything about dating someone. A few days later, she sets up a day for our friend group to meet Trevor. None of us were looking forward to it because we thought he was going to be like all the others, a temporary boy toy. When we met him, we all felt awkward. He barely spoke a word, He wouldn't look directly at any of us at all. Lucy would try to be funny, but he would just give her dirty looks. Needless to say, we all thought he was a weird one, and could tell he didn't care much for her. As the days went on, Lucy kept telling me how much Trevor didn't like me. This was weird, because no one ever really disliked me. I was always polite, respectful, and I smile a lot at everyone. But for some reason, he just didn't like me. She kept saying he thinks I'm, quote, using Lucy for her money. Not sure how he thought that, since I paid for everything for Lucy. To keep this piece of the story short, I think he was trying to find reasons to convince her to get rid of me. I got a terrible vibe from Trevor. He dressed like he didn't care about life, he never smiled, he didn't shake our hands when he first met us, he stank of weed, and really had an overall uncomfortable feeling about him. After months of Trevor trying to convince Lucy that I'm a terrible friend, and she should not hang out with me anymore, she started to do as he said. She would start to hide me from him. If she and I were together, and he would call her on her phone, she would lie and say I wasn't there. If she was with that group of friends, he would have her swear that I wasn't there. When he was going to be joining the group on an outing, or just hanging out at her place, she would just tell me I couldn't come. Lucy would do whatever that boyfriend said just to keep pleasing him so she didn't lose him. Now, here's where it gets scary. Lucy calls me one day and says she wants me to come hang out at her place. I agreed. She came to pick me up, we went to her house and watched TV for a bit. We then decided since it was a nice day outside, we would take her 2 dogs for a walk to a nearby pocket park and would later return to the house to have lunch together. While at this park, she received a phone call. Now, let me say that Lucy is not a private person whatsoever, and has never ever walked away to answer a phone call until this day. She walked far enough away that she knew I would not be able to hear anything she said. This was kind of suspicious to me, but not enough to question it. The call ends and she begins walking toward me with a look on her face as if she's trying not to smile. She tells me, "So, I need to bring you home now." I was slightly confused as we had only been together for about an hour, when we usually spend the entire day together, and she would never want me to go home. She would even frequently beg me to sleep over to avoid being alone. So anyway, I said okay and we walked to drop off her dogs at home, and we got into her car and off we went. About 10 minutes into the car ride, I realized that she isn't going in the direction of my house, so I questioned it. "Where are we going?" She smirked but didn't respond. I asked again, laughing uncomfortably. "Seriously, where are we going?" She just continued to smirk but didn't answer me. I started to realize she was heading in the direction of where her boyfriend lived. Oh, hell no. I asked one time with anger in my voice, "Where are you taking me?" Her only response was bone-chilling to me. "Trevor wants to talk to you." Nope, no. I wasn't having any of this. I insisted and demanded that she let me out of the car, but with her evil smirk and same response, she said it again. "It's okay, he just wants to talk to you." I was furious at this point, because this creepy guy who looks like he wants to kill someone, who also despised me, wants to, quote, talk to me? Why can't he talk to me on the phone? Why do I need to be at his sketchy apartment? She absolutely refused to let me out of the car. She had the doors locked, as if I wasn't able to unlock the passenger door myself. I waited until she got to a red light. I grabbed her wallet from the back seat and took out her bus pass and bolted out of the car. I had no idea where I was or where the nearest bus stop was, but I was not about to let her crazy-ass boyfriend do whatever he wanted to me. She yelled for me to get back into the car, but of course I ignored her. She sped off furiously. I immediately blocked her number on my phone, removed her as a friend on social media, and immediately warned the group of friends not to talk to her because she had gone nuts. I have not spoken to her since that very day, and she also lost the other 5 friends of the group as well. After this situation, Lucy, I hope you're truly lonely now. When I was a kid, my mom worked as a teacher, and she was very close to a coworker of hers who had a son around my age and of whom I, as well, was very close. When my mom or her friend would head out for the night, the other would take care of both of us kids, and basically, it meant that I spent half of my time over there, and my friend spent half of his time at my house, which was perfect and fun for us. We lived in different cities, but since that kind of system had been going on pretty much since forever, I grew up knowing my friend's city just as well as mine. His mom was well aware of that, so that being said, whenever we were going on a walk in their area, she'd let us wander around because she knew we'd always find our way back to her. My mom, though, was more cautious and always kept an eye on us, as she'd walk behind us to make sure she was always able to see us. I just wish her friend would have done the same. One day, I had to be around 6 or 7. I was going on one of those walks with my friend, Marcus, and his mom, Katie. It was a very sunny day, and I was wearing a dress with embroidered flowers, and I had my blonde, long hair down. I often heard I was a pretty kid, even from strangers in the street, and besides making me and my parents somewhat uncomfortable, nothing bad had ever happened. During that walk, Katie was walking ahead of us, and I was just chatting and fooling around with Marcus, when suddenly he remembered something urgent to tell his mom, as urgent as something can be for an 8-year-old boy. He ran up to her and left me strolling behind for a couple of minutes, just as it had already happened 100 times prior. That time, though, we were circling around a big camping site, and we walked by the white vans and camping cars. One of those vans had its back doors open, and there was a man, probably in his mid-40s, smoking a cigarette and leaning on the vehicle. He locked eyes with me as I was approaching, then saw that Katie and Marcus weren't paying much attention to me as they were already a couple of meters ahead. Then he suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me close to him, so I found myself with my body touching his, so weirded out that I didn't even say a word, although I knew Katie would have heard me if I called for help. He leaned toward me as he was obviously much taller than I was, muttering something that I didn't get. He winked at me and kissed me on the lips, and then pulled me to the open doors of his van. At this point, if he had pushed me just a little, I would have fell into the truck. I was just too scared to even lift a finger, and even though I didn't understand everything that was going on, I knew this wasn't okay. He put his hands on the doors as to close the vehicle, and I felt my heart sink. At that exact moment, some other man jogged towards us. He looked to be in his 40s as well. He was waving hello to me and saying something along the lines of, "I lost sight of you for a bit. I was so scared." He had a very friendly look on his face and was staring at me with great insistence and with a huge reassuring smile. The van man just awkwardly laughed and yanked me out of the way of the car, slamming the doors shut. I ran to Katie as I heard the van go off and just acted as if nothing had happened. To this day, I never told that story to anyone. Not to Katie, to Marcus, not even to my mom. Nobody. I'm 22 years old now. So, to the friendly guy who obviously didn't lose sight of me or whatever, but just probably saw everything and wanted to interfere, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Quick backstory. I've had a stalker for about 4 years. He was never aggressive or sent me proper threats, so, stubborn as I am, I did my best to ignore him and not give him the satisfaction of showing him any fear. To be honest, after a while I wasn't scared anymore, since he almost never came close to me. I know being stalked can affect people severely, even in a case like mine, and that's totally valid, but I guess I just got lucky and was never really psychologically affected by it. His stalking behavior mostly just consisted of sending me letters and, quote, gifts, such as photos of my own apartment building from the outside, things he dug out of my trash can, and so on. I called the police many times, but they weren't able to, or really even tried, to catch or identify him. About 3 weeks ago, I discovered the German version of AMA, and thought that people might want to know about what it was like to have a stalker. Since I barely use any social media aside from Reddit, and have no personally identifying information here, I didn't think he'd ever see it. One person even asked, "Does he know you're putting him on blast on Reddit?" And I answered, maybe. Maybe it would make him angry, maybe it would turn him on. I don't know, don't care. Well, I know the real answer now. He did see it, and he didn't like it. Like I said, he was never aggressive and never came close to me. The closest I know was when he sent me a picture of myself, unlocking my apartment door, taken from the corner of the steps above. Sorry if that makes no sense, I don't know how else to explain it. But I consider myself a pretty vigilant person, and I'm thinking that he might have hid a camera there instead of being there to take the photo himself. I think I would have noticed him if he did. I don't know how he got wind of the AMA, but he did. The next week was quiet, no letters, and I didn't see him anywhere. Then, he left me letters with printed out questions and my answers from the AMA. He also left me a long, hateful letter towards my boyfriend, about an issue I had posted on the German version of AITA. His letters were never hateful like that before, though he never seemed really happy with my boyfriend. He wrote about how I should, quote, share the spotlight with him, since I got so much attention thanks to him. A few days later I got a gift, but this time he didn't leave it in my mailbox or at my car like he usually did. No. This time he left it inside the apartment building right in front of my door. I didn't take it inside my apartment, but opened it outside. It was a pretty big box, which was also unusual, and it was taped shut. As I'm typing this out, I realized that wasn't a good idea at all, and could have ended very badly for me, but luckily he didn't send me a bomb or anything. He did, however, send me several zip ties, a roll of duct tape, a TV remote with most buttons picked off, a pack of Band-Aids with a few used ones, and a framed picture of me. I could tell the picture was taken a few days ago, and my boyfriend was next to me, but cut out of the photo. The frame was shattered, and the package was full of glass shards, clearly more than just what could have fallen out of the frame, and they were also intentionally put inside of the crumpled newspaper that was stuffed in there to keep it all in place. I called the police right away and gave it to them. They were finally more concerned this time, and told me they'd send patrol cars more frequently. He didn't show up or leave me any letters or gifts for another week and a half, but 8 days ago it started again. I found letters in my mailbox where he wrote about how he wasted his time on me, how I haven't been appreciating his effort, how he was wrong about me being special. 5 days ago, I left my apartment in the morning and heard a crunch sound as I stepped on my doormat. He had put broken glass under it in the night. I went off to work because I was in a hurry and was just going to make my boyfriend call the police, but then I found my car had also been vandalized. The sides were scratched, lights smashed, and the windshield had a phrase painted on. "It's time soon, miss," my last name. "Es wird langsam Zeit, Fräulein Nachname." I went back inside and called the cops myself. They found the same phrase on a note under the doormat. This time they really took me seriously, which might have been because I was just pissed at this point, which I made very clear. If for some reason you're like me, just too stubborn to be afraid of a stalker like mine, then all of this, the letters, gifts, photos, even the damn glass under my doormat, are just really annoying and inconvenient. But my car was useless to me now, and that threat scared even me. I did, however, have a dash cam in my car, and it caught everything. The police took the footage as evidence, even though the dash cam footage wasn't of high quality, and I had given them photos of him that were just as good as before, but they said that wasn't enough, and they told me they'll look into it further and promised to send more patrol cars again. Then it was quiet for 2 more days. Until 2 days ago, someone rang the doorbell at just after 4 a.m. My boyfriend and I were both very hesitant, but I saw blue lights outside, and just as I got up, I heard them shouting, "This is the police, please open the door." They told us they were called by one of the downstairs neighbors, who came home from his night shift about an hour earlier. He had heard someone else into the building after them before the door fell shut. My neighbors know of my situation, and I've asked them to make sure they don't let strangers into the building. This neighbor then went into his own apartment and looked through the peephole. We have motion-activated lights in the stairway, so he waited to see if they turned back on. They did. Then he saw a middle-aged man walk upstairs. Above this neighbor are only me and my boyfriend, and a single mom with 3 kids who probably won't be getting any visitors at 3 a.m., so he called the police. They came and found my stalker 1/2 floor above me on the stairs. He should have been able to see the cop cars since there's a little window up there and they had their lights on, but he either missed them or wanted to get caught. They found a pocket knife on him, and he confessed to being my stalker right away. He's finally caught. They got him. It took 4 years, a provocative Reddit post, and one very vigilant and caring neighbor, but he's finally done. For now, at least. He's facing several charges, and I've collected every single piece of evidence over the past 4 years. I don't know what kind of outcome I can expect, but for now, I finally got some peace. My boyfriend and I were backpacking through rural Tasmania a few years ago. While on a bus, we were discussing our plans for the ensuing 2 weeks. The girl in the seat in front turns around and offers us a place to stay in her town. We declined as we were headed elsewhere first, but she gave us her mobile number and said that she and her partner would love to have us. A few days later, we decided to take them up on their offer. We call her, and she says they're happy to host us. So far, so good. They meet us at the train station, and immediately something feels off. It's really difficult to explain, but it's that primal feeling you get in your gut that tells you that something isn't right. We ignored our guts and followed them. They lead us straight out of town. We ask them where we're going, and they say that they live on the outskirts. This town we enter is creepy as fuck. It's an old mining town that's been largely abandoned, and as we walk the 15-odd minutes to their home, the houses get shittier and shittier, with boarded-up windows, overgrown gardens, and no people in sight. Eventually, we reach a house at the very end of town. It's their house. We go in. Set up in the very middle of the living room is a single mattress with a sheet hanging around it. They showed us around the rest of the house, except for one door that stayed closed. When I asked what was behind it, they pretended not to hear. Our room has a made bed, chest of drawers, and looks like a normal room. It seems pretty weird that they sleep on mattresses in the living room when they have a, quote, guest room. We go back into the living room and look around. Knives. A lot of knives. My boyfriend asks if they go hunting. No. The partner hands one of the knives to my boyfriend and asks him to open it. It's a massive fucking Bowie knife, with what looks like blood staining around the edges of the blade. My boyfriend laughs awkwardly, and then sets it down. They have a tattoo gun to, quote, practice. My boyfriend asks if they have any tattoos. No. There's a small axe at the door. I ask if they collect wood. No. Suddenly, the guy says he wants to go to the shops. We agree quickly because we're creeped out and want to get back into the town. The four of us leave and they start walking in the opposite direction of the town. I say that the town is back the other way. The guy then says that this way would be more interesting because it goes up through the trees. He says that they have never been up to the mountain before, but that he knows the area and it would take the same amount of time. I then tell my boyfriend that I'm starting to freak out, but he thinks it's okay. We end up following them into the trees. The path goes up into the mountain, and we're definitely going in the totally opposite direction of the town. The girl turns around to her partner and whispers, "So where was this place again?" My boyfriend and I then freeze. I say I want to take the road back to the town and start walking. When the four of us arrive in the one shop in town, no one recognizes the couple, and this is a really small town. We make an excuse that we want to go look at the sights and that we'll catch up with them later, and instead book a hotel room and freak out. I did some snooping of the area. Their house had an extra room behind the mystery door and a basement. The path that we were taking led straight out of town and up into the mountains. There was no way it could loop back into town. About 10 years ago, I was at my dad's house for the weekend in Kentucky. The Appalachian people are very superstitious, hailing from the Scots-Irish people and just never losing that side of them. My dad, however, wasn't superstitious, at least I thought, and was not one to be easily scared. It was about, 10 at night, and we randomly decided to go into town to get some McDonald's. Daddy always insisted on walking in front of me, and I always assumed it was so I wouldn't accidentally step on a snake, but now I don't think that's the case. So, he turned on the porch light and opened the screen door. He had put one foot on the porch, and then there was this god-awful sound. I will never in my life forget it. There was a screech, followed by the sound of a crow, but it wasn't a crow. The best way I can describe it is as if a person was mimicking a crow call. My hair stood up on the back of my neck, and my dad retreated into the house. He slammed the big door and locked it, something I had never seen him do. Before I could even ask a single question, he said, "It isn't safe. We can go tomorrow morning." And so we did. But the rest of the night, we stayed inside. My dad didn't even go outside to smoke a cigarette. He even let the outside dogs stay inside the house. We never talked about that again, but that was one of the scariest moments of my life. It wasn't some hardened criminal, or a scary-looking skinhead, or a badass gangster. It was a little old woman, but she was a legit killer. She'd shot her husband in the chest with a shotgun 2 years prior to me meeting her. She didn't do any jail time because she had numerous witnesses that had confirmed her story of self-defense. The rumor around the hood told a different tale, but regardless, she had truly killed a man, and the shotgun that leaned in the corner of her foyer was probably the murder weapon. Anyway, I met this woman in the height of my drug addiction. I'm sober now, going on 6 years, but at the time I did opioids. My favorites were Percocets. A fellow junkie happily informed me that we had a promising new plug who sold her 70-pill prescription each month, Miss Coco. I go to the address the very next day and realize this woman lived only a few streets down from my homegirl Selena. I stopped by her place first to say hi. When she asked me why I was in the neighborhood, I told her I was coming to see Miss Coco, and her expression changed. That's when I learned not only the story of the murder, but a bunch of other crazy stories about the shit she'd done to people in the hood. Selena begged me to be careful. I'm like, whatever, it's an old woman, I ain't scared. I slide over to the address of this little shotgun house and knocked on the door. She was supposed to be expecting me. The door cracked barely open, and I saw how short and old she was. All I could really see was a slice of her face and one of her bloodshot eyes. She asked my name. I told her and she opened the door for me, motioning for me to enter. Right away, I saw the gun leaned in the corner. She told me to follow her, and I finally got a real good look. She was so feeble-looking, not skinny, but short and hunched over, and walked with a cane. Her head was wrapped in a silk bonnet, and she was wearing something like a muumuu. Diabetes had taken part of her left foot. We're in the living room now, and she asked me to sit down. I chose the only empty spot on the couch. The entire house was cluttered, but not that dirty. Suddenly, an oddly placed rug on otherwise bare floors made me wonder how hard it was to get blood out of the wooden floorboards. Did Selena say she actually killed the guy in here? She offered me a drink and a snack. She looked at me with surprisingly kind eyes. What a strange drug deal, I thought, but how sweet of her. I remember thinking Selena was foolish for buying into the hood tales of how dangerous this woman was. I drank a soda, declined her snack, and purchased her entire script of pain pills. She'll be getting it filed again on the same day next month, she informed me. Okay, great. See you then. I returned on a routine schedule for several months, always drank a soda, declined a snack, and went happily on my merry, intoxicated way. I even got to know her a bit during my visits, her diabetes, her kids, how helpful weed was for her pain. I brought her a joint to share here and there too. I even helped her move some furniture one day. Never a mention of her late husband though, and I wasn't going to ask. I had long forgotten any wild ideas about this old sweet woman possibly snapping at any moment. One summer month, it was my day to go to Miss Coco's. My boy Shane was with me already, so I decided to let him ride along. We show up, go inside, same routine as always. She looked at him somewhat suspiciously, but I told her he was good people and she allowed him in. During our little chat, Shane mentioned something about wanting to see a movie that had just come out. I cannot for the life of me remember which movie. Miss Coco got excited and told us she happened to have a bootleg of that exact same movie that we could borrow. She let us look through a giant stack of bootleg burned DVDs and borrow whatever we wanted. We took 3 of them, and she simply asked that we return them when we were done. That night, we decided to watch the one that Shane had wanted to see, so we popped it into the player at my place. Immediately, it was completely unwatchable. It seriously looked like a cell phone video. You could see people in the theater walking around in front of the screen, and the guy filming was talking loudly to his date the entire time. Garbage. We laughed about it, assumed the other 2 were just as bad, and watched something else. A few days later, I was going to hang out with Selena, so I figured I'd swing by and return the DVDs to Miss Coco. I tried calling, but she didn't answer. I walked up to the doorstep and knocked, but still no answer. I figure, no big deal, I'll just leave them here by the door for her. She had a storm door that had a screen on the top half, and with solid metal on the bottom half. I opened that door, propped the shitty DVDs up against the actual door, and then closed it. That way they couldn't be seen, and were protected by the weather as well. I go on to Selena's place and don't give it a second thought. Later that night, I'm getting high with my friends, and my phone starts ringing. I'm seriously faded, so I just decided to ignore it. I don't feel like talking. It rings again, and again. Finally, my homie is like, "You gonna answer that?" So I pulled out my phone to check it. It was Miss Coco. She never calls me, ever, especially not late at night. Having her number in my phone was strictly for the purpose for me calling her on the 12th of each month to announce what time I'm coming over. That's it. Today was only the 9th. I thought maybe something bad had happened and she needed my help. I called back, and she picked up before it even rang one time. She was furious. I mean, absolutely livid. She did not sound like the little old lady whose couch I chill on. She was extremely pissed about the fact that I had left the DVDs in the door. She lectured me about how a dumbass white person like me just doesn't understand how things work in the hood. Someone could have seen me there and could have come behind me and stolen them. I should have waited until she was home. I was disrespectful and rude and ungrateful. She went on and on. I didn't have an attitude in my voice, and I did apologize, but I also mentioned that even though I appreciated the gesture, the movies were really pretty terrible and not worth watching. Abruptly and very eerily, her tone changed. Suddenly, she was sweet old Miss Coco again. She told me I was right, and she was just a little on edge that night. She apologized for her reaction and told me I was good to her, and I didn't deserve that. Then she says, as a matter of fact, she had gotten her script early that month. She had picked it up earlier that day. Why don't I come on over and get it tonight? Now, any sane, sober person would have immediately noticed red flags here, but in my infinite knotted-out wisdom, I thought Junkie Jesus had performed a miracle for me, and that my night was about to get even better. Time to get extra faded, bros. I'll be back with more goodies ASAP. I head off down the street to Coco's house. I'm still very, very high. I'm walking up to the house and I see that the DVDs are still there. Coco opens the door before I even get to the step and tells me to pick up the movies and bring them inside. Her voice was stern, which was unlike her, but she didn't sound crazy like she had on the phone. I bring them into the living room where I always go to sit, and something is just off. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I realize she's still behind me in the foyer area. She starts telling me the same thing she was saying on the phone, but calmly this time. My back is still to her. I don't say a word. I set the DVDs onto the side table, and despite being extremely inebriated, finally realize that I'm definitely not here to pick up pills. A temporary sobriety of the survival instinct variety kicks in all at once. Everything just sort of clicked into such a clear, crisp vividness that I'll never forget. I knew she was standing exactly where the shotgun leans. I knew she was between me and the door. I knew that she wanted to kill me, and I knew that she already had a whole gang of local folk ready to corroborate whatever story she came up with. Every single detail that Selena had described to me that day she warned me about Miss Coco played through my mind in seconds. I ran. I burst out the back of the living room, knocking over that stack of fucking bullshit bootlegs as I scrambled past it. I'll be honest, once I had found my way out of the back door, I wasn't that scared anymore. It's not like she was going to catch me. I circled back around the tiny house and took off down the street, probably before she even managed to hobble around and look out the front door for me. I never did see if she actually picked up the gun. My back was to her, and I made the decision to run without even turning around. But I just knew it. I felt it. It was a feeling I won't soon forget. The scary part was knowing just how absolutely mind-numbingly high I was, and how oblivious I was, until the very last second. And that's the story about how I was almost taken out by a crazy little old lady with a shotgun over the world's shittiest bootleg DVDs. Makes you wonder what small infraction her late husband committed. I had just gotten done dropping my then-wife off at the airport. She was flying back to California for Christmas. I stopped by Wendy's on the way because nothing says, woohoo, a week of peace and quiet, like 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers. Unknown to me, at about this time, 3 people were robbing an auto parts store in Georgetown, Texas. Georgetown is a small town north of Austin and Round Rock, but still very much a suburb of Austin. These 3 pistol-whipped the clerks, stole money, and stole a vehicle to get away. They proceeded to go down south on I-35 from Georgetown to Austin. One of the clerks flagged down a passing cop and pointed out the stolen vehicle, so by this time, the 3 idiots had 2 cop cars in pursuit of them. Meanwhile, I was driving northbound on the frontage road of I-35. The frontage road was moving much faster than the freeway, and I kind of dig riding the frontage roads. This was also the last Friday before Christmas that year, so I suspect we had a lot more traffic than normal. The suspects hit a traffic jam on southbound I-35, and traffic literally came to a halt. 2 of the suspects jumped out of the car and over the center divider. Multiple officers did the same thing, giving pursuit. 1 cop shattered his ankle while landing because it was about an 8-foot drop. The 3rd guy gave up in the car. I was about to meet a guy with a gun. About this time, I saw a sheriff's deputy running southbound on the northbound shoulder. Traffic in front of me came to a standstill, and so did I. I saw the cop stop about 60 feet away and draw his gun. I turned my head to see someone standing at my door. He reaches into his waistband, pulls out a gun, puts it to my head and says, "Get out of the fucking car." Meanwhile, the deputy is yelling at him to drop the gun, get down, etc. As I was getting out of the carjacker was getting in. He puts the gun to the back of my head. Sheriff then fired the first shot. It hit the carjacker in the shoulder and knocked the gun away from my head. They then started exchanging shots with each other. I hit the deck immediately, and then realizing how close I was to the action, got up, ran like hell for the grass, and dropped there. The 3rd guy kept running all the way to Mexico. He has never been caught. The suspect near me got hit 3 times. He was hit in the shoulder, head, and through the hand. The shot to his head entered the front of his head and went around the outside of the skull and exited the back of his head. Didn't pierce his skull at all. And for a little bit of karma justice, he additionally got shrapnel from my dashboard in his stomach as it exploded from the gunfire. I survived with glass in my head and a new lease on life. When I was 10, my parents and I went to visit my grandmother for spring break. My cousin also came to visit, and we decided we wanted to go to the YMCA for the day. My grandmother dropped us off and said she would come and pick us up in about 4 hours. On that day, the YMCA was empty. There were a couple of adults in the exercise room, but that's about it. We went to the basketball court, and after 2 hours of playing tag and shooting baskets, we were pretty bored. I've never been the biggest fan of swimming, but this YMCA had a pretty cool pool, so we changed into our bathing suits and headed in there. The pool was empty just like everywhere else, except for the lifeguard. We played a bunch of games and swam laps, but after about an hour there wasn't really much left to do, and there was no one else except us to hang out with to keep things interesting. So we decided to play a game of seeing how long we could hold our breath underwater. We stood in the shallow end near the clock on the wall so we could time ourselves. Instead of fully submerging, we just stuck our heads face down in the water. We did this a couple of times and I was winning. On our last round, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I figured it was my cousin giving up and telling me that I won. But instead it was the lifeguard who told me to knock it off or she was going to have to ask us to leave the pool. Since we were tired of being in the pool anyway, we figured we would get out, get dressed, and go back to the basketball court until my grandmother picked us up. We only had about an hour left anyway, and that water was freezing. As we got out, the lifeguard stopped us and asked if we wanted to go to the sauna to warm up and dry off. The sign said 18 years or older, so of course, we were super excited that she allowed us to do that. She walked us to the sauna and unlocked the door. The door was glass, and the interior was made entirely out of wood. Inside, above the door, there was a clock, probably to help make sure you were not in there for an unsafe amount of time. The lifeguard stand was adjacent to the sauna, but if you looked out of the door, you could clearly see it. She followed us in and went over the thermometer encased in plastic and unlocked it so she could crank up the heat. I figured that she must have to turn it on each time, so I didn't think anything of it. Both my cousin and I were very short girls, and so we couldn't see the temperature that was printed on the thermometer knob, but I know that she was turning up the heat. I thought I saw her lock the door too, but I thought to myself, why would she lock the door when we might want to get out? I checked the clock and decided we should get out in about 10 or 15 minutes. I was already plenty warm in the sauna, but now the room was blazing. It was starting to get a little bit too hot, and my cousin agreed that we should leave so we could get dressed. I went to turn the knob on the door, but it wasn't budging. I thought maybe it was jammed, so I shook it, but it wasn't opening, and then I let my cousin try. She couldn't get it to open either. We figured the lifeguard would come back in a couple of minutes, so we sat back down and waited. The room was getting hotter now too, and I really wanted to leave. I got up and started banging on the door, shaking and twisting the knob trying to get the lifeguard's attention. My cousin then got up and joined me. We started screaming at the top of our lungs for her to let us out, but she just stared straight ahead. I don't think there's any way that she couldn't have noticed or heard two little girls banging and kicking the door and screaming. Now we had been in there for about 25 minutes. It was so hot in the sauna that it hurt to breathe. It felt like my lungs were on fire. My eyes and skin were burning too. We sat back down and put the towels over our heads because they were still a little damp, and it made it easier to breathe. I was so worried about my cousin. She is a couple of years younger than me. I looked at the clock and saw that we had been in there for now 35 minutes. I got up and walked to the door again, and saw the lifeguard still just staring straight ahead. Again, I tried to get her attention by screaming that we needed to get out and banging on the door as hard as I could, but still nothing. I was starting to get pretty dizzy, so I went to go sit back down, but the wooden seats of the sauna burned my skin. My towel was now completely dry, so I put it underneath me to sit on. My hair was also dry, but I wrapped it across my face to cover my nose, and I squinted my eyes so that they didn't burn as bad, but I could still watch if anyone walked past the door. It helped a little bit. My cousin was lying face down with the towel over her head, not moving or saying anything, so I nudged her to make sure that she was still okay. She was, but I could tell that we really needed to get out of there soon, because she seemed a bit disoriented. It had been 45 minutes now, and I was extremely nauseous. There was no way that the lifeguard would forget that we were in there, and I thought that she would have to come back soon, but there was still this little voice in my head telling me that maybe she purposely locked us in there. Finally, a man walked past the door towards the pool, but for some reason, I just couldn't get up. My whole body was on fire, and I felt so dizzy at this point. Luckily, this man wasn't going to the pool. He wanted to be let into the sauna and came back with a lifeguard. I saw them walking this way and immediately jumped up to grab my cousin. I knew now that for sure she had locked us in there because she pulled out her keys to unlock the door and let the man in. I didn't want to take any chances of us being trapped in there any longer, so as the man was trying to walk in, I was trying to shove our way out. As we were going out, the lifeguard started trying to shut the door and push us back with it. The man was clearly confused about what was going on and said, I think they want out. The lifeguard let out a big sigh and opened the door fully, and we ran as fast as we could into the changing room. We only had about 10 minutes before my grandmother was supposed to pick us up. We were both so shaken about what just happened that we didn't say anything to each other as we got dressed or on the car ride home. When we got back to the house, my parents were making us dinner, and I told them the story of what just happened. They thought I must have been exaggerating, and they didn't believe me. I truly think that woman was going to let us cook alive in there. The only bit of doubt that I have is what would have happened if we actually died. She obviously would have gotten the blame. What was her end game? I'm 21 now, but I still think about this interaction all the time, and when I'm in small spaces or I get too warm, I still have panic attacks. No one believes this story, and I get it. It's pretty absurd. So, to the lifeguard at that YMCA, please, let's not meet again. Every day, I walk home from school with my friend, because she lives only a little bit away from me and our routes line up. At the start of the school year, we noticed that there was a man usually looking at us from his window while we walked home from school. We found it a little weird, but ultimately didn't think much of it. A few months ago, after the heat of summer died down a bit, he started sitting out on his porch when we walked by. Usually, he would just smile at us. Sometimes I smiled back, but I typically just ignored him. One day as I was walking by his house, he waved to me from where he was sitting. I stopped and I waved back at him and told him to have a nice afternoon as I walked past. It felt a little weird because he didn't reply, but eventually I forgot about the whole thing. Once, when my mother was at work and I was alone at her house, I noticed him walking past my house several times through my windows. I felt very creeped out and uncomfortable. I considered talking to my parents about it just in case, but I ultimately convinced myself he wasn't doing anything wrong, so it didn't really matter. Yesterday I walked home from school alone, because I stayed behind with some other kids outside the school for a few hours. We had art club that day, and I didn't want to walk home just to have to come back fairly soon after. I had just bought a nice pair of wired headphones a few weeks ago with money I had been saving up for a long time since I didn't have a job. I was playing them over one ear as I walked home. On the way home, there's a public lot with a stable on it that I like to cut through to get to my yard as quick as I can, rather than walking around the property. Sometimes people like to hang around it to meet up, but there wasn't anyone on it that I could see. As I rounded a corner on the stables, someone grabbed the back of my shirt. From the way they were grabbing it, I could see part of their hand. I jerked forward, and they grabbed the top part of my headphones. The wire was at the bottom part of my neck, and it got stuck for a moment, and I remember feeling like if I couldn't get away, something very bad was going to happen. The wire eventually snapped, and I took off running as fast as I could, screaming. They let go of my shirt, and I hopped the half-length fence to our property, and I ran as fast as I could onto the sidewalk in front of my house because I was worried that I would take too long on the lock if they were following me. By the time I actually got to the sidewalk point, I was crying, and I felt like I was going to collapse because I was so scared. When I looked over my shoulder, I couldn't see anyone, but I just kept running until I reached my friend's house in case whoever was there was still around. When I got there, I was in tears, and it took a bit to explain the situation because they couldn't understand me. I tried calling my mother, but she wouldn't pick up the phone. My friend's mom called the police, and they came to check things out. There was nobody at the stables, and they told me that it was most likely some kid trying to mess around, but they escorted me home to where my mother was waiting for me anyway. I didn't tell them about the old man, because I was worried they would think I was crazy, considering he hadn't technically done anything. But there's something in my mind that keeps telling me that it was him who grabbed me at the stables. When I was walking home from school today, I brought a screwdriver with me in case I needed to defend myself. I also had my friend with me. My mother offered to pick me up from school, but I was worried that if I had shown how the encounter had affected me, then it would make things worse. I also avoided the stables, and my friend made sure I made it to the door. The guy on his porch wasn't there today, and I'm still not fully sure it was him or not. I feel terrible that my headphones broke, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if they didn't. Update. The man who had been watching me as I come home from school has started walking back and forth to and from the sidewalk in front of my house again. He's done this about 3 times since my last post, and every time I've seen it, I've been home alone. I've called my mother to let her know every time he's been around, and we have contacted the police to tell them that he keeps coming to our house, but they haven't been able to do anything except record it, since he's never actually stepped foot on our property until recently. Starting this week, I started noticing tapping and scratching sounds from downstairs, starting as soon as it becomes dark. It's been worrying me a great deal, but I've been too scared to look outside until recently, because my dogs weren't barking, and they always do if someone strange is outside. When I finally got the courage to look out, I saw a person hunched over a few feet away from the entrance of our house. I couldn't see any of their facial features because they were wearing a large hoodie and kept their face down. It looked like they were scraping something across the siding of our house. Immediately, I dialed the police and hid somewhere in case they wanted to break in. As soon as the police arrived, though, the person ran off and was not pursued. I spoke with the police when they started to check things out, but again, nothing could be done as there wasn't any proof that anything had ever happened at all besides them seeing him run off. They said they'd be keeping an eye on it in the future, but at the very most, it was only trespassing. I brought up the fact that I was attacked not long ago by some strange man, and that I thought that they were the same person, but I was once again brushed off. The police said it was possible, but without any actual evidence that they were the same person, nothing could be done, since I couldn't accurately recognize the person outside my window, and I also wasn't seriously hurt. I don't know what kind of evidence is needed to do something about someone stalking a minor who was home alone, but apparently I didn't have it. This morning, a small brown package was left on the doorstep, and in it were pieces of electronic parts that I didn't recognize, and plastic shards. There was also crumpled up newspaper at the bottom, and a note that said, "Sorry," with a frowny face at the top. My mother notified the police, and again, they said that they'd just keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I feel like they're not doing anything, and that they won't do anything until I'm seriously hurt or worse. I took some advice from previous comments, and now I keep glitter spray with me when I walk home from school, along with my screwdriver, and a knife in my room just in case someone breaks in. But I can't do anything else, and I'm not confident that I could win a fight against a fully grown man. I'm worried about what will happen in the future, and I don't even feel safe in my own home. Even when the doors are locked, I check every possible place someone could be waiting for me before settling down, but I don't think it's enough. Any advice is welcome. More than anything, I just want him to leave me alone. In 1989, when a few of my mates were 19, we went camping in a state national park in Australia. One of our first days up there, despite the entire campgrounds being vacant, this bloke comes in and sets up camp right next to us with a tiny patch of bush in between. Being the middle of winter, this place was practically deserted. As the morning began, he started asking the three of us if we wanted him to take us up to the abandoned gold mine that afternoon. Two of the three of us had made the trek numerous times but didn't bother saying anything and were non-committal. As morning drew into afternoon, he finally wore us down, so two of us went. On the way up there, he was acting a bit nutty and diving into ice-cold rock pools, and he had a large Bowie knife strapped to his leg. Anyway, it was about a 6-kilometer hike up to the mine, and he was telling us how he'd been up there ample times, with us smirking at each other as we had been up there heaps. About 5 kilometers in, he says let's start heading up the mountain, at which point we were looking at each other confused, as the gold mine was at the bottom and up here was nothing but thick rainforest. So at one point I've turned to look over my shoulder at my mate only to find he was gone, and I was about 15 feet behind this bloke in the middle of nowhere, about an hour before dark. My guts just dropped, and I instinctively turned and fled. Now, I had been a long-distance runner, but I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. When I made it back to camp, my other mate who had fled before me was holding a rifle and freaking out, asking questions like, "What is he gonna do?" I said, "Give me the rifle and start packing up." Just as they started, this guy came tearing through the bushes and was manic laughing. Then he sees me with the rifle and mumbled something as he walked through the bushes. This really freaked us out, and we packed within a half hour. He must have really legged it back to be that close behind us. We were all scared and happy to be driving out from this remote spot safely. It wasn't until years later we had watched something on the TV and were on the phone to each other that we come to realize the man was Ivan Milat, who went on to murder a heap of tourists in the forest and became one of Australia's most infamous serial killers. We were very lucky. Ivan Milat is known to have murdered 7 people, but the real number could be much larger. He typically murdered people in the Belonglo State Forest in New South Wales, Australia. Milat was convicted of the murders in 1996 and was given 7 life sentences. He died in prison in 2019. I lived very close to the railroad tracks in central El Paso, Texas, south of the freeway. One night, arriving home after having taken my mother shopping, I drove in near the front of the house and parked the car. But before I could unbuckle my seatbelt or turn off the lights, a strong force began to literally fill up every cell of my body and push me back into the seat. I could not move. I have never felt every single cell in my body like that before. Along with the force came a feeling that I can use only the very inadequate words terror and horror to describe. Those words don't even begin to describe what was filling me up. I was also filled with the absolute certainty, in every fiber of my being, that I had to keep my mother and myself in that car, or something unutterably and incomprehensibly evil would happen to us. It was all I could do to get the words, "Don't open the door," out of my mouth so my mother would not set foot outside the car. As she looked to me uncomprehendingly, I could tell she was wanting me to tell her what was going on, but I could not speak or move. She kept staring at me, and I kept being pushed against the seat. Finally she said, "For heaven's sake, Mary, I'm getting out." I was able to get the word "no" out of my mouth. It felt like in slow motion, and I must have scared her, but she settled down and just stared at me again. We sat there, headlights on in the front yard, her staring at me and me not being able to move or understand what was happening for what seemed like another minute or two. That was until we finally saw a man, short, slight, and wearing one of those short-sleeved plaid shirts, move out of the darkness and into the light from the headlights. I'd had no idea anyone was there in the darkness. The arc of the light from the headlights illuminated him from what was about his throat to the top of his legs, his face in dark shadow. As he walked through the yard towards the street, the force began to let me go, and as soon as he left the yard, it slowly drained away from me, as if it was some sort of dense fluid. Once it was all gone, and I was sure it was okay, we got out of the car and ran into the house. Years later, I saw on TV that the railroad killer had been captured in our suburb near El Paso. He'd killed numerous people near or around the railroad tracks, and they showed a video of him. He was a short, slight man wearing a short-sleeved plaid shirt. Yes, I've met a serial killer in real life, and it was scary as hell. I was a young man living in the north of England, in Yorkshire. I just started dating a girl from Leeds a good few miles away from me, and I was pretty engrossed with the girl. She was my first. Her family were dead against me spending the night though, so subsequently I missed the last bus home and had to walk one night. So off I set. It was around 11 p.m. and I lived about 7 miles away, so I had at least an hour's walk home. I started thumbing for a lift. There wasn't much traffic, but I lived in hope. I'd been walking for about 20 minutes when I heard a car in the distance behind me. I stuck out my thumb and prayed. The car stopped. The front passenger door popped open. I should explain, I had fairly long hair back then and wore it in a ponytail. So I climbed into this car and the driver just stares at me for a good 10 seconds. His first sentence was, "I thought you were a girl," which wasn't quite as weird as it sounds, but he did seem to be a bit peeved. A spotty teenage lad got into his car instead of a girl. He asked where I was off to, so I told him it was the next village. It was on his way and wasn't a problem, a quick 10-minute car journey. Anyway, he started chatting about mundane stuff, football mainly. Then he asked if I had a girlfriend and if I had fucked her that night. With that, he tried to grab my hand, laughing and asking to sniff my fingers. I was getting really freaked out by this. I was quite a naive young lad back then. He then proceeded to tell me about his last girlfriend and how he'd her because she wouldn't give him sex. I tell you, all I wanted to do was get the fuck out of that car. My village was fast approaching, and at the road end I asked him to stop and drop me off, which thankfully is what he did. As I got out, he said, "You're a lucky lad. There's a lot of nasty bastards out there who would have robbed ya and took you for a ride." I mumbled my thanks and legged it home like the devil was chasing me. I was so bloody scared. 3 weeks later on the national news, I saw the bloke who gave me a lift. He was charged with the rape and murder of several young women around my area. His name was Peter Sutcliffe. He's still in prison and was the reason I stopped hitchhiking. By far the most terrifying instance was when I was in my college dorm. It was dark in the scene, and the only lighting from the room was a thin sliver of light that came from the hallway through the bottom opening of the door. I was sleeping in the scene, and then woke up suddenly as if from a nightmare. I tried catching my breath and collecting myself to go back to sleep. Once I put my head down, my heart sank when I suddenly heard heavy breathing, and I looked over at my roommate thinking it was him and put my head down again, but it kept getting closer and louder. In my uneasiness, I scanned the room with my eyes only to see a tall, shadowy figure in the right corner, and he began laughing hysterically in a distorted and demonic fashion. I tried to scream and yell for my roommate, but I had no voice. A sudden force then laid me flat on my bed, and no matter how much I tried to get up, I couldn't. I peer over and watch the figure jump onto my roommate and literally and brutally tear him limb from limb. I try to avert my gaze, but it made me watch. I can still remember the sound of my friend choking on his own blood as he was devoured alive. Realizing that this was likely sleep paralysis, I tried to collect myself and kept saying it was almost over. But the figure, now looking at me, slowly approaching my stiff body, began touching my still face with its bloody, wrenched, bony fingers. It licked my cheek and started screaming things in my ear while surrounding laughter crushed my body, and before it could escalate, it was over. I woke up in the middle of the night and there was this man sitting on the edge of my bed. He told me to join him or I would face the consequences. I didn't know what that meant. I had this dream when I was about 10, so of course I said I wouldn't join him. He suddenly got very angry and started yelling, so I dove under my covers. When I was brave enough to peek out, he was gone, so I went to tell my parents. I walked down the hall, but it wasn't them. It was two completely random people sitting in my parents' bed. They told me to join them, as the man had, but I was terrified. Somehow, I knew at this point I was in a dream, and I had decided I needed to wake up. I ran back to my bed and closed my eyes hundreds of times. I woke up. Now the door to my bedroom was slightly ajar, and I could see my younger brother walking down the hallway. A light was on from the bathroom, and all I could see was the back of his head, and it looked exactly like him. So I ran to give him a hug. I was so relieved. But the boy turned around and it wasn't my brother. So I tried again, and again, and again to wake up. It never was my actual family. It never was anyone I knew. It was so much worse than it sounds, especially since every time I, quote, woke up, it was a different stage of the night, or a different bedroom sometimes. When I actually did wake up for real, I went to my parents' room again and saw that it was them there. I cried because I was so happy that it was over. In the 90s, before everyone had cell phones, my Girl Scout troop was camping in a state park when a terrible storm came through the area with major flood warnings. The rangers at the park frantically came through every campsite and evacuated everyone to higher ground. Everyone, that is, except us, and the Boy Scouts in the site next to us. We went to bed with light rain, but woke in the middle of the night to our tents collapsing from the driving rain and water quickly rising. The Boy Scouts, they were about 12 to 16 years old, we were about 7 to 9 years old, helped us quickly pack our site into our cars. Unfortunately, the roads were too dangerous to drive on because we couldn't see how deep the water was, and we really didn't know if any sections of the road had been washed out already. We abandoned all the vehicles and used the map that the scout leaders had to find some place that wouldn't be flooded. A few miles away, there were treehouse cabins that were built around a tree and lofted about 15 feet into the air. It was decided that we needed to move quickly, and that was our best shot. The older boys and the adults carried the smallest girls when it became clear that the wind was preventing them from staying on their feet. The wind and rain soaked everyone through to the skin. We made it to the cabins, and the adults then broke in and raided the emergency supplies there for space blankets. There was no way to build a fire because there was no firewood. It had been an especially dry year, and starting campfires was forbidden due to the risk of starting a forest fire. I remember shivering for hours, all of us girls in the middle of a huddle on the floor with the boys on the outside trying their best to keep us warm. One of the boys ended up asking us if we knew any Girl Scout songs, either camp songs or more of a Girl Scout thing than a Boy Scout thing, or they were just humoring us. We ended up singing every song that we knew, and the leaders then taught us a few more songs that they had learned to keep us occupied. At some point, we convinced the boys to sing in rounds with us too. Morning came, the rain slowed down to a light drizzle, and a ranger showed up assessing damage to the park. He discovered us and immediately drove to get help. They returned with a bunch of trucks and all-terrain vehicles and drove us to a location where doctors were on site to evaluate us. It was sheer luck that none of us had anything worse than the chills. It could have gone a lot worse than it did, and we were unbelievably lucky to have survived it all. We could have easily died in our sleep if the flood had come through all at once instead of slowly rising. If the Boy Scouts hadn't been there, then us small girls could have not made the hike to safety. If we had tried to drive, we would have easily been washed away. This is a long one here, but please stick with me. Last year, a friend and I went on a long road trip to New Mexico. We camped most of the way, and our first night we got to camp, we spent in the Jefferson National Forest at a campsite in West Virginia. We had found some pamphlets for campsites at a gas station, and we drove out to a place called White Rocks Campground, which was like a 25-plus mile drive up a dirt road into the mountains. We were really in the boonies. On our way in, we saw no cars except for one truck that was behind us for maybe 15 minutes, but then turned down another road. We passed a huge coal factory with a sign that had said, 62 days since an on-site incident. The only people we saw on our drive were standing on the side of the dirt road, huddled around a plastic bin that was on fire. It was all so odd, but we were so excited about camping and being on this trip, we were just laughing about how weird it was instead of not being worried about having A, no cell phone reception, or B, being so deep into the mountains. We finally get to the campground and it is completely empty, not a single car or person to be seen, and this campground had about 30 sites. We ended up driving around all of them trying to spot anyone, but when we realized it was just us, we picked a random site and decided to just stick it out. We got out of the car and stood there and just listened. The silence was startling. I love being in the woods. I've never felt scared or intimidated to be out there, but there was such a different feeling this time. There were no bird sounds. It was just thick, silent woods. This was straight up Blair Witch. It was getting dark quick and we decided to start a fire and put up the tent to try to get comfortable. My friend was in charge of the tent and I was putting together the fire. While we were trying to go about our business, we would both stop and listen. My friend made the point that if anyone was going to approach us, at least there were crunchy leaves everywhere for us to hear it coming. See where this might be going? I thought we were just freaking ourselves out, but it really felt like something was watching us. It was actually the first time in my life I've understood what that feeling is. I had goosebumps. I wanted to leave, but I kept my cool for my friend. It turned out she was also initially freaking out, but trying to keep it cool as well. Finally, the fire is started, the tent is up and sleeping bags ready, and the sun had completely set. Sitting around the fire together, the darkness seemed to close in, so close to us that it felt suffocating. My friend brought out a book to read aloud and make us feel more comfortable. While she was reading, I grabbed my headlamp and would occasionally turn it on and look around me. I had had this feeling since we pulled into the campsite that someone was out there, in those woods. It was pitch black, and our fire was a beacon. My friend and I decided, fuck it, let's go to bed. We'll just go to sleep quick, then pack up in the morning and GTFO. That was our thought process. We put out the fire and decided to grab the one knife we had on us that was still in the car and keep it beside me in the tent. After getting into our sleeping bags, my friend pulls out her cell phone to see if she had any reception. Nothing still. She tried to dial her boyfriend just in case, and I remember saying out loud, "We have no reception out here, it won't work." We laid there in silence, watching her phone trying to dial out, but it discontinued. And if that was not the perfect fucking cue, suddenly about maybe 20 feet off to the left of our tent, there were footsteps. These weren't footsteps that quietly built up. These were footsteps like someone had been standing behind the tree near our tent and started walking towards us. Those crunchy leaves were doing their job. We fucking froze. Just stared at each other, eyes wide. The footsteps continued to walk towards the tent, then turned to go behind for maybe a couple of yards and then they stopped. Silence again. These were heavy booted footprints, with the same pattern that would be a person walking, not a bear or a deer. My friend grabbed my knife that was laying by my bag and grabbed her headlamp too. She unzips the tent and goes out and stands in front of the tent, knife out, looking around the area. She's a goddamn warrior. It was maybe 45 seconds of silence as we listened for more footsteps or voices. I could see the light from my friend's headlamp dashing around the trees, but there was nothing there. She stuck her head back into the tent and said, "We're getting the fuck out of here." And then we in record time packed up everything of ours in probably 10 minutes and flew out of there. I'm amazed thinking back on it, how we didn't lose our heads. We kept our cool while packing, but still internally screaming in terror. We only had our headlamps on, and the whole time we were packing up I kept thinking about how somebody would come up behind us and grab us and pull us into the darkness, and we would be completely helpless if they did. It didn't feel like it was really happening. Maybe that's why we were almost completely calm while packing. Like there's no way this is actually happening on our first night camping. We must just be freaking ourselves out. I still felt like we were being watched though, but we spat out of there once done. Now here is where it's all confirmed. As we pulled out of the campsite, there were 2 black, dirty trucks pulled off to the side of the road, almost hidden in the trees but still clearly visible. They had definitely not been there when we pulled in either, and the closest residential homes were maybe 15 miles away. We didn't see anyone around them, but we didn't stop to look. We got to a motel and stayed a night there and told the story to the motel owner, who was amazingly sweet and comforting, and even gave us some cash when we left the next morning for us to use at another motel if we needed. I promised that man I would give him a good review. I will remember every detail of that night for the rest of my life. The feeling like we were being watched, hearing the footsteps so close to us suddenly, the black trucks. If anyone out there is a good writer, I would love to have someone put this into writing for me, but I'm a terrible writer and this post itself is probably god-awful. Don't go to White Rocks Campground. Last summer, I road tripped across the US solo for 2 months. I left Crater Lake heading to California later than I'd planned, and was planning to camp wherever. My gas light had been on for 30 miles and there hadn't been any services, so I was getting a little nervous. I saw a sign for a campground and I figured I could talk to whoever was camping there to find out how far away gas was and maybe sleep there for the night. It was an old logging site, so the road there was super rough and very far from the main road. I pulled in and there was a mid to late 20s couple at the very first site. I said hello and asked if they knew the area. I got a sense of genuine friendliness from them, and they told me that the nearest gas station was only 2 miles away, but that it had closed for the night. The site next to them was open, and they suggested that I take it. I started setting up my tent and was using a rock to get my stakes into the ground when the guy showed up with his hand axe and offered to help. Creepy, but helpful. I asked if he drank and offered him a beer as a neighborly gesture. His wife or girlfriend came over and asked if I had any pills. Just some ibuprofen. But why don't you have some weed I picked up in Washington? They reminded me to pay for my site at the self-serve box, more than once. This seemed like a red flag, so I said I didn't have any cash. They said I could just write my credit card information down and put it in the box. 1,000 red flags. The woman wanted to introduce me to the neighbors, so she took me to an RV that looked like it had been parked there for multiple months. Cardboard over wheels, dirty, all that. And inside was a very drunk man, somewhere over 60, a woman who insisted on feeding me the tacos she was cooking, and a dog looking at me like maybe I had food in my pockets. The drunk man started a very long story that wound up being a joke, with the punchline being Jeffrey Dahmer cannibalism based at the moment that the older woman handed me a taco. I stated I had to check on something, got the fuck out of the trailer, tossed the taco to the dog that followed me, and proceeded to crack open a beer to put together a plan. These people were messed up, but I didn't feel like I was in immediate danger, like I had some time. I decided to shoot the breeze with the guy from the first couple, and the way he described it, they'd been camping for 2 weeks because money ran out. Pretty soon, I heard the old woman yelling at the man in the "that's it, I've had it" vein. I'd stated that I was thinking about heading over to the gas station to see if it was actually closed, just so I could get a few more miles done for the day. The old lady comes over to where Dude and I were standing and says, "He's really done it this time. Next ride into town that comes my way, I'm gonna take it." I sip my beer. The younger woman says to me, "I can ride with you to the gas station just so you find it." I take a much larger sip of my beer. I'm starting to get really uncomfortable from all of this. I make up some shit excuse to go back to my site and rip up my tarp, tent, and fly altogether, shove it in the back of my car and get the fuck out of there. I made it to the gas station, which was indeed closed, but had passed a charming B&B less than a mile before. I explained to the desk clerk that I had a very weird encounter at a campsite and would be sleeping in my car in the lot for the night. She wanted to sell me a room far outside my budget and wound up offering the use of the bathrooms and morning coffee. I filled up my tank in the morning and bid farewell to that place. The super outbreak of April 3rd to 4th, 1974 remains one of the most outstanding severe convective weather episodes of record in the continental United States. I was almost 14 and we had a small horse farm just to the north and east of Xenia, Ohio. We lived in a brick post-Civil War era farmhouse, white painted board fencing around the house, 8 stalls, 2-story Amish built barn, and divided 20 acres in the back, same board fencing. My mother kept me home that day, and I remembered just wanting to get on my horse and ride, but Mom said she had a funny feeling and wanted me to stick close to home. So I ended up helping her with a few chores, fed the animals, and by the afternoon, I was sitting on a big grassy lawn to the side of the house tossing a ball to my dog. It was oppressively hot and humid and very still. I remember Mom kept coming out onto the back porch and looking off to the west. She was making me nervous, but I didn't say anything, and neither did she. Later, I learned that she didn't want to scare me. As I was sitting there in the grass with my dog, I remembered that this shockingly cold little gust of air kind of swirled around me, lifting the little hairs on my arms with goosebumps. When I looked at my arm, I realized that the light had changed. I looked around in sort of wonder because the light was so clarified and vibrant, sort of a greenish amber in color. The blades of grass and leaves on the trees looked stunningly brilliant. As I was looking at this big maple tree, a sudden cold air swirl hit hard enough that the leaves on one side of the tree all turned up. 2 things happened at that moment. My mom came outside, and to the southwest we both saw a wall of dark greenish-black clouds. Then everything happened at once. She said, "Come with me and put the horses out, quick." So we ran to the barn and turned the horses out. Then she had me gallop my Appy to the back gate and open it so they were basically just free. I galloped back to her and released him after removing his halter. Then we ran back to the house. At some point or another, she had opened the outside cellar doors, and I was able to call my dog to me as we ran down the cellar stairs. When I got into the cellar, I realized that she had prepared while I was outside playing. There were pillows, blankets, flashlights, milk jugs full of drinking water, and a cooler with snack food all tucked into the corner. This was kind of amazing to me as we didn't have any tornado warnings, and there were no sirens anywhere around Xenia at the time. But people in my family seemed to have great instincts, so maybe I wasn't as surprised as some would be. I was looking out the high cellar window, through which you could see the outside, up out the old window well. I saw it coming up through the back field. It was almost as wide at the base as it was at the top, and black as coal. It was twisting and hopping, so to speak. By that time, it was so damn loud that we couldn't hear each other even screaming. I knew it was going to hit the barn, and it did. Thankfully, it did one of those hops, so it just removed half of the roof. But by then, my mother and I were kind of wrapped around each other with blankets and pillows surrounding us. Regardless of that, I ended up with splinters of wood in my scalp, face, and upper arms from where the cellar windows sucked out and wood from the barn, along with a bunch of other chewed up pieces and God knows what, came into the cellar. I even had mud and sawdust splinters in my mouth, piercing my tongue. I should have just kept that shut, but I couldn't help but scream until the air got sucked out of my lungs and I couldn't breathe for a while, let alone scream. I couldn't have heard it by then anyway. After a point, my ears felt like there were railroad spikes jammed into them. What was actually breathing was the house. I remember a flash of seeing the ceiling, which would be a kitchen floor kind of bowing upwards, bulging up. As it turned out, the kitchen floor lost most of the tiles, silverware, dishes, etc., but our hand towels were still hanging on the little cupboard door rack. Mom just ended up throwing them away anyway, because of the mud and other unmentionable things we found in the house afterward. We lost all of our windows and part of the roof, part of the 100-year-old barn roof, and some fencing, but we were still alive. We had a trench dug through parts of our fields, and some trees were completely knocked over, and some things, like horse tack and tools, were gone forever, never to be found. So, eventually I went to the hospital. Someone came to check in on us and took us there, and I got plucked, as I will forever refer it to. Ever see a video of a dog getting porcupine quills removed? Not quite that bad, but worse was getting iodine scrubbed to prevent gas pocket infection from where the splinters and abrasions were. I had abrasions on my legs, but I really have no idea how. You see, after a tornado has been down for a while, it has killed animals and people most likely, and the remainders of that and manure and ground up asphalt, and you name it, it's all mixed in. It can generate a pretty hellish infection. But anyway, I didn't feel so bad knowing my mother was getting the same treatment in the next cubby. And the horses ended up being okay, but the chickens weren't. But I still can't walk into a lumberyard or eat with a wooden spoon without feeling like I'm gagging. Almost a year ago, I was an opener at a resort, clocking in before 5 a.m. each day. The resort is located inside of an affluent neighborhood in a very wealthy town. Employees had to park in one of the 2 parking lots at either ends of the property, and I chose the lot that was adjacent to the long and windy road outside the resort, which led to the rest of the neighborhood. The road and the resort were separated by a short range of bush and trees that no one ever really walked through. I'd arrived one morning per usual and put the car into park with my headlights still on. The lights in the lot weren't ever on in the morning since no one else really showed up before 6 a.m. when the sun was out, so it was usually always dark at the start of my walk. Save for security, I was one of the first employees to arrive on the property each morning and was usually completely alone in this particular parking lot at this time. This morning didn't really seem any different. I had my hand literally at my keys, my brain in the process to turn off my car, when I noticed a young girl, maybe like 14 or 15 years old, come scampering through the span of the trees that separates the resort from the outside road. It's like her body language was the exact definition: run with quick, light steps, especially through fear or excitement. She was now directly in front of my car, and my headlights illuminated a clear view of her in the pitch black. She looked like she was in high school and had long blonde hair. She was wearing a jacket with pajamas maybe, like she had just walked outside of a house. One thing about her that bothered me though, was that she wouldn't stop laughing and smiling. I couldn't hear her laughing from outside of the car, but she was visually giggling at something I wasn't aware of or could see, and it was so unnatural. She occasionally glanced behind her, as if someone else were there waiting away from the headlights. She then waved at me like it was a normal gesture at this time, and then immediately ran to my passenger side door. This all happened in the matter of seconds, and I wasn't really sure what was even happening besides my anxiety spiking. I know that I simultaneously yanked the aux cord from my phone to shut off whatever song had been playing, while also grabbing for the lock button. I remember feeling that panic for never remembering if it's up or down to lock when the girl began pulling violently and incessantly on the door handle on the passenger side. I realized because I didn't turn my car off, it stayed locked. She began pounding on the window, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs for her to leave before pressing on my horn. I could see her laughing outside like this was some type of game, as if I were a silly friend not letting her in as a joke. After a few seconds, she stopped the pounding and tried to open my car door. Her face fell flat like I disappointed her, and she started to walk away from my car back the way she came. She waved at me again before squeezing through the trees out of the view of my headlights. This whole encounter confused me as much as it did scare me. Most people I told the story just chalk it up to her being on drugs, but that narrative hasn't ever felt right to me despite her behavior. Maybe she was just being an extremely out-of-touch teenager whose parents need a firmer grip on her. My first thought was possibly human trafficking, but I'm not so sure that I would fit well in this scenario, as I'm not the most well-versed with the subject. I told someone when I made it to the LP, but they didn't seem to care that much. I didn't call the police, and I regret that. I'll never get out of my brain, though, how fucking off the feeling was watching a stranger, seemingly alone, pop out from the trees in the darkness laughing, and then try to violently enter your car in an empty parking lot. I do think that the possibility of someone else being present the whole time is a lot more scary, and I wonder who else was there, and where exactly. I've changed some small details here and used a throwaway because I don't want this to ever get traced back to me. When this took place, I was a female in my 20s and was finishing my degree in the city, working as a casual receptionist at a firm. One of the employees, Nick, told me one day that one of his clients, who he said was a stand-up guy, thought I was very cute and wanted to see if I would be okay to give him my number. We went to dinner and he was charming enough. He was in the medical field and was about 7 years older, but I didn't mind as my own parents had a similar age gap between them. We talked about my studies and he told me that he thought my rather run-of-the-mill family life was amazing because his life was so different. He was adopted as a baby and his father was abusive. When he was 15, his mother left and he never saw her again after that. He was kicked out at 18 and ended up in a terrible car accident in his early 20s. For a long time he stayed at a relative's house and worked to support himself. Yeah, heavy conversation on the first date, but all I felt was this overwhelming compassion for this poor human who had been through so much. He seemed nice, was smart, handsome, and though he was just a touch too serious, given his life, I figured that was understandable. We ended up dating, but by about the 3rd week, things started to feel a bit weird. He refused to introduce me to any of his friends because his last ex had left him for a friend. He also hated that I had male friends because of the same reason, and he would insist on reading any of the text I received or sent to them. I made excuses in my head for him like, people need to heal, or sometimes they need a crutch before they learn to trust again, or, well, it's not like I have anything to hide. He started being critical of the way I spoke or acted and dressed. He was also super insistent we moved in together, but I felt that it was way too soon. In arguments, sometimes, he would get a weird look in his eye, and that made me feel unsettled. And I once tried to break the tension by half joking, "You look like you want to hit me," to which he responded, "I wouldn't bother if it came to that, I would just kill you." I was so shocked I didn't even react to that until days later. Recounting it, red flags everywhere, but though it might have been hard to believe, I was actually convinced I was falling in love with him. Most of the time he was perfect, until he wasn't. But he would explain that was only because he had so many issues from his past, and I would believe him. Then one day, I told him what I thought was a funny story about a random guy in class who asked for my number. This guy had asked under the guise of getting notes for class he'd missed, but I only offered my college email address, explaining that I had a boyfriend. Hilariously, as soon as the class ended, I saw this guy annoyedly throwing the paper I wrote my email on in the bin on his way out of the lecture hall. I expected my boyfriend to laugh, but he ended up losing it. He accused me of leading the guy on, accused me of wanting to cheat. I was furious because I knew I had done nothing wrong. When he angrily threw a mug at the wall, which shattered, the whole argument came to an abrupt halt. I was scared and angry, so I grabbed my bag and bolted out of his apartment. I thought he would stop me, but he didn't. I went home and cried about it to my cousin, who I was living with, and assumed it was over. Days passed and I hear nothing from him, and within those days I started questioning everything. Suddenly, it was clear as day that this relationship was toxic and very unhealthy. Even if he did have a tough past, it wasn't my job to fix it, and it wasn't an excuse for the way he treated me. I was starting to accept that this was just a horrible near miss and get over it when he texted me again, groveling apologies and how much he missed me, and I made the mistake of responding. He called and I picked up, but it was because I wanted to tell him I still thought it wasn't going to work out. He cried, yelled at me, asked me how I could do this to him when I knew that everyone he loved in his life had abandoned him before, and how could I do the same? He told me he would never be able to love again and that it was all my fault. I had broken him. He told me that he had given me everything, but I was leaving over such a small argument. Then he apologized and told me he was trying to change and to give him another chance. I was bawling my eyes out. I felt like the worst human in the world, but I held tight to saying that it was best we moved on and that I was sorry. He ended the call by telling me that I had ruined his life. Nothing happened for a while, except for texts here and there where he would apologize, tell me he missed me, explain that he had realized that he made so many mistakes, etc., etc. I would tell my cousin about him, and she would firmly tell me not to respond. She was sure it would stop eventually. One day I finished my work as usual and headed to the station. It was a busy day and the streets were scattered with other people. As I walked, I had a weird urge to turn and look behind me, and when I did, I saw my ex. There was a little distance between me and him, but when I saw him, our eyes locked. He looked different, a bit out of it, and I thought maybe he was drunk. I decided that I would deal with him at the train station, as it was always crowded, and I wanted to talk to him only in a place where there were lots of people. I figured the yelling and crying would not be as intense that way. When I reached the station, I stopped and waited for him to catch up to me. He stopped about 2 feet away, and I expected him to start apologizing again. But he said nothing. He just stared at me. Awkward seconds pass and pass, and I said, "Look." But that's all I got out, because his arm moved slightly as he took his hand half out of his pocket, and I saw he was holding a very small knife. I froze and vaguely remembered thinking that I wanted to run, but it was like my brain and body shut down. I can only describe it as if there was a fog in my brain, and I just couldn't move for what felt like ages. I just stared at him, and I still remember how his eyes just looked so blank. I don't know how long that lasted, but then without saying anything, he turned and left. Nobody else had noticed. I remember numbly getting on the train. I started second-guessing that it even happened. Hindsight tells me I was in shock. As soon as I got home, though, I burst into tears. My cousin calmed me down and helped me call the police. In the end, the security cameras weren't placed in a spot that they could clearly show that he had a weapon, so the police couldn't do much. Thankfully, I didn't see my ex again. I ended up quitting my job, changing my number, and eventually moved away to another city. To my ex, let's never ever meet again. Actually, to the guy who asked for my number in class, thank you. You might have saved my life, and definitely changed it. I travel alone a lot and have been super fortunate to have minimal creepy encounters, but this one still makes my spine tingle. I was in London for 6 days on a stopover on my way back to Canada from 6 weeks in South Africa. I'd been working in South Africa, very long but rewarding days, so the London stop was touristy and lazy. It was just a nice reset before I got back home to Canada. There was a pub a block or two from the hostel I was staying in that I ate at every night. It was cheap, cozy, and never too crowded, so I'd bring a book, order a pint, and eat supper. I had chatted with the waitress a couple nights in a row. She was very kind, my age, and we exchanged a few stories. She knew from chatting that I was traveling alone, and staying in a hostel nearby. Well, on day 4, I followed my usual route from the hostel to the pub and greeted the waitress. She said hello and quickly brought over a drink menu. Not 30 seconds after I had sat down, a man walked in and sat a few tables away. She motioned to him and mumbled, "Do you know him?" I kind of laughed and said, "Definitely not. I don't know anyone in London." She nodded and positioned herself between myself and the man and said quietly, "He got off a bench and followed you from the street over. I don't like the look of him, and I thought I'd just ask. It might be nothing, but thought I'd mention it anyway." I thanked her and said I'm sure it's just a coincidence. She shrugged and took my order, and the evening proceeded as usual. The man also ordered a drink, but no food. I stayed for over 2 hours, reading, eating, and drinking. The pub was quiet, and a few other people or groups came and went, but the man stayed. He drank the 1 pint and refused top-ups. The waitress kept a close eye on him and me and stopped over to chat several times between refills, but didn't bring him up again. When I was finishing my last drink and preparing to leave, I glanced over at him and noticed he looked on the edge of his seat, like he was preparing to leave too. I hadn't really thought much of it until then, but my stomach suddenly knotted up. It was dark and drizzly, and I had a short but lonesome walk back to my hostel. I suddenly felt distinctly unsafe. I summoned the waitress over to pay and asked her if she'd mind calling me a taxi as well. She nodded vigorously, and I knew she thought this was a good idea. The taxi showed up. I thanked the waitress and left. I hopped in the taxi, and I swear that old man thought I was so dumb for needing a drive for such a short distance, but whatever. I felt so much safer. I went back the next evening as it would be my last night in London, and I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to thank the waitress for her hospitality, friendship, and ultimately looking out for me. When I arrived, she ran over and said she was so glad I'd called that cab. I guess right after I left, that man left too, seemingly really agitated. He'd not even asked for a bill, just left money on the table and stormed out. She felt very confident that he had seen me walking alone, followed me in, and was planning to, quote, approach me when I left. What would have happened then, neither her nor I really wanted to think about. I had a lovely last night at the pub, and we even shared some small glasses of wine together for a quick cheers before I left. I don't walk places alone at night anymore, even if it is just a short distance. Traveling in South America by myself as a 22-year-old woman. I arrived in Santiago, Chile by bus really late at night, like around 10 p.m. Shortly after I got off the bus, a guy comes up to me from the general area of the taxi stand and asks if I need a cab ride. I say yes. We start walking to his cab and it's really far away, like at least 5 blocks. I start to feel kind of uneasy, but I'm also in the middle of this big, unfamiliar city and just try to reassure myself that it's fine. I double-check that his cab has all the normal brand markings when we finally get to it, and sit up front with my bag. That was more out of habit, as it's common to do this in Ubers in South America. I give him the address of the hostel I booked, and we small talk in Spanish for a few minutes of the ride. And then there's a bit of an unnatural pause, which he breaks by looking over at me and saying very calmly, "Are you scared?" Of course that really freaked me out, but I just tried to stay calm. I just laugh a bit and say, no, I'm good. Just tired and it's late. And he goes, well, you seemed pretty scared back there when we were walking. You know, there's a lot of bad people around here. Sometimes they pretend to be taxis. You never know who to trust. I've heard of women being sold after taking a bad taxi. Are you traveling here alone? He said that all while we were still driving through the middle of the city. It's dark and it's late, and now I'm painfully aware literally no one knows where I am. I was going to message my family with an update when I got to the hostel. They don't know I'm in Santiago. They think I'm still on the coast. Of course I don't say that and tell them that I'm always very careful, and actually my group of friends know I'm on the way and are waiting for me at the hostel. I see a stoplight coming up and was literally thinking that as soon as the car slowed down, I was going to make a break for it and just jump out of the car. Probably the most scared I've ever been in my life. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I see this guy reaching down for something under his seat, and my brain just goes, gun, 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 it's going to be a gun. Instead, he pulls out a pamphlet, and then he goes, but you know, there's always one thing we can trust, right? The Lord. Do you believe in God? And then proceeded to try and convert me for the remainder of the ride. It turned out to be harmless, but in the moment that random religious cab driver scared the absolute shit out of me. I hadn't had any major incidents while traveling, but it finally caught up with me this April. My husband and I were in Cape Town and went to Our Bay to do a snorkeling with seals thing. It wrapped up by midday, so we decided to go check out a farmer's market that was only a 10-minute walk away. It was a pretty touristy area, broad daylight around noon, and a short walk. It seemed like no big deal. We started walking towards the market and approached the start of an S-curve in the road. We see people walking past us in the opposite direction and cars driving by. We get to the middle of the S-curve, so the area we came from is now hidden from us, as is the area we are heading to. It was a blind spot, so to speak. All of a sudden, we just noticed these two guys walk past us, again. They had passed us just a couple minutes earlier, going the other way. We remembered them since one of the guys had a bright orange shirt on. Next thing I know, this orange shirt guy is walking towards me with a wooden pole raised threateningly. He doesn't say a word and starts hitting me. There's literally no one else around at this point, nor any cars driving by. The next few minutes are a blur. I just remember yelling no and screaming for help and somehow ending up on the ground trying to kick this guy away. After what feels like forever, a community patrol drives around the corner. He's basically a local neighborhood watch guy. He sees what's happening and pulls up and gets out of the car, which causes the two guys to bolt. We end up being taken to a fire department by our savior, who then patch us up a little bit before getting taken to the police by an ambulance to file a report. My husband had to get some stitches on his elbow from blocking some blows, and we both had a ton of bruises, but luckily no broken bones or anything else major. It still feels so surreal now. It's a I can't believe that actually happened to me kind of moment. We thought we're always aware of our surroundings, but we let our guards down that day and got really unlucky that no one else was walking when we were. It just taught us that these things can happen to anyone at any time, not just when it's dark out. Always be aware of your surroundings, especially in a place that has a reputation for violent crime. I was driving from Georgia to California to visit a friend. I didn't want to fly because I wanted to sightsee on the way. The hotel I booked on Expedia screamed run from the get-go, but I was exhausted and wanted to rest. I got my room key and checked in. I locked the door, and because I'm always on guard, I locked the bar on the door for extra safety. About 4 a.m., I was sleeping and heard someone trying to come into my room. They had opened the door but couldn't get past the little bar that was locked. I quickly got up, threw my clothes on, and went to the door to see what was going on. Two guys outside the door with their hand on the slit of the door yelling at me. They kept saying, "Come here, pretty girl. Oh, a pretty face," or something like that. I called the front desk to see what was going on, and they said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were still here." I was beyond furious and went to the front desk with all of my stuff. The lady at the desk said I didn't have a reservation even though I had my papers saying I was checked in. I had my car decal stickers for parking there, and the room key. She said that she rented the room out that I was in for the next month. Flabbergasted, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She looked up my information and said, "Oh, I see, you didn't book with us, but through Expedia. We don't partner with them." Still confused as to why in the world I was given a room, paid for it, and had issues being in it. She refused to call our manager at 5 a.m. by that point, so I waited until they got in at 9 a.m. Demanded a refund, got it, and checked out. No matter how terrifying the ordeal seemed, I think it would have ended differently had I not locked the bar on the door. It all started when 4 people unknown to me knocked on my door. I went outside to talk and they asked if they knew where my daughter's boyfriend was, as he had hurt the daughter of the mother who was asking. I said I didn't know and I didn't think he would do something like that, and I politely suggested that they take the matter to the police. This did not please them, and I was rushed at first by the mother. I put my hand out to keep her at arm's length away, but then 2 others came around each side. After many punches to the head, there was no more time to roll with the punches, as another would come from the other side. I experienced a warm, sleepy feeling and came to face down, still receiving hits. I decided to roll over and do the so-called Chihuahua move, blocking the biggest hits from metal poles aimed at my head, my forearm, leg, any way that I could. Also, I screamed out for help, hoping neighbors would hear and act. In fact, 2 of them did call 000, the Australian emergency number, before I could. I decided that I had to get up and was thrown almost through a timber handrail. I fought falling through as I was worried about being on the ground a meter below. Somehow I got past one of them standing in front of my front door, then I ran inside and locked the door. At this point, I reached into my pocket to retrieve my phone to call 000, but before that happened, I saw a pole come through a window, then the door was kicked in. My thought at this point was if I do nothing, I'm dead. If I fight, the best way I could hope for was being found in time to wake up in a hospital in a bad way. Next thing I remember was hitting the first 3 heads that came through the door, then blank until I was trading furious punches with 2 in front of me, and a third came rushing to the right with a charging baseball-style hit with a meter pole to my temple. I decided to turn my head a bit and got hit on my right ear. I then stepped my right foot forward and connected my right fist to his left cheek. Then there was one who was right in front of me. I thrust my left fist with a hard follow-through, the only time in my life that I did not hold back. I connected to the center of their face and saw the person stumble back. I then moved hard on my right foot and thrust my right fist into the left cheek of the next guy on my left, who stumbled into my TV. At this point, I am stunned that they had backed off, and very surreal that I'm alive, standing and talking. The main offender screams at me to get my daughter's boyfriend, or my daughter to her, so I pretended to agree. I pulled the phone out of my pocket and called my daughter. When she answered, I warned her of the people looking for her and her boyfriend. Also, I asked very seriously what she knows that I don't. At this point, I picked up my work phone and rang 000. I couldn't talk as I was too busy. I aimed the microphone at the offenders making demands at me, so I could provide evidence. I then saw them walking away with 2 of them helping each other walk. Minutes or moments later, the unit caretaker said police were on the way, and then they showed up along with an ambulance a couple minutes later. I can't remember which was first. I went to the hospital, had several x-rays, and luckily nothing was broken. I had a hematoma on my ear that was drained and stitched, and I had soft tissue injuries for 2 years, memory issues, and counseling, but I'm all good now. I also found out that I broke the main offender's nose, and there was a lot of blood on the floor behind where I was standing in my lounge room while taking on the 2 on in front of me. I assume because of the bruising on the back of my head that I did a reverse headbutt on one of them who dropped a metal pole, not sure though. The police team cleaned up every drop of blood for DNA evidence and identified 3 of them who received suspended sentences or a good behavior bond. 1 got away due to lack of evidence though. Police said I used self-defense and reasonable force. I had to clean up all the glass and insurance paid over $4,000 due to building damage. I don't even remember getting hit on the back, and I didn't notice any of my facial injuries until my daughter called me puffy face. The bruising on my back was only hours old in this picture, and got much larger with all sorts of colors over the next few days. The first night I was up having to pee almost every hour whilst my body was eliminating bruising toxins. It's quite amazing to not know the extent of one's injuries due to adrenaline, I guess, and I didn't notice some until weeks later. When I was 17, I had a boyfriend who was in the army. We didn't live on base, but in a tiny neighboring town nearby. He had some beef with a skinhead gang who had some members that were also in the army. One night while we were sleeping, they knocked on our door. It was about 2 a.m., and we had no peephole or window near the door, so I opened it with the chain on. As soon as I did, 5 guys rushed the door and broke the chain. They all had baseball bats. The lights in the living room only stayed on for about 10 seconds because they began smashing my lamps, the overhead light on the fan, and the kitchen and bedroom lights with their bats. I've never almost pissed my pants until then. I was so scared and my legs turned to rubber. Strangely, after they broke the chain, but before they smashed the lights, my vision got really dark, like the lights were dimming down. This was the first time it ever happened, but to this day, if something startles me, my vision goes almost black before snapping back to normal. So, these guys grab my boyfriend and are holding him down on the couch. 2 guys holding him down while the others take swings at his torso with their bats. I have no clue what to do, so I try to tackle them by taking a running jump. It's not really effective. I'm 17 and short, and these guys are like 25 and huge. My feet are bloody and cut up from running through broken glass, and I'm only wearing a t-shirt and underwear. We had 1 phone in that house, and it was in the bedroom, and I somehow felt like these guys weren't going to let me at it. I ended up running out of the house with no shoes, bloody feet, and glass digging in deeper every step. I looked for the town's only cop. This is in Nolanville, Texas, with a population of only about 2,000. I ended up at the post office a few blocks over. There's a payphone, so I tried calling 911. It rang, and I was immediately put on hold. While I was waiting, the cop found me. He handcuffed me and put me in the cruiser because I didn't have any pants on. I tried to explain that my house had been broken into and my boyfriend was being assaulted, but the cop insisted on running my social security number to make sure everything, quote, added up. While I was in the back of the police car, I see the 5 guys drive past us in a pickup truck. After everything checked out okay with my record, the cop drove me home, blowing off my break-in story completely. My door was wide open, only the porch light lit, and my boyfriend was still on the couch, curled up in a ball. He declined to go to the hospital. We later found out that he had 2 broken ribs. The cop called a backup unit from another neighboring town and then urged us to name the attackers, but my boyfriend wouldn't. We've never been fond of local law enforcement. Not much ever came of it, except I have a little PTSD from it, and we bought a shotgun to keep beside the front door from then on. I had just moved into my first apartment and was in the process of actually moving in. The door that led into my apartment locks itself automatically when closed. So I was going to the entrance of the apartment complex to get my mail while talking on the phone with my boyfriend. I returned to my apartment and sat on my bed while opening the mail while using the phone. I dropped the phone on the floor and it landed under the bed, so I had to lie on the floor and stretch for it. I saw something that caught my eye though. There was someone under my bed. My eyes widened and I choked the urge to scream. The person under my bed was lying still with his back towards me and his head to his chest so I couldn't see his face. I don't think he was able to see me either. Trying to be rational while so many thoughts rushed through my head, I picked up my phone, said, "Sorry, I dropped my phone. I'm just gonna go take a shower and call you back." The bathroom was right next to my bed, so I hastily walked in. I quietly locked the door, turned the shower on, and jumped out of my window. My apartment was on the 1st floor. And then I proceeded to call the police. They told me to wait nearby, but to go across the street and see if anyone comes out of the door to the apartment complex. This was during summer and it was still light out. I placed myself across the street, hiding behind a car while watching my open bathroom window and the entry door. I called my boyfriend and he came to me just before the police did. I gave them my keys and they went inside. Only moments later, 2 cops come out holding a thin and tired-looking man. His eyes looked crazy, but he didn't try to get away. The policeman that had stood beside me and comforted me while the police searched through my house told me that the man stood outside my bathroom door with one of my kitchen knives waiting for me to come out. I was just a mess, shivering and crying. This man had somehow crept into my entry door while I was getting my mail and hid under my bed. The man that was trying to hurt me turned out to be a homeless person and was placed in a mental hospital. My boyfriend moved in with me the very next day. This story takes place in 1977. The cast of characters includes my mom, my dad, my brother, and of course, the serial killer. My brother was little at the time. He had been at a friend's house. I don't remember what the occasion was, but my parents were picking him up. It was late at night, winter. My parents picked up my brother, loaded him in the car, and start driving home. As they are leaving the neighborhood to get to the main road, they see a man come out of the woods with a shotgun and get into his van on the side of the road. Now, the area I grew up in was suburban, but the folks can be rather redneck. Seeing someone come out of the woods with a shotgun is worrisome, but usually just means it was a poacher. My dad just keeps driving. The man gets into his car and follows my parents onto the main road. Still, nothing to really be worried about. They make a few turns on their way home, and it becomes increasingly obvious that the van was following them. They pull into the housing plan we lived in, which was mostly new construction. The van pulls into the plan behind them. At the time, our house was the only finished, occupied house on our little cul-de-sac. The streetlights hadn't even been turned on yet. It was pitch black, winter, cold, and isolated. The van pulls into our driveway behind my dad. My dad gets out of the car, sends my mom and brother into the house, and tells them to lock the door. He waits till they get inside, and then he walks up to the van. He stands at the nose of the car and just stares at the man inside. Waits. No questions, no bravado, no nothing. He just stands there and waits, intimidatingly. Now, what you need to know about my father at the time. He had a full-ride scholarship for football in college. Dropped out and decided that it would be fun to join the military and volunteered to go to Vietnam because he was quote-unquote bored. He spent a year on some godforsaken little island at a ranger camp. He is an intimidating man and always has been. Without being overly tall or large, he has a presence. You just don't want to fuck with him. He's now much older and somewhat overweight, but in 1977 he must have been something, because without any words being exchanged, the man put his van into reverse and just drove away. The story doesn't end there, though. The next morning it was all over the news. A man had been murdered the night before, in the housing plan my parents picked my brother up from, just a street away. A man had been shot through his living room window with a shotgun. He died on the floor while his wife tried to flee, and the kids were asleep upstairs. The wife leads the man through the woods on a chase, and they find her body a few hours later in the woods, the same area where my family saw the man come out. It turns out that it was Edward Surratt, the serial killer. My parents used to have a friend from high school who they have since told me they all thought was a little strange. We'll call him Rick. My mom said that he was a really nice guy, not red flag weird, just a bit odd. They had vague knowledge of abuse in his family, but at the time, abuse wasn't something people really talked about. It was considered, quote, personal family business, so I guess they just chalked his oddness up to childhood trauma or something. Their group of friends were all pretty close, enough so that it wasn't weird when Rick would show up at our house just to hang out. My mom told me that sometimes if my dad wasn't home when he stopped by, he would just hang out with her and little baby me until he got back. The year they all graduated high school, a woman attending the university in our city went missing, and about a month later her body was found. The police reported that the woman's body had probably been there a couple of weeks by the time it was found. Her killer was never caught. A few years later, when I was a month old, another female student of the university went missing. Our local police department still has her case open because she was never found. She was pronounced dead after being missing for about 10 years, at the request of her family. Around the time that she had gone missing, I think there began to be some suspicions surrounding Rick with their social circle. No actual evidence that he may have been involved or anything, just more of a feeling they got that something was going on with him, and they just found it was a bit eerie seeing how it was at the same time this woman was missing. He had previously asked my dad if he could store a truck topper in the barn, and my mom told me that she once went to look around out there just to be sure there wasn't anything weird. She wasn't looking for anything specific, but she just felt the need to inspect the area. She didn't find anything strange or out of place, though. 18 months after that, a third woman was abducted. After being taken to a house in a tiny town outside of a city and chained to a bed, she was then taken to the bridge over the river, hands and possibly feet still bound, and thrown in. She somehow swam to the riverbank and was able to call the police. She identified her abductor to the police along with the house she was taken to. It was Rick. The police went to his house to arrest him, and as they were climbing the stairs, he shot and killed himself. During the investigation into the two prior disappearances, they discovered that he had taken off a week of work during the times that each of the two women had gone missing. Oh boy, this is going to be a long story. It started at 6 years old, if you can believe it. We were in kindergarten and my grandmom and his were friends. He was pretty sick back then, so everybody indulged him in his behavior. Whatever. I was a willful child, so I didn't, because even then he made me feel uncomfortable in a way. There's even a picture of us somewhere where he's trying to hold my hand and I just pull away. I never did anything, hit him, or bully him. I just avoided him. Years passed, I finished elementary school and heard he'd undergone the surgery needed to make him better. I was happy to hear that it went okay, because who wants a child to die? He moved out of town, so we eventually just lost contact. Cue to the last year of high school. Somebody adds me on Yahoo Messenger, and not knowing who it was, I didn't accept the friend request and asked who it was first. But he wouldn't say until I threatened to block him. He said who it was, and honestly I was happy to hear from him. He seemed okay. We laughed, said we'd maybe go to a concert together that summer and all of that. I didn't make it to the concert. We both started college, in towns 500 miles or so apart, and spoke from time to time. At the end of that school year, I got myself a boyfriend. I didn't realize it then, but he stopped talking to me for the whole year. It should have been a signal, but I was oblivious. I didn't give it much thought, and he'd been offline for long periods of time before. Another year passes, and the next summer he writes to me that he's coming to town on a Friday and if we wanted to meet. Sure, why not? I take him to a park. We talk a little. He says that he's sad because he can't go to a music festival because he has no one to go with, and his mom won't let him go alone because he has frail health. I say that he can tag along with us, my boyfriend and our friends, if he wants to. He agrees happily. But here comes the freaky part. Some point I ask him how his grandmother is. He tells me with the biggest grin possible that she's been dead for a few years. That grin froze me. It was sort of sick. I left soon after, which I had been planning on doing anyways, since I had to go back to some classes. And that night I told my boyfriend. He said, "Listen, it's up to you, but I think you should avoid him altogether." He spoke my mind, and I did. Another year passes and I start a semester abroad in Sweden. I loved it quite a lot there, and went to a lot of concerts and stuff. One evening, this very weird Facebook account starts messaging me. "So, you're up there sucking Swedish dick for concert money?" I blocked it, and somewhere in the back of my head, a suspicion started building. I can't prove anything yet, so I just lay low until one day he messages me from his official Facebook account. "You whore, you like Swedish dick?" Now, at the time I had started dating someone in Sweden. I had broken up with my boyfriend back home some 6 months before, and I was tagged in a photo with him at a Therion concert. But that's not a reason to send this kind of message since, I didn't owe him anything and it's my business what I do. I block him, but during the next few months I get no less than 87 new fake accounts messaging me and my friends and calling us names and sending us death threats. When I return home, I get a hold of his mother's phone number and give her a call. All she does is complain how he's sick and he should just be indulged. I tell her that I'll be calling the police, to which she replies that if I do, I'm heartless, since they're gonna take him away. I end up emailing her a zip file of all the messages that he had sent to all of us, to which she replies that I'm a liar. Her son would never do that, and she's gonna call the police on me since I'm trying to blackmail her. I politely announced to her that I had been recording the whole conversation and there's no blackmail anywhere. It's just me asking her to do something about it. She just hangs up and never answers again. The messages continue to come. I reported him to the police sometime in April, but nothing happens. In July, we're going to a music festival out of town. Since I had been there before, I tell my friends to stay right outside the train station while I go grab us some bus tickets from the ticket machine some 100 feet away. From right behind, he pops out like in a bad movie. "I'm Santa Claus," he says and starts laughing. I start back towards my friends, not letting him out of my sight. Luckily, they've seen him too, so they come towards me. He just runs away. For the 4 days we're there, I never felt safe. He's small and thin, but he might have had a knife or even a gun, so we stick together at all times. That was in 2011. He's been bothering us ever since. Some of my friends actually died in a fire 2 years ago, and he just sent us messages in which he mocks them, and he threats that he's going to burn all of us too. I've reported him 6 times over the years. Once he was taken to a mental ward for a month or so, but that's about it. He actually hacked my Facebook account once, but I managed to get it back, and now it's as secured as it can possibly be and everything's set on private. I ask my friends not to tag me in photos anymore. I keep as low of a profile as I can, and I avoid going to concerts alone. I'm much stronger than he is, but again, he might have a gun or something. I'm not really afraid, but you never know. I just hate it that my friends have to go through this too. I'm a guy, and I used to be a bartender. I was working a shift one night, and I started chatting to this girl. She seemed nice enough, so I asked her out, and a couple of days later we go on a very casual date. It was literally just to meet up for some coffee and a chat, that's it. My next shift starts at the bar, and she turns up, alone, and sits at the other end of the bar. I'm just doing my job, and I start having a laugh and a joke with one of the regulars. This crazy girl storms over and starts full-blown screaming at the other girl. She tells her to stop, quote, flirting with my boyfriend, and it nearly gets physical. The bouncers are actually already over, standing by to chuck her out. So, I tell Crazy that I'm not her boyfriend, that we've been on one single date that only lasted an hour. And if that's how she's going to react when I just talk to another woman, especially when I'm just serving a customer, she can fuck right off. She screams at me and storms away. The next day I woke up to about 50 text messages, starting with, "I'm sorry." Then, "Why aren't you answering?" Then a ton of abuse. Then she'd apologized for the whole thing and would start over again with, "I'm sorry." I just blocked her number. At my next work shift, she comes screaming into the bar, begging for forgiveness, that she's super sorry, that she wants me to unblock her number, please. I tell her in no uncertain terms to fuck right off and to leave me alone. Screams, tears, and another storm off. Then, a few nights later, I was going to bed. I turned off my bedroom light and my phone goes off. A text from a number I didn't recognize that just says, quote, "Good night." I look out of my window and she's parked across the street just watching my house. That went on for a week or two, and then the strangest part happened. I was at work and she walked in again. She came to the bar and told me that she was there with her new boyfriend. I breathed a sigh of relief while pitying the poor fucker. Then her new boyfriend walked in. He was my fucking doppelganger. I mean, people could have mistook us for twins. He even wore the same glasses as I did. So I was just standing there in shock, and she introduced this new guy to me as her, quote, ex. It's only funny looking back now, but the look on that guy's face when he realized he was me was just pure, oh fuck, she's insane. So she makes a big deal of basically wrapping herself around him all night in front of me, while he looked more and more uncomfortable. Then at some point he leaves, and she tries to get behind the bar crying hysterically that she was only dating him to make me jealous and she really loved me, not him. The ending is pretty anticlimactic. I went to the police station and reported her and asked how I could get a restraining order, but I never ended up needing one. Being removed from the front of my house on another late night camping session by the police scared her into leaving me alone completely. I went to go visit my dad out of state because I was just really needing to get away from my extremely toxic mom and her family for a while. Toward the end of my vacation, I was like, I'm a legal adult, there's nothing stopping me from just staying here. And at that moment I decided it was better for my mental health and overall well-being to just stay near my dad. My mom flipped her shit. I told her, I just really want some space. When I'm ready to talk to you, I'll call you. But they have no sense of boundaries, so she and my half-sister consistently called my dad's house trying to get me to come back to live with them. My sister would call, hang up when I wouldn't answer, and then call again right away so that there would be 30 missed calls on our caller ID in the span of 30 minutes. When I wouldn't pick up the phone, my sister switched to bombarding my MySpace inbox with one insane message after another at 3 a.m. I started noticing weird things around town. Cars I didn't recognize would slow down by me when I was out walking. People that I had just met would suddenly know things about me and ask about my mom like they were trying to get info. My mom actually called out of the blue one day and asked about my hair. When I lived with her, she always made me keep it long as a means of control. My hair is very thick, heavy, and on the dry side, so it was always a nightmare to keep it down past my waist like she wanted. After I decided to stay with my dad, one of the first things that I did was chop off my hair to be super short. It felt great getting rid of it all, and I found out after all this time my hair was actually curly. I never knew because all the hair weighted down my curls. So, when my mom called and gave me this really bitchy, "How long is your hair now?" I just told her, I cut it because it's my hair. Why? Do you have people out here spying on me? She sputtered, What? No? I just asked because I'm your mom, and I could just feel that you cut your hair because moms always know stuff like that about their children. Yeah, sure, whatever. After a year, my dad and I moved to a different house and never gave my mom or her family the new address. I never filled out a change of address form, but when my maternal grandmother sent me this really weird card in the mail, she addressed it to the old house. The post office wrote my new address on it and sent it back to her, and she resent it to my new place. After that, random cars would start showing up in our driveway and just sit there. Our driveway wasn't lit. It was on a main road with a lot of traffic, and if you didn't know the driveway was there, you'd miss it. My friends would miss it, even though they knew it was coming up, or they started parking on the side street because my driveway was such a pain in the ass. This wasn't the type of place you pulled into to turn around. Yet, here we are with these cars parking outside in our drive. My stepmom caught one as soon as she opened the door to ask, "Can I help you?" The car just ended up booking it and went off down the street. I had a job at a fast food restaurant to pay for college, and things were good until one day someone comes in and says in the sing-song voice, "Oh hi, it's so good to see you." I look and there's this woman standing on the other side of the counter, and it took me forever to recognize her as my mom's sister-in-law. I didn't talk to her, but apparently she called my maternal grandmother and mom right away to let me know that she found me and where I was working. Then, mom packs up her entire family, her parents, my half-siblings, my insane sister, her husband, their kids, everybody, and drove halfway across the country to show up at my job unannounced to, I don't fucking know what, but they were filming me with a video camera, and with a whole crowd of them, I have a feeling that my mom was attempting to gang kidnap me because she kept trying to get me to come out from behind the counter while they were all crowded around. I refused and wouldn't answer with anything but, "I'm at work and you need to leave." There's really no ending to this because 13 years later I'm still dealing with their bullshit. It's not as frequent as it used to be, but every once in a while they can't help but try to send me messages through whatever means they can try to contact me in, like LinkedIn messages or something just to be fucking annoying. Thankfully, I have a really great assistant that runs my work Facebook page, so not only does she catch the crazy so I don't have to see it, she gets a taste of their insanity firsthand, so there's some validation there. When I was about 17, I was winding down to go to bed for the night. I would guess it was around 1 a.m. I used to, and still do sometimes, stay up rather late doing my own thing, but this time I was talking with my mom, who had also stayed up. I remember that my dad had already gone to bed, though. I said goodnight to her in the living room, which was at the back of the house near a stairwell that led upstairs to my dad's, quote, man cave. This was when we still had one of those old TVs that, when left on a certain channel, would make a high-pitched buzzing sort of sound when nothing else was playing on it. I think it's called electromagnetic interference, or EMI for short. I heard this white noise and knew that my dad had left the TV on upstairs, so I went to go turn it off. I always hated going up there at night alone, because it was filled with antiques and family heirlooms from people who had since passed, including old pictures, paintings, and religious things. Plus, we had a couple of unexplained encounters occur up there, including bangs, things being moved on their own, and crosses falling off the walls. I had never specifically seen anything at that point, but I had heard stuff. Anyway, I got up there and indeed the old box TV was still on, so I just turned it off and quickly went back downstairs. I had realized that I forgot to mention to my mom about something that had happened to me at school that day, and quickly went to tell her before I went to bed. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember laughing about it. I said goodnight again and headed back down the hallway towards the living room. As I was passing by, though, I heard that high-pitched static noise yet again. I thought to myself, I already went up there and turned that off, didn't I? Because of my ADHD, I knew that I could be forgetful sometimes, but this wasn't the case. I very specifically remember going up the stairs and looking around a bunch because I was admittedly terrified. I end up just rolling my eyes, sucking up my fear, and going back up the stairs. The room has an open balcony that hangs over the edge of the stairs coming up, so anyone is able to see inside the room before reaching the top of the stairs. I slowly climb and peek over the edge of the balcony to see inside the dark room. The TV was indeed on again, because not only was the noise louder, but I could see that faint hue of the backlight illuminating a part of the room. Something then caught my eye to the right, and I turned to see my dad's computer chair slowly starting to swivel around. It was one of those spinny office chairs, and he had it placed right under the air conditioner so he could keep cool. I tried to keep rational, and I thought maybe that the air is just blowing it around a little. However, the chair then quickly jolted around to face me and completely stop. It was so sudden that it didn't even process in my mind. The room was definitely lit up enough to where I know I wasn't seeing things, and yet I had never seen anything so unexplainable like that happen to me before. Chills started to immediately run down my arms, back, and legs when the chair then tipped forward like someone was getting out of it. At that point, I just said nope, literally leaped down the stairs and ran straight to my room. I called my then girlfriend, who I could clearly tell I had just woken up from sleeping. I didn't really care though, and I proceeded to tell her the whole story as I watched my door waiting for something or someone to open it. Alas, nothing else ended up happening, but I was still close enough to hear that ringing from the old TV upstairs all night. My house was built in 1904. It's a single-family home, wood-frame setting on a concrete block foundation. I've been living there for about 12 years. Of all the weird things that my siblings and I have seen or heard in the house, this one event is my favorite. This happened to my brother. About 10 years ago, my brother and his best friend had started a garage band playing mostly Spanish rock, alternative music but in Spanish. His friends could only get together on Sunday afternoons. They would practice into the early evenings and eventually call it quits by 8 p.m. This was the time I usually showed up and went to bed because I worked the graveyard shift. This happened in late fall, so the days were getting shorter, and they had just finished a long session when the decision to head to someone else's house came about. My brother handed his car keys to his buddies so they could go load up the equipment, and everyone had filed out of the basement. The tricky part was that they needed to walk all the way to the back of the basement, up the back stairs, through the kitchen doorway, down the hall into the living room, and out into the front porch. Everyone was outside sitting in my brother's truck waiting for him. My brother was walking up the back stairs when he remembered that he had left his pancakes in a to-go container sitting on a speaker in the basement. He then made the decision to go back and get them. Now, the basement is not clean, with full sight lines. There had been partitions made, and the boiler and the main heating unit are right smack in the middle. So after my brother walks back, he's about to retrieve his food container when out of the corner of his eye, he sees it. It's a shadowy figure, right at his peripheral vision. This feeling of dread and uneasiness washed over my brother. We had been taught that if you were in the presence of a spirit or a ghost and you felt a bad vibe, to say a quick prayer or to cuss at it. My brother, of course, chose the latter. He basically just told it, "Hey, fuck you, I don't have time for this shit." My brother started to walk to the back of the basement and briskly up the stairs, closing doors and turning off lights as he was walking out. The last light switch is on the opposite side of the front door. Luckily, the door was open and the light from the street lamp was flooding the living room with its amber light. My brother said he felt something at his back, but at no point did he turn around. As he flicked the last switch, the living room went dark, as the rest of the house did too. As he stepped out of the house, he pulled on the door, closing it behind him. Still holding his food container in one hand, he jogged down the few porch steps, and he walked towards the front gate. Our house resides far from the main street, essentially having a large front yard but no rear garage. As he closed the gap between himself and his friends in his truck, he smiled and thought things were over in his head, mad at himself for spooking out when there really wasn't a reason to. He climbed into the driver's side of the truck, putting on his seatbelt and getting ready to pull out of the parking spot directly in front of his house, when one of his friends asked, "Hey, wait, what about your brother? Isn't he coming with us?" My brother answered, "What do you mean? He went to work early tonight. He's already gone. Do you see his car anywhere?" The next question they asked, "So then who was walking behind you when you were leaving the house?" I was running on the trails at the Nathan Hale homestead, which was an 18th century farmhouse and property of a Revolutionary War hero. It was in Connecticut. It was only about a 10-minute drive from my grandmother's lake house. I could not find a map of the trails anywhere online, and there didn't seem to be any signage at the place. Just a bunch of random mountain bike trails in the woods. I was only going to run 4 miles, so I estimated that I would run for about 30 minutes, using my watch to keep myself on track. So I ran around the trails for a while and nothing seemed too out of the ordinary. It was about 9 a.m. on a Monday morning, and the only sounds were the distant hums of Route 31, birds chirping, and the occasional squirrel or deer that scampered off whenever I came near. The trails seemed to wind around a lot, and if not for my better-than-average directional skills, I could have easily gotten lost. About 20 minutes in, I saw something strange about 50 meters off. A finely polished, light-colored wooden coffin. I was a little weirded out to say the least and waited until I got closer for a better look. I rounded a corner where several old tree stumps blocked my view, only to find that the coffin had disappeared completely. Where it should have been was a clump of ferns. This was really odd. I turned around shortly thereafter and made my way back to the car. I was maybe a half mile out when I heard a very distinctive knocking on a nearby tree to the rhythm of Shave and a Haircut. Tuck, 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 tuck. Except no 2 bits part. I was a little spooked but chalked it up to a woodpecker or something. However, not 30 seconds later, there it was on a completely different tree up ahead somewhere. Tuck, 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 tuck. I picked up the pace. The trail widened a little, and I could see way ahead to the entrance to the parking lot where my car was. There it was again, though, on a tree seemingly right next to me. Tuck, 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 tuck. I truly started freaking out and started to book it back to the lot. I was nearing the opening when time seemed to slow down. All of a sudden, it felt like the temperature dropped about 20 degrees. The bird stopped singing, and my simple Timex watch started to malfunction, making all sorts of beeping noises, and the numbers were glitching on the screen. The beat sounded impossibly loud this time, like it was hacked into every surrounding tree with a hand axe. Tuck, 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 tuck. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over me as I anticipated hearing the 2 bits refrain, and perhaps worse. I burst into the parking lot and everything went back to normal. The temperature was back in the mid-70s and birds were chirping away. I looked at my watch, only to discover that it had gone completely blank. I stood there and stared at it until it flashed 12, Monday, 1/01, January 1st. My watch had reset itself. It had never done this before. I got into the car and started the engine. The clock on the radio display read 12. That couldn't be right. It should have been around 9:30 or 9:45 at the latest. I put her into reverse and backed up to where I could clearly make my way out to the main road. However, as I was about to throw the car into drive as it sat there, I heard a sharp rapping sound out the back window, like something hitting it with their knuckles. Tuck, tuck. There was no one else in the parking lot when I finished my run. No cars, no nothing. I didn't dare look back and hightailed it back to my grandmother's house. I have no idea what could have caused this series of events to happen, and I still can't explain it to this day. My grandfather was a bad man. He was an alcoholic, extremely violent, and even tried to kill my grandmother in front of their kids. One of his less horrible acts was abandoning my grandmother with their 6 kids, all under the age of 12. Some of his kids maintained minimal contact with him. He lived about 30 or 40 miles away from my grandmother and the 2 kids who stayed in the area. When he was in his 80s, he was hospitalized and then passed away in the middle of the night. In the morning, his oldest child, one of my aunts, went to the morgue to identify his body and fill out paperwork. On her way, she stopped by my grandmother's to break the news. When she came in, my grandmother said, "Oh, it's a sad day. He died just past midnight, I imagine." My grandmother had begun to show more signs of dementia, or just basic old age, and so the weird comments weren't too out of character. And my aunt assumed that while at the hospital, one of her siblings had already called their mother to tell her the news. My aunt shook it off and drove to the morgue. When she saw the death certificate, she was shocked to see that the time of death was listed at 12:10 a.m. On her way home, she stopped back at my grandmother's and asked her who had called her to tell her the news, and asked why she thought that he had died just past midnight. My grandmother said, "He came to see me at 12:30 and we talked for a spell. He wanted to apologize for all he had done and you kids. I think he made his peace and was able to move on, so I'm glad for that." My grandmother then resumed humming and doing a jigsaw puzzle. So, I've been stewing on this for a couple of weeks now. Recently, I randomly thought of an old friend that I hadn't seen since graduation. We went to different high schools, but had a lot of mutual friends and spent a fair amount of time together. I went to look him up on social media, but couldn't find a trace of him anywhere. It was really odd, but not that alarming. I found his dad and sister, but neither of their profiles mentioned anything about him, even on posts about or with other family members. I reached out to a mutual friend who went to his school and even asked if she had heard anything about him over the years. She had no clue who I was talking about. Even after showing her a picture of the three of us at a concert, she didn't even recognize him. They graduated in the same class, so I went and found their senior yearbook online to look him up. He's not in it, anywhere. He was a varsity athlete, he had tons of friends. I have plenty of pictures of him. He was even at my graduation as a spectator, and no one remembers him but me. It seems like he doesn't exist to his own family. I don't get how a whole person just seems to have been wiped from existence, and it's really freaking me out. This is one of the biggest personal glitches I've ever had. I work at the admitting department of my local hospital, and I also help the business office with miscellaneous billing duties. One of the things that I do is keep track of obituaries. When someone's obituary appears in the newspaper, I check to see if they still owe the hospital any money. If they do, I clip the obit, fill out a form, and then keep track of how their insurance pays or whatnot. A few years ago, I've worked there for 20 plus years, one of my coworkers in the dietary department retired and passed away soon after. I know because I processed her obituary. This coworker's daughter was really good friends with my cousin, so the daughter was even over at my cousin's house the day after my coworker's funeral. They had a huge wake for her mother and everything. Today, as I'm working ER registration, the daughter comes in and says her mom is in the ER. I was brought up short. I thought, what? I didn't say anything for a moment, so my office mate had to step in for me and look up this lady's mother. Sure as shit, it's the woman who died years ago. My office mate lets the daughter back into the ER to see her mom, and I'm unable to find the obit form I filled out. Edit 1. I heard back from my cousin, and he's as weirded out as I am. The coworker's daughter has no memory of the wake or anything, but she said that she's been getting this stuff from the people around her for the past few days. People remember her mom dying, even funeral details and the like, but coworker's daughter doesn't remember any of it. Plus, her mom is right there. It's really freaky. Edit number 2. I spoke with my cousin instead of texting him. The coworker's daughter said it was her dad that died and not her mom, but she also said that it's not the way that any of the people who run into her remember it. They're asking where her dad is, how he is today, he's not answering his phone or texts, etc., and to her, the man has been dead for over 10 years. Edit number 3. I've been asked if I had any close calls or moments where I could have slipped from one universe to another, and yes, there was one instance. It was a little over 2 years ago. I was getting my evening medications together, but I was tired and screwed them up. I ended up taking an entire bottle of glipizide, which is a medication that lowers your blood sugar. I accidentally took enough to kill a horse. I realized it right before I laid down for a nap due to extreme exhaustion, and I felt really weird going to sleep. Looking back on it, I think I fell asleep forever there, and then woke up here. I know this story is going to sound weird and crazy, but please hear me out. I'm not too familiar with this subreddit, but a friend of mine who's always telling me about metaphysics, Twilight Zone, simulation type stuff loves this sub and keeps telling me to post this. In fact, no doubt he'll read this. Anyway, here's my story. 2 weeks ago, I was about to get ready for a party at 6. Just before I started getting ready, one of my friends messaged me. She was super excited because a boy she's had a crush on for the last 4 years finally asked her out, and he was coming with her to the party. While I was texting her back, my younger brother walked into my room and asked if I could drive him to his friend's house, which I agreed to do. Then I went to the bathroom to have a shower and do my makeup. So I got in the shower, but when I went to wash my hair, I realized that my conditioner was finished. I was pretty ticked off because I'd only bought it a couple days beforehand, and it's a pretty expensive brand. My younger sister always used up my things, so I know that she used it all. She had also trashed the bathroom, leaving water everywhere and her dirty towel on the floor. I was pretty pissed off, and was about to get out of the shower in order to tell her off and get some more conditioner. But as I went to get out, I realized at the last second that she had kicked the grippy mat we have at the bottom of the shower tub up. So as I went to get out, my foot slipped and I fell with my neck down on the edge of the tub. Time seemed to slow down in my head, and I remember my last thought was, wow, this is how I die? How stupid. But here's the thing. At the moment of impact, I woke up in a start, back in my bed. I know it sounds stupid and cheesy, like something from a dumb Netflix show, but there's literally no other way to describe what happened. I was lying in bed right before I got up to shower the first time, but I don't remember falling asleep. And the thing is, I've been a lucid dreamer for the last 5 years or so, and if this was a dream, it was way more vivid than anything I've ever experienced. What really weirded me out though was the exact same friend who texted me the first time messaged me after I woke up to tell me that the boy she had a crush on had asked another girl out, and she was pretty bummed about it and didn't want to come to the party. It was weird that there was some similarity between that and the dream, but didn't think much of it at first. As I went to reply though, my younger brother came in and asked if I would take him to his friend's house. All the blood drained from my face. He just stood in the doorway looking confused and asked me what was wrong. I rushed into the bathroom, feeling like I was losing my fucking mind. I went to check the conditioner bottle, and I know this sounds completely crazy, but the bottle was finished, just like before, and the grip mat was kicked up. At that point, I went to lie back down in bed and texted my friends to tell them that I wouldn't be going to the party. This happened to me a few months back. I leave work at 5 p.m. every day. As usual, 5 p.m. is rush hour as everyone is leaving work. I get in my car and start the 1 hour, 15-minute drive home. I usually get in around 6:15, give or take 5 minutes, depending on traffic. In this time whilst driving, I usually call my partner to talk or to see if she needs anything from the shops on my way back. I know these roads like the back of my hands, having driven them for almost 9 years at this point. I finished my call to my partner after around 10 minutes of driving. As she requested something from the shop, I was preparing to stop as it's not far from where I am. As I turn a corner, I'm suddenly in shock. I'm at the very end of my road. No skipping, nothing jolty, just smooth transition as if one road was connected to another. At first, I think I had done that autopilot driving thing you hear about, where you just kind of lose track of time. But when I checked the clock, I almost fainted. It was 5:20. Phone, watch, and car all said 5:20. I pulled up outside my house and my partner comes out and says, "Huh? What was this supposed to be, some crap prank? I just got off the phone to you and you didn't mention you left early." I said that I didn't and explained what had just happened. I then called my business partner to ask him if we left early by mistake, and he said no, not at all. I explained to him that I was already home, and he said, "What? No way." He was still driving home, and he only lived 30 minutes from work. Later on in the evening, we were so baffled we checked CCTV and confirmed that we left at 5:04 p.m. The last email that I sent was at 4:42. We certainly did not leave early. What could explain this? It's never happened to me before or since. I've told this story to several people and no one really believed me. They just awkwardly shrugged and moved on. Maybe someone on here might actually appreciate this story. Anyway, a couple of years ago I had just graduated high school and didn't really know what to do with my life yet, or what college I was going to go to. Since my sister is a lot older than me, by the time I graduated she had already gotten married, had a baby, and moved into a new house. They had just put in a brand new kitchen, and then they went to visit her husband's parents that lived in another state. Before they left, my sister asked me if I wanted to house sit and feed their cat 2 times a day. I said yes, because I was still living with my parents and wanted some time to myself, without my parents consistently nagging at me about what I want to do with my life. They were right, of course, but I just wanted some space. So I stayed at my sister's house, played with the cat, fed the cat regularly, watched movies, used their PlayStation, and so on. I often had to stand in the kitchen and wait for the cat to finish her food. She was a very picky eater, and I had to make sure that she actually ate when I fed her. So I was standing there every day, looking around randomly, being a little bit bored. I vividly remember that the kitchen was a really bright red color. My sister thought it looked great, and her husband just let her pick out the color without interfering because my sister is the one cooking anyway. I wasn't that interested in kitchens, but I definitely noticed the red color and thought a couple of times that it was too bright and eye-catching. They might get sick of it easily and have to pay a huge amount of money to change it. I also took pictures and videos of the house to show them to my girlfriend. We joked about getting married and buying a house like this too, even though we both felt way too young for that and didn't even have jobs yet. I also filmed the kitchen and said to my girlfriend jokingly that I wouldn't let her choose a color like this because it's not my cup of tea, aka ugly, and she totally agreed with me. She wouldn't let me choose a color like this either. Several weeks after that, I got accepted into college and moved, so I didn't stay at my sister's house at all anymore. Approximately a year after that, I was back at my parents' house for holidays and my sister invited us all to dinner. I helped bring out the food and returned used dishes and loaded them into the dishwasher. While doing that, I noticed that they had a white kitchen now. I was confused, but didn't say anything because there was a lot going on. A couple hours later, I texted my sister because I remembered the new kitchen and thought it was funny that I was right all along. I texted her, "Why did you change your kitchen so soon? I thought you would get sick of the red, but I didn't think you would change the kitchen to a white one that fast." She was really confused because she had no idea what I was talking about. We texted back and forth and she explained that her kitchen had always been white, from day one when they installed it in the new house. There had never been a red kitchen, not even in the planning stages. I thought this was extremely weird, but I didn't want to give up. I suspected that she was pranking me. I looked up the pictures and videos on my phone. My heart sank when I saw it. The kitchen was white in every picture and video. I then went and asked my girlfriend if she remembered me sending her videos of my sister's house, and if yes, what color was the kitchen in. She said yes. She remembered watching the video and talking to me about the red kitchen. It couldn't have been a dream. I definitely stayed at my sister's house. My sister remembered me staying there and feeding the cat until they came back from their vacation. And my girlfriend clearly remembered watching the video with the red kitchen in it. But the color had changed in the video, so it can't be a prank by my sister or a false memory. My girlfriend and I couldn't have both hallucinated another color at the same time. We had a long-distance relationship and only talked on the phone or texted. We never did any drugs at all, and there was no alcohol involved either. And lastly, it wouldn't make sense for me to invent a story like this if it didn't actually happen. If I had to fabricate something, I would make it a lot more creepy and interesting than this, not like a boring kitchen color change. I still have no explanation besides it being a glitch in the Matrix. You could argue that it could have been the Mandela effect or a switch to a parallel reality too, but I believe that this is debatable. All these things might essentially stem from the same root. Maybe more random details change in my life, but I just don't notice them. A few years ago, when my daughter was 3, I decided to go back to school and become a nurse. My husband and I were in no way trying for a baby whatsoever. I was on birth control and we were very careful. I walk into her preschool one day to find the director and her teachers telling me congratulations with big smiles on their faces. I used to work as a preschool teacher here, so a lot of these people were close friends of mine. I asked them what they're congratulating me for, and they tell me that my daughter announced to everyone that mommy has a little sister in her tummy. I laughed it off and told them that I was sorry to disappoint them, but that just wasn't true. My daughter and I went home and talked about it. I told her mommy didn't have a baby in her tummy, and she just kept pointing at my belly and saying, "Yes, you do," as if I was lying to her. A few days later, I wake up to something touching my belly. My daughter has the bottom of my shirt pulled up with her head resting on my belly while she rubs it gently and says, "Baby sister, what are you doing hiding in there?" It was really sweet, and I just assumed that she really wanted a little sister. She had never expressed any interest in having a sibling prior to this, and we never discussed it. We had the talk again, and she got really upset with me and told me that she has seen her before and that she is in there. She told me that her sister looks different than us and has blonde hair and blue eyes with little holes in her cheeks, aka dimples. My daughter, husband, and I all have very dark hair, chocolate brown eyes, and no dimples. I talk to her about wanting a sibling and tell her that when I finish school we will try to give her a little brother or sister. Again, she's frustrated and yelling, "I already have a sister!" I was expecting my period to start within the next week like clockwork. It didn't. I took a pregnancy test and just stared at the faint positive result for what felt like forever. I was completely in shock. I was on birth control, so immediately called my OB/GYN, and they saw me the next day. It was estimated that I was 4 weeks and 6 days pregnant. I gave birth to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl with the sweetest dimples. This experience has always blown my mind. I'm a 21-year-old female and I live with my grandparents in a large city on a busy road. I was just in bed when I heard the doorbell ring. and I was about to answer it, but my grandpa got to the door before me. I'm now so glad that he did. I couldn't see the front door from the hallway, but when he opened it, I heard a woman say, "Hi, my name is Taylor. I think I know you." I didn't recognize that name, and my grandpa didn't either, because he told her that he definitely didn't know her. He asked how he could help her, and I heard him open the door wider, and then her quick footsteps as she just ran away. After she left, I came out to ask my grandpa what happened. He told me about the interaction with a puzzled look, and I immediately recognized it as suspicious. We have a Ring doorbell, so we pulled up the video it had taken. It showed a young woman covered in tattoos approaching our yard. As she walks up, she whistles loudly to someone off camera. I watch as my grandpa opens the door and she says that she thinks she knows him. Now, my grandpa is a retired police officer, and tonight he happened to be wearing his t-shirt with the name of our city's police department. When he opened the door wider, she must have noticed his shirt because her eyes widened and she just runs away. I watch as the video shows her holding up her arms crossed in an X as she runs away. And a few seconds later, a man crawls out from behind my car parked outside and follows her. Then the woman can be heard whistling again as they walk down the block. My grandpa called the non-emergency police line to report suspicious activity, and 2 officers arrived 15 minutes later to hear out our statements and watch the video. They seemed to agree that these were probably 2 addicts working together, casing out the neighborhood to see which houses they could break into. Since there was no proof of a crime committed, the officers gave us an email to send the video to and left. I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I, a 5'3", 100-pound, 21-year-old young woman, had been the one to answer the door, instead of my grandpa, who was a 6'2", ex-military retired police officer. So, sketchy couple lurking around my neighborhood? Let's not meet. Recently, I moved out of my apartment. I simply had to because I didn't feel safe with my landlords. I lived in this really nice Dumbo apartment in Brooklyn for a few months with my roommate, who paid for most of the rent since her parents are super rich. Our landlords were actually this seemingly really sweet couple who lived a few floors above with their kids. The first few weeks were somewhat normal, except for the fact that every time I saw their kids in the elevator, they would scream at me before they got off and then just run away. I thought it was funny and cute at first, but then their eldest son came to visit and started doing the same thing, and he looked to be about my age. I didn't really think much of it, since maybe he was just playing with his younger siblings. Shit got really weird when I bumped into all of them together and we talked for a bit. Out of nowhere, while we were having a pleasant conversation, the dad apologized to me, saying that his son might act strange, because he's a I was pretty shocked with him just saying that out of the blue. I paused for a bit, and I can't really remember what I said, but I do remember just wanting to get the hell out of this conversation now. A few days later, I bump into the dad again in the elevator. I was pretty standoffish, and he was just talking about how great my apartment is and how much of a generous guy he is for giving it to us at such a low rate. Then he just asked if I could babysit his kids, as he and his wife and his eldest son would be at a dinner. I said no at first, but he counteroffered, saying he'd pay $150 an hour, and being the greedy idiot that I am, I agreed. This is where I fucked up. When I get to his place, I was speechless. His apartment wrapped around the entire floor of the building. It was the nicest apartment that I'll ever see, that's for sure. About an hour in, everything was normal. I was playing some fighting game with the kids when we suddenly heard the front door slam. I told them to stay there as I peeked to see what was going on, and I see the dad just falling all over the place, clearly drunk as fuck. He started walking toward me and at the last minute fell face first onto the couch. I must have popped a blood vessel trying to hold in my laughter. I asked if he was okay though, and walked over to assist him. He then turned around, looked at me and said, "My wife will let us. Please." When I tried asking what he meant, his wife walked up to me, thanked me, paid me, and told me to come back another time. I just kinda went back to my apartment in shock, wondering what the fuck just happened, and I definitely wasn't going back. I told my roommate, and she told me that she also bumped into the dad, and he told her, quote, "My wife is cool, just so you know," with no explanation, and just left. At this point, we knew that we sure as hell were not going to renew our lease. We didn't see our landlords again until our final month. We kinda joked to our friends about how our landlords were creepy cucks, The next time I see them was actually with my boyfriend, who was well aware of what they were trying to do. It was an intensely awkward elevator ride, as when they saw us in there, they just went quiet and smiled and nodded at us repeatedly. As we step out of the elevator, the dad shouts "hey" to us and winks at me as the doors closed. After that, I asked my boyfriend to stay with us for the remainder of our lease, because at this point my roommate and I were freaked the fuck out. Our final and creepiest encounter was a few days before moving out. My roommate walked out of the apartment and both the landlords were sitting in front of the elevators waiting for us. She said that they started sobbing when they saw her and then begged us to stay. They apparently apologized for making us uncomfortable and said that they thought that we were the quote pretty young girls they were waiting for. She didn't say a word to them and got on the elevator and called me to warn me that they were outside, and then they started to knock. My boyfriend answered and said when the guy saw him, he asked if I was here. Of course, my boyfriend said no, but they tried walking in anyway. I walk out of my room saying I'll call the police if they don't leave, and they then beg me to not and run out of the apartment. A few days ago, we got a text from a random number saying we could live there for 6 months free if we just gave them a few nights. Of course, blocked and deleted. The whole thing was such an uncomfortable experience living there all those months, especially knowing they had the keys to our apartment. When I was about 6, I went for a walk along the beach with my mom and sister, who was only 1 year old at the time. My mom was pushing my sister in her buggy, and I was cavorting and gathering shells. All was good. We were near a lighthouse which had a sunken tidal path to it, and long story short, my mom had misread the tide times that morning and hadn't read the sign at the top of the path. About halfway through our walk back from the lighthouse, the sea suddenly seemed way closer than it should be. I see nothing wrong with this being 6, but my mom immediately and justifiably freaks out. She rushes along the path with the buggy, yelling for me to keep up, but I got distracted trying to gather my bucket of shells. Now, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I ended up on my own at the bottom of a really steep slope, with the water literally at my heels and my mom shouting and crying from the top of it for me to run up. I was terrified and absolutely frozen. And I remember distinctly just thinking that I was gonna die. It was getting dim, nobody was around, and my mom later told me she was desperately just trying to find some way to get back down the slope to get me without putting my baby sister in danger as well. I eventually snapped out of it and climbed the slope really slowly, using these smooth metal things that were laid into the path as handholds. By the time I got to the top of the path, the rest was completely covered by water. I was fine, but shaken. And my mom never took us back down that path again without triple checking the tide times first. Gave me a lasting, healthy respect for the ocean, mind you. Tides can come in quicker than you'd ever expect. Don't play around with that shit. My abusive father got my mother to have my younger sister and I stay a night at our secretly abusive grandparents'. By secretly abusive, I mean they were monsters to our mom, but kept it hidden. We were still trying to finalize the divorce at the time, and our mom wasn't really mentally stable enough to really refuse us going there, especially for just one night, and our grandparents were nice to us for the time being. Our mother was horribly abused, and after the divorce, it took her about 1.5 years before she actually started to recover, so I played my sister's advocate for anything she needed. Everything was fine for the first day and night, but in the morning my phone wasn't working. I hadn't known why, but I didn't think much of it. I just thought service was bad in the area. Then my father, who didn't swim with us the previous day, said he was going to go to the store to buy a swimsuit to join us. He left and I didn't think he'd be gone for long. Mother was supposed to pick us up that afternoon anyway. Well, the day went by and my phone still wasn't working. Father was still gone and Mother wasn't here either. Our grandparents said that Mom said it was okay if we spent another night, and this is where I sensed something else was going on. I was really tired, and so was my sister, so we went to bed and I planned on figuring out what was really happening the following day. I asked my sister if she thought anything was off, and she said that she had a bad feeling about all of this from the start. The next morning I checked my phone to see if it was working again, but to no avail. Father was still gone, and my mother was still not present. Now, keep in mind that the phone that I had was a really old smartphone that could barely work, just text and stuff. Most of the time it wouldn't even send notifications if something was wrong with it or if I got a text. so I'd have to check all of my contacts to see if anything was new. There was still nothing from my mom or dad. That's when it hit me. My grandparents had everyone keep their phones in the kitchen so you wouldn't stay up, so someone could have easily tampered with it. I took out the back, and there was no SIM card. I never take out the SIM for any reason, so I immediately went into, quote, "this is a kidnapping" mode. I started raising hell all the time, throwing dishes, silverware, anything I could get my hands on. I would talk back, get loud, and consistently annoy. An hour or two into me flipping my shit, our mother was at the house banging on the door. I grabbed my sister, our electronics, swimsuits, spare clothes, and rushed out the door and into the car. Mom says one or two quick things, but I don't really remember clearly. Probably something along the lines of, quote, "don't you dare do anything with my kids again," or something like that. After we get home and calm down my sister, our mom tells me in private that they did everything they could to keep her away, even telling the person at the front gate to never let her in. My grandparents lived in a gated community. We were planning on taking legal action, but with us being super poor and them being super rich, we thought it wouldn't be worth the time. They got the divorce completely filed, we moved the hell out of the area, and we haven't heard from them since. It always seems to be the people you think you're safe with that'll try to kidnap you. And even though this wasn't a very violent one, it was still very scary to my little sister and I, me being 13 and her only 10. I'm a male and was about 20 years old when I was hijacked. It was the middle of winter with lots of ice and snow, and there was very low visibility. I was driving my 92 Geo slowly down my home street, and it was about 3 a.m. My driver's side window was down to help keep the windshield from fogging up. A person steps out onto the ice into the middle of the road and stands there with his arms out like he's flagging me down for help. I stopped instead of trying to swerve around him on the ice, plus I figured it must be an emergency. It's a narrow street, and his friend comes out from between the parked cars on the side of the road. I didn't see guy number 2 until the razor blade was against my throat. He tells me to unlock the doors, then stands there while guy number 1 gets in the seat behind me. Then guy number 2 gets in the passenger seat and rests his arm on my seat near my shoulder, the hand with the razor hanging by my head. Guy number 1 tells me everything is cool, just drive them where they wanted to go. I take his directions, he and I make idle chit-chat while I drive, mostly on the highway to a part of town I didn't know. Guy number 2 keeps threatening different ways he could cut me, while guy number 1 keeps telling him to chill out. It's about a 45-minute drive, maybe more. They were both trashed, but I started to get an idea of what was happening. They both had met earlier that night at a bar, then went with a group to an after-party in my neighborhood. They got kicked out of the party and started looking for a ride to go across town to, quote, "sell shower curtains." I didn't bother to ask what they were actually selling. So we get to this shitty neighborhood and pull down an alley, then up behind these rundown condos. I don't know why I wasn't terrified before, but I was then. Drug deals can go bad, you know? And I drove these guys there. Guy number 2 goes in, while guy number 1 is sitting behind me still chatting with me. Guy number 2 comes back, no problem. He splits some money with number 1 and then we drive off. Guy number 1 gives me some seemingly random directions, then points at a parking lot that he wants to be dropped off in. I stop, he gets out, and guy 2 thankfully gets out as well. Number 1 turns around and starts yelling at number 2. "You're not going with me, motherfucker. I don't know you. I don't know you. Get back in the fucking car." I lock my doors and roll up the stupid fucking window. I didn't hear anything distinct after that, and I still don't know why I stayed behind to watch them argue. I left real quick when number 1 pulled a little revolver out of his pants and stuck the gun in number 2's face. I then went home and went to bed. I was kidnapped when I was 10. If you've seen Mystic River, it was a lot like that. 3 men in suits convinced me they were police officers and they had badges, or at least they looked enough like badges to me at that age. They told me my mother was hurt and they were going to take me to the hospital. They were super detailed. They knew my mother's full name and the names of everyone in my family. They approached me asking if I could confirm it was me. They then provided information about my family to make me feel secure. They drove me to what ended up being just outside the city, opened the door, and that's the last I remember from right there. I woke up in a padlocked dog cage, naked. The first 24 hours, they just kept hosing me down, so I was consistently wet and crying. They would never smile or laugh that day, and barely even spoke, just the hose and staring. The next day was when the rape and abuse started. They would force me from the cage after I made it clear I wasn't cooperating, and did things I consistently try to forget. I really don't feel that anyone would be better off reading it. The third and final day was when the talk of the chase started. This is when the laughing that haunts my mind started too. I hear that fucking laughter every day in my head. They spray painted me red as best as they could while I was in the cage. They told me if I was nice and good then, they wouldn't have to hurt me as bad before they started chasing me. I finally accepted their terms and told them I was sorry for being bad and that I loved them. It was what they had been asking me to say this entire time. The smallest of them gave me a hug, and the next thing I remember was being woken up in the back of a different car than the one they had taken me in. The small one told me it was time for the end, and he wasn't going to hurt me before I ran. He opened the door and I just sprinted. I was in a very hilly area, but it butted up against really thick trees. They all started laughing and I heard a gunshot. I bolted for the trees and made it in before I heard them. I stayed super close to the tree line, and as soon as I thought they were all three in the trees, I snuck out back towards where we came from. I never heard them after that. I made it to a road and found some houses. The first 3 doors I knocked on didn't answer, and I know for a fact one of them was home. I saw them looking at me through the window. Finally, at the 4th house, a woman opened her door and I ran inside her house and just started crying. The rest is very basic, getting back with my family, the police investigating, all of that. No one was ever arrested or punished, though. Once, about 5 years ago, I thought a guy looked like one of the 3, but the report on the news was about him being killed by a police officer after a traffic stop where he pulled a gun on the cop. So I never really got to find out anymore. And that's my story. I was scared. I tried so hard to believe I was going home, but by the end of the 2nd day, I knew I was gonna die. I even started trying to think of ways I could take one of them with me. I wanted them to die with me. I wanted someone to be punished. It all haunts me pretty bad still, but I honestly feel I'm incredibly well adjusted for all of it. No one other than my fiancé and a very few close friends know about any of it. I have a few things that really get me still, like I can't be wet for extended periods of time, and when I am wet, I prefer the water to be incredibly hot. The words, quote, "I hate you," even if in a joking fashion, really set me off. I break down hard because regardless of who says those words, I hear those men. I've had a few mental snaps in the last couple of years where I shut down and can't speak for a few days. And I hear the laughing. I wish I didn't. I went to this kind of outdoor education boarding school when I was 14 or 15 in the Victorian Alps in Australia. We hiked the mountains in that area almost every weekend, usually doing 2 to 3 night hikes, sometimes longer. We had heard from teachers and locals that there were hermits in the mountains who lived in shacks or drifted between the old cattlemen huts. We just brushed them off though as stupid stories that the teachers would tell you to spook you. However, we did this one hike at the tail end of winter that kind of led me to believe that there actually were hermits living out in the mountains. Basically, we were doing this 4-day hike, and it was super gloomy, foggy, and cold the whole hike. The Victorian Alps are famous for their cattlemen's huts, which are all over the high country. We would hike from hut to hut, but rarely stayed in them because it was one of the school's rules. So, we were hiking on the 2nd day on this steep ridge, and it was mega foggy and cold. You couldn't see into the valley, only down the sloping edges of the ridge. When you're hiking long distances, you don't really talk the whole way, and since it was miserable, we all just had our heads down walking straight. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a big dog about 50 meters down the side of the ridge. It wasn't a dingo, because it was jet black and had a collar on. It looked kinda like a border collie. I had only just registered it was a dog in my mind when I swear I saw a man walking behind the dog. He looked homeless and was looking up at us. Bear in mind, it was really foggy, and this guy was darting in and out of trees. I turned around and told my mate I saw a dude and his dog on the trail below. He was still visible, so I pointed him out, and my mate freaked out a little too, and told everyone else to look as well. In the moment of getting my group, which was 6 guys, to stop hiking and all look, he was gone. Everyone other than myself and my mate who saw him shrugged it off as a day hiker and his dog. We joked it was a hermit, but didn't speak about it much after that. We arrived at our campsite, which was the Vallejo Gartner hut. We couldn't stay in the hut, so we set up camp on the flat ground around it. We set up, cooked dinner, and got ready to sleep. I didn't think much about the man and the dog I saw earlier, but now it was getting dark and it kinda crept into my mind. There's this awesome toilet at this hut that overlooks the valley below. Honestly, an awesome shitter. It was almost dark and I needed to shit, so I headed to the loo. As I was sitting there and looking at the view, I was feeling a little creeped out. I don't know why. Now, one thing to note is that these huts are all covered in scribbles and people's names, little sayings, etc. Like literally every square inch is covered in something. So of course, you never really read anything on the walls if you stay at these huts like every weekend. Though, as I reached for the toilet paper, these words literally jumped out at me. Run. 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 He's coming. Run. I never wiped my ass faster. Combined with what I had seen earlier and my creepy feeling, I just bolted out of the bathroom into my tent. The guy that I was tenting with was actually the one who had also seen the dude, so I told him what I saw in the bathroom. We both became pretty paranoid and just sort of laid there for hours not making a sound. Eventually though, I went to sleep. Shit really gets weird when the next day we woke up to find huge portions of our food missing. We keep the food in the outside bits of our tents and our hiking packs, and then inside zip bags too. Half of my group's outside tent flies were undone with the packs open, and food bags were strewn all over the ground. We thought it was a wombat originally, but the bags were literally unzipped, and our hiking packs had buckles to open them. My thinking was the dude I saw earlier was a hermit, and followed us to our camp and stole our food that night. Honestly, creepiest shit I've ever experienced. I was walking around my neighborhood alone once, enjoying the night air and watching the stars. There was this little pond near my house, with a wooded area that had trees, a bench, and a rope swing that went out over the water. I sat down on the bench to look at the stars, and I heard some rustling off to my right, towards the trees. Bears weren't uncommon from where I was from, so I took out my flashlight and shone it around over there. I didn't see anything. It freaked me out, so I kept my flashlight on and my senses aware, but I stayed on the bench to mull over my thoughts and watch the sky some more. I don't really know why I did that, because that's typical horror movie shit. Anyway, a few minutes pass and I hear nothing more, so I lean back into the bench and start to relax a bit. I'm staring up at the sky with my flashlight pointed downwards, so as not to create any light pollution. That's when I noticed something in the tree in my peripheral vision. I couldn't really tell what it was, but the branch was swaying slightly, and the rustling noise was back too. I immediately sat up and stared at it, but hadn't shown my flashlight at it yet in case of pissing off some huge bird or something else. I don't think I've ever been that scared before in my life. I remember my heart was beating so fast and I could taste blood even. I stared at it for what seemed like forever, and it slowly stopped moving, but the shape was still there. Bears do climb trees sometimes, so I was hesitant to run away in case that's what it was, so I just kept staring at it. After a while, I mustered up my little raisin-ass kahunas to shine my goddamn light at the tree. It was a man. A fucking man. There in the tree, crouched like some silent naked monkey. He had no expression on his face, but his eyes were open really, really wide. When my light landed on him, he started to move like he was going to come down, but I didn't stick around to see if he did. I jumped the bench and ran for the fucking hills. I ran to my house around to the back door and locked myself in without looking back once. I went around and made sure every window and door was locked, and I even checked the attic. I never go out alone anymore. A few friends and I went on an overnight hike in the Rockies behind our little town a few years back when I was in high school. Our camping site was pretty far up there and it was getting really dark. The spot we were at was nestled in a grove of trees secluded from the wind and elements, so we decided to stop there for the night. The four of us built a little fire and ate dinner, then we just talked for a few hours. All of a sudden, my friend leaps forward and douses the fire with our emergency water, plunging us into complete darkness. Needless to say, the rest of us were pretty pissed as there was no reason for him to do this. He quickly shushes us, and we realize that he's absolutely terrified. Like so scared he couldn't even speak or move. The rest of us managed to get a few words out of him, and he tells us to look up on the ridge where we should have been camping at. It was pretty far up, so it was kind of hard to see at first, but that sight will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a fire, a big one, like a bonfire sort of thing. Around this fire were several figures moving in a slow circle. They were humanoid, but not quite, and they all had arms and legs like people, but something just seemed different about them, and I can't really explain it. It was almost like their limbs were too long and skinny or something, but maybe not. Anyway, these figures just moved around the fire in a really slow circle over and over and over again. My one friend claims that he could hear them singing something, but I don't really remember anything like that. Importantly, there was one standing off to the side a little ways, leaning with his arm on a tree branch above his head. The whole experience really creeped us out, but we were able to sleep it off. We figured it was a scout troop having a camp or something. Morning eventually came, and we decided to finish off our hike to the peak, and on the way down we passed the place we saw the figures and decided to check out the camp. It was completely deserted. It was obvious though that there had been a fire, and there were footprints everywhere. Inside the fire pit was a small mound of charred animal bones, probably chipmunk or something, and a pile of 4 or 5 rodent skulls that had been burned. Creepy, right? Then we look over at where that one figure was standing. Blood. Not a lot, but enough to be of concern. Then we see the tree branch he was casually leaning against. It was well over any of our heads, and I'm over 6 foot. That would mean that in order for the figure to lean against it, he was like at least 7 feet tall. Needless to say, we got off that mountain very fast, and I have never been up there again. We even called the Fish and Wildlife Rangers and told them what we saw. They said it was probably just a bunch of kids messing around and not to worry about it. And it might have been just that. We let our imaginations run wild. But all 4 of us swear to this day that we saw the same thing, and it didn't look like a bunch of kids in the dark. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but those mountains still scare the shit out of me, and I will never go back there again. Don't believe me if you don't want to, but there is something out there, ghost or dumb kids. I'm not going anywhere near it. A really good friend of mine known as Damo was an avid fisherman, and he and his dad used to go out sea fishing whenever they could. A few years ago he told me this story and it creeped the hell out of me, so this seems like an appropriate place to tell it now. Damo and his dad were on the second night of a deep-sea fishing trip, and they decided to get some sleep early in the evening so they could go for whatever fish they were after around 1 a.m., which was apparently the best time to get this fish. Anyway, they only had a smallish boat, but the weather was extremely pleasant, and the sea was calm to the point of stillness, so they figured it would be a great night to fish for them. Around 12:30 a.m., they started to set their gear up, and as they were on the starboard side getting the bait ready, they heard a loud splash on the port side. As there was almost no swell, they figured it was either a large fish or some gear that had somehow fallen in, so they went over to have a look. Floating face up in the water only a few feet from the side of the boat was a young woman. They reckon she couldn't have been more than about 30 at most. She showed absolutely no signs of decomposition or bloating, and there was nothing tangled in her hair. She was wearing a simple white skirt and a blue-colored strappy top, both of which were, quote, clean and apparently looked barely wet. All indications that she had only just gone in the water. She showed no signs of, quote, damage like having been beat or attacked, and her eyes and mouth were shut. Damo said she looked totally peaceful and like she was simply asleep and just floating on her back in the water. They were both totally freaked out by the whole thing, but reacting more to the need to make sure that she was okay, instead of just standing there trying to work out where she came from. They tried to wake her up by shouting at her, and they threw a line to her hoping that they may catch her enough to pull her in. She showed absolutely no signs of movement, and the splashing around that they were making with the rope served only to let her body drift further away from the boat. When she was a few meters away, Damo ran off to get a fishing rod, hoping they could pull her in that way, and his dad ran to the cabin to try and call the Coast Guard for help. When Damo got back to the side, she had vanished. He frantically searched around and splashed into the water with the rod, thinking she had bobbed underwater or even drifted under the boat somehow, but the body had just vanished. Eventually his dad, figuring they couldn't just leave a potential dead or unconscious body floating out in the water, jumped in and swam over to where she had last been, hoping he may find her under the surface, but they couldn't find anything. They did eventually drive the boat around in a good half-kilometer circle, but they never saw the body again. The Coast Guard did come out, and obviously Damo and his dad were kind of interrogated to make sure they hadn't murdered or dumped the body, but nothing came of it at all. The freakiest thing about it all was the boat was thoroughly checked before they had set out fishing for the day, so they could say with certainty that there had been no woman on board when they set off. The apparently, quote, fresh state of the body kind of removed the possibility that she had been in the water a while, and that they had just found the body, and that they were far enough out from land, and nowhere near any other boats, that her appearance there was just totally unexplainable, as was the way the body just disappeared. Damo and his dad hadn't been gone more than 20 seconds from the side of the boat, but in that time the body just completely vanished. They were both really shaken by the whole thing, and were most terrified by the fact that her appearance was preceded by the heavy splash in the water, to them suggesting the body had only just entered the water from their own boat. They tell the story now as a kind of "you won't believe what happened to us" type of thing, but it shook them badly, and neither have been back to the same fishing spot since. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and told me exactly what had happened. I'll spare the details, but it was horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I led the interview and it was horrible. He didn't even try to deny that he had hurt his stepchild, basically saying, "That's my kid. I'll do what I want and you can't stop me." When I served him the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming and said, "If we were outside this building right now, I would fucking kill you." We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm, and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The very next day, we had court for the children, and my manager decided I shouldn't attend due to everything that had happened the previous day. My colleague, who did attend, told me that this man was at court and yelled several times something to the effect of, "Where is that of a worker who took my kids?" I remember feeling a little freaked out, but it's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that emotions are very high. You build a bit of resilience working in this field, and overall I mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. About 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 p.m. when I finished, and I was the only person there. I walked out the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close, I thought I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car. Just for a second, and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but it startled me. I stood there for a second just looking at my car, wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing tiny rustling noises, and whether imagined or not, all of the true crime horror stories I've ever heard flashed into my mind. Safe to say, I freaked myself out and sprinted back to the building. I called my boyfriend to come pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I had convinced myself I was being silly and asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around, and with the headlights shining on my car, I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night and called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible, but as I hadn't seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I took a few days off and came back to a meeting with my manager, who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She had organized to have a security guard escort us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then, about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office goes through our reception staff first. Our lovely receptionist opened it, and it was a note that said, "You're as good as dead, bitch." The words were typed and printed. She was an older woman and burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who had sent it, but I was convinced it was the same man. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming, each one getting longer. They addressed me as quote bitch and quote homewrecker, saying that I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The person writing them threatened to torture, kill, find out where I live, and to burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I never had anything like this happen to me before. They did say that they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they had been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building, and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day, on the way home from work, I noticed that a car was following me. At first, I thought I was just being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets. I doubled back onto the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. Even after all of that, this dark green Camry was still paced a little way behind me. I freaked out, but had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station, planning to pull right up to the front of the building and beat my horn until I had someone's attention. The second I pulled into the police station, the green Camry drove straight past and disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes, too scared to get out of the car in case they came back around the corner. It dawned on me that in my panic I had forgotten to get the license plate. That upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't have any car registered in his name. This was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck. I was looking around constantly at work and at home. I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for a month and heard from colleagues that the letters kept arriving. I was honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened. It really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments. I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. About a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they are happy and safe with their family. And as for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for doing my job, let's not meet ever again. Before I begin this story, I'd like to add that I'm a 26-year-old female, but at the time of the events, I was only 17. Back when I was in high school, this all took place in 2014, I met a girl who I'll call Carly. Carly was pretty. She had long red hair and friendly dark brown eyes, sort of like Bella Thorne. She always wore bright, happy, colorful clothing and lots of happy, earthy jewelry. She just looked like such a happy and bright person. She had a loud and outgoing, happy personality, too. Carly and I became friends. Everything was great in the beginning. She took me exploring to a bunch of abandoned houses in our town. We took a bunch of selfies and pictures together, and she even let me stay the night at her house sometimes. Carly kissed me one day in her car. That led to us making out quite frequently after that. One day, she began taking videos of us making out on her Snapchat account. She told me she was going to send the videos to her ex-boyfriend, Michael. I thought this was random, but I didn't say anything. The next day at school, one of my friends, Allison, came up to me and was very upset. She told me Carly had sent videos of us making out to her boyfriend, Carson. She asked me why we would do such a thing. I was very confused and told her Carly told me she was sending those videos to an ex who lived in another state. Allison warned me and told me that Carly wasn't my friend. She said she wasn't anyone's friend. I didn't listen though and continued hanging out with Carly. I started dating one of Carly's guy friends who I'll call Garrett. She did not like this. One day, I walked to Garrett's house and called Carly to say hi while doing so. She told me to be careful, but that she had to go. Garrett and I started walking around his neighborhood talking. Then next thing I know, Carly shows up out of nowhere with my ex in the back seat of her car. She was screaming at the top of her lungs that I didn't know what I wanted, and that I needed to get in her car so that she could take me home. Garrett tried telling her to leave, but she went ballistic and kept screaming. So we got in her car, and she dropped Garrett off and took me home, and was then acting all nice to me once I got in her car. She was telling me how much she loved me and how much I meant to her. I ended up staying the night with her that night. I remember becoming emotional in her room because I didn't like seeing my ex, who I had recently broken up with before Garrett and I started dating. She climbed on top of me and started making out with me, and everything went black. I remember waking up the next morning and she took me home. Later that day, I had been admitted to a hospital because I was feeling unwell, reasons unrelated, so I was in the hospital for a few days. During this particular day, my boyfriend Garrett, my mom, and Carly had come to visit me. We were all visiting when Garrett kissed me. I didn't know this at the time, but my mom later told me that when Garrett kissed me, Carly had a very dark and evil look in her eyes as she stared at me. My mom said that that look gave her goosebumps and chills that ran up her spine. She said Carly looked completely evil, like she wished I would just die. Shortly after, I was released from the hospital. A few days later, when I was back at school, Carly completely shunned me. She wouldn't look at me, she wouldn't talk to me, she completely acted as if I didn't even exist. I had no idea what I had done wrong from the time she visited me in the hospital to now. At school, she gave me a very cold and dark death glare. If looks could have killed, I would have dropped dead. I avoided her after that and had no clue what I had done. She just acted like she hated my guts completely. Garrett and I eventually broke up, and I got back with my ex, the one that was in Carly's car that day. Now, after I was first released from the hospital, I noticed this sticky stuff all over the screen of the outside of my bedroom window. I had no idea what it was or where it came from. I was waiting for my boyfriend to get off of work one night. I had gone up there to visit him, and he randomly handed me his phone, so I got bored and decided to go through it. I saw that he had been texting Carly. As I was going through their text, I saw that she had been sending him sexual photos of herself. During the time that I was in the hospital and Carly would come to visit me and act like my best friend, she was going behind my back and sleeping with my ex. And that sticky stuff on the window? There was a text to my boyfriend from Carly that said, quote, "Let's egg her house again. That was fun." I immediately started crying, and my boyfriend, of course, was trying to justify all of this, claiming that he had only hung out with Carly because he missed me, and that he was upset that I was dating Garrett. Carly never spoke to me again. When I tried to confront her as to why she would egg my house and get with my ex while pretending to be my best friend, she tried to pin it all on my boyfriend, claiming that he was after her and that she had rejected him. That summer, Carly told all of my close friends that I had committed suicide. She started telling everyone that she had, quote, loved me so much and that I, quote, fucked her over. But I'm telling you, that look in Carly's eyes, it was like looking into pure evil. It was horrifying. It was like seeing who she really was, and to this day it still freaks me out. Years after this, I had spoken to a girl who Carly and I went to school with, who I'll call Maddie. Maddie and Carly had become the best of friends after Carly dropped me. Maddie told me, "You're nothing like she described you, and she made you out to be this really horrible person, but you're nothing like that." It turns out that the reason Maddie and Carly stopped being best friends is because Maddie told me that Carly got her to do cocaine with her one night at a hotel, and they had sex. She told me that Carly then left the hotel to find Maddie's crush. It was a guy she had been in love with for a while, and then had sex with him that night, dumped off Maddie, and began dating that guy. Maddie's words were, quote, "She's not at all who she pretends to be." She wasn't. Carly wore the happiest and brightest of clothing. On the outside looking in, she appeared like the most loving person ever, and she knew how to make you feel so special, like you were the only one that mattered. But there was a real evil inside of Carly, something terrifyingly wrong, something extremely dark and deranged that you could only see once you got close enough to her before she hurt you. I've never seen Carly since, and I really hope I never have to again. So to the girl who pulled me in and made me believe we were the best of friends, let's not meet. This is a throwaway because only a handful of people closest to me know this happened. It's very difficult for me to talk about, but maybe it's time. Note, I'm 27 now, and this all happened when I was 18 and 19. I wasn't raised in a church. My parents grew up with very religious parents and didn't want to force anything on us. That being said, in high school, I got very curious about God, religion, all of that stuff. I started dating a guy when I was in 9th grade who took me to church with him. He was a Southern Baptist, so I kept going. We broke up, but this is all still important because that was my first experience with church. I just wanted to do the right thing. This isn't what this story is about, it's just a little background. Fast forward to senior year. I started dating another guy in my grade. He was always popular and pretty mysterious. Everyone knew he was religious but didn't know what kind. Everyone knew because his mom would attend our choir concerts always wearing long skirts, no jewelry or makeup, and had her hair in a bun. His best friend didn't even know what church he went to, but told me that they didn't have a TV and weren't allowed to watch movies. I was incredibly nervous to ask him what church he went to, even though we were dating and I figured after 3 months I should know. I had asked him a few times to go with me to the Baptist church, but he always declined. Finally, I got up the courage. I asked him what church he went to, and he only replied with, "You should see for yourself." I was excited. I get to be a part of it and part of his life. He invited me to his church. I went out and bought a long skirt and threw my hair up. I figured I should be respectful and dress like his mother. He picked me up that following Wednesday evening and drove me to the, quote, meeting. It was at a Holiday Inn conference room. Everyone there was very old except me, my boyfriend, his younger brother, and 2 toddlers. The meeting, that's what they called it anyway, was run by 2 very elderly women from Ireland. Well, I'm pretty sure it was Ireland. I could barely understand them, but the Bibles they used were normal Bibles, so I didn't feel too uncomfortable. They had a hymnal that just said hymns on the front. Everyone sang a cappella, there were never instruments, and it was a very strange evening. But because they used a typical Bible, I figured it was fine. I eventually stopped attending the Baptist church I was a part of and went strictly to my boyfriend's meetings. Wednesdays were held at the Holiday Inn, and Sundays were held in various friends' houses. Every member was called a, quote, friend. The meetings weren't huge, maybe 10 to 20 people. Each fall and spring, though, they held, quote, conventions. They would be on someone's farm and include every friend in the state, and sometimes a few surrounding states. Those were very, very big. We would stay in quarters and listen to people speak from the Bible. You also had a chance to stand up and read a verse that meant something to you. This all happened very slowly and over the course of 2 years or so. I must have been obsessed with just trying to do the right thing and follow Jesus, because I didn't notice that I was being brainwashed. He took my virginity. I ended up living with them. I had no idea to this day how that transition even happened, or if my parents wondered where I was. My parents were in the middle of a messy divorce and honestly probably didn't notice that I was gone. My boyfriend's mom didn't believe in using hospitals or doctors, and took a holistic approach to her family's and my health. She had me on different vitamins every day of the week. I was already very skinny, but over time lost even more weight. I probably got down to 80 or 90 pounds. She also gave me iodine drops under my tongue every day. This all led to me being severely underweight, and I had to stop sleeping almost completely. I think the doctors ended up saying it was all the vitamin B12 in my system. While in my hazy state of mind, I ended up getting baptized in a lake at one of the conventions. Shortly thereafter, when we went home, I started having panic attacks. Everything from this time is such a blur to me. Such a blur. I eventually had one big panic attack that threw me over the edge. I had a complete mental breakdown. I remember a few things very vividly. I tried to read the Bible to calm down and couldn't read anymore. Everything was just shapes and blobs. This led to more crying. My dad remarried 2 weeks after the divorce and married a woman named Nikki. I was convinced that they were both Satan because of this. I tried to jump off a very high hill near the house I was staying at. I would have at the very least broken many bones if not died. I thought I was already dead and was convinced their house was a coffin, and they were burying me outside and my soul was overhearing it all. I guess they realized that something was wrong and probably didn't want to be liable because they found my dad's number and told him to come get me. I actually fought going and cried and screamed, but my dad took me back to his house. I didn't sleep that night again and thought his house was the Twin Towers and that I was stuck inside as they were falling down. I started seeing small rainbows everywhere too. My brain was completely fucked, you guys. The next day, my dad and stepmom took me to a behavioral health hospital. I remember that it was the day that Steve Irwin died because my dad told me in the waiting room, and I thought for sure that he murdered Steve Irwin, and that's how he knew that he was dead. But it was just on the news in the waiting room. Either way, I stayed in an acute wing of the hospital for 2 weeks. They took my vitals several times a day and night, and I had to go to group therapy sessions and drink Ensure all day until I was finally up to a healthy weight. That man and his family fucked me up. I hope I never see them again. It's almost 10 years later and I have nightmares about them still. I had one last night actually. They're mostly just present in my dream. I had the courage to finally try and Google the name of their cult. It took some digging, but they're called 2x2s. Sorry this was so long. So much happened to me. This is just all I can remember. Exchange students sometimes have it worse. I was an exchange student from Malaysia and was placed in Missouri in 2006. They were a family of 4, with a son and a daughter, and they lived somewhere around Webster Groves. They looked nice, warm and welcoming, but it was all a facade for they were trying to gain my trust. Coming from a country where all of your neighbors are practicing a million different religions would kind of desensitize you, or make you very aware. I was the latter. The first week was fine, but sometimes I would wake up a little early and find them gathered in the kitchen in a circle, around the kitchen table, mumbling and whispering. They'd stop as soon as I entered. It was very disconcerting, but I brushed it off thinking it was just an American quirk. During the second and third week, it became worse. The boy wouldn't touch me because, quote, "I'm born from sin," his words, and the girl was afraid of me because I spoke to the father whilst looking him in the eye. I started prodding her for answers whenever little things that I did, which are normal by the way, like reading before bed, talking directly to the parents, eating a sandwich, would elicit small gasps and hyperventilation from her. She told me that I have residues of the wicked and that I'm going to hell. She told me about a, quote, cleanse and a daily prayer wash. I've seen them singing the same hymns over and over again, reciting the same verses in different tones, and it really freaked me out. I wasn't stupid. I realized I was in a cult when they took me to, quote, church. I was made to sit in the front, and the pastor was conducting the service specifically for me. I realized it when I looked around and saw that everyone was looking at me. I felt like I was in a horror movie. Wide-eyed, silent stares. Men and women were separated. People wore different colored ribbons on their wrists, and the children looked haunted or just plain frightened. Nobody spoke to me or even came close to me. The men never looked me in the eye, and the women whispered and shunned me. I went there twice. School was on break, so I had to stay in with them. Many weird things happened, but none was as bad as waking up in the middle of the night to find the mother sitting next to my bed, reciting verses from the Bible in the dark. As soon as I'm awake, she'd stop and silently walk away. The family began treating me badly after that. I was punished for being out of line, meaning no dinner, locked in till morning, no sweet drinks. I had to cover up with long-sleeved tops, long pants and a skirt, etc. I think I lasted because I was curious. They probably thought that since I'm from Southeast Asia, I must be quite gullible and naive. They tried brainwashing me about how sinful I was, how, quote, lost I was, how the world is going to end and I'll be dragged into hell unless I accept their teachings. I was there for a month before our chapter coordinator came by for a visit. I told her everything, outside the house naturally, and left with her immediately. We came back with a group of people from the exchange organizations about an hour later and found them in the midst of burning the things of the, quote, sinful non-believer. Thankfully, my passport and other relevant docs were untouched. I never found out what kind of cult they were. When I was a high school senior in 1974, my parents went downtown to dinner with some friends at a fancy restaurant. My sister was in college, so I was at home, alone. I was in the basement of our house, which is where the stereo was, and I was listening to some loud music, which is probably why I wear hearing aids now, but I digress. The album I was listening to had just finished, and I was in the process of picking out something else to listen to when I heard breaking glass. My first thought, which really made no sense, was that my sister had decided to come home, forgot her keys, and broke the window to get into the house. She never would have done anything like that. My second thought was, I think I'd better see what's going on. So I went up the basement stairs to the garage level of our house. I opened the door, and there were these 3 guys who were just about as surprised to see me as I was to see them. They were young, probably about 18 to 21, and they had broken into our house to steal some stuff. When I confronted them, 2 of the burglars ran upstairs and out of the front door of our house. The third guy, the oldest, pulled out a gun and told me to go upstairs. I did as I was told. He then told me that he and all of his friends had guns, and that if I called the police, he'd come back and kill me. He then ran out of the front door as well, and I was able to get a general description of the car that they were driving. Yes, I immediately called the police. When I told them that I was home alone, they asked me where my parents were, so I gave them the name of the restaurant, and they were kind enough to call them for me. I was shaking by this point. The cops arrived, asked a lot of questions, and after what seemed like hours, which was actually about 30 minutes, my parents arrived home. There were several odd things that happened. First, the police accused me of breaking the window and covering it up with a wild story. Secondly, they stopped some guy randomly a few miles away, brought him by in the dark, and then asked me to identify him from 35 feet away. I said I wasn't sure, but they arrested the guy anyway. He was later set free for lack of evidence. Third, the detectives that came by asked why the footprints in the snow outside of the window were obscured. And when I told them that the only people who had walked out there were other police officers, they got mad at me. Well, nothing happened for a while after this. And then one day I was asked to come in and take a look at some pictures. They had some big photo books, 3 of them with about 50 photos each, and asked me if anyone looked familiar. I immediately picked out the 3 perps. The detective at that point told me that they had arrested them on other break-ins, would now add this one to the case against the 3. I had to testify in court about 2 months later, and what was interesting is that the prosecuting attorney asked me and my parents to consider leniency towards the youngest of the 3 men. I agreed. He hadn't done anything except be with the other 2, and he wasn't that much older than me. He was given a suspended sentence and asked to pay reparations for the damage, which he did. About 4 years later, I got a letter from him stating how grateful he was with the second chance I had given him. He now had a steady job, was getting married, and of course hadn't seen the other men in years. I thank the prosecutor for giving this young man a second chance and persuading me to give it to him. It was about 1:30 in the morning. I had been asleep for a couple hours after drinking a good several beers. I'm woken up by loud stomping around upstairs, as this is in a house and I rent a room in the basement. I don't think too much of it beyond the fact that it's pretty annoying, as the people that I live with can be pretty loud at times. The stomping starts coming down the stairs though, and I think my roomie is pissed and is coming down to bitch about something. Then my room door is just kicked open. I sit bolt upright in my bed saying, "What the fuck?" And wham, I get smoked on the top side of my head, knocking me out of the bed and onto the floor. I may have been knocked out at that time, but I'm not really sure. I pull myself up to my feet and turn around to see some dude in all black with his face covered, pointing a shotgun at me. What runs through my mind at this point is, oh fuck, this is not seriously a home invasion. He starts yelling for me to get moving and to go up the stairs. This is when I feel a warm wash running down my face. Blood, and a lot of it. I'm a bit staggered on my feet, both from my earlier consumption of alcohol and from getting hit. Getting up the stairs, he's asking me where the money is. My female roomie has been sat down on an upper flight of stairs with a second robber up in the master bedroom rummaging around looking for stuff, and my second roomie is nowhere to be seen. I should note that the house is a split level, giving 4 floors for a 2-story building. The robber who is with me is yelling at me about, quote, the drugs and the money. They must have the wrong place thinking that we're drug dealers. I mean, we do smoke pot, but by no means have any large amounts of cash or pot around. Now, my memory is fuzzy with everything going on. Some other bad shit that happened to me that I won't really mention here, but my missing roomie had gotten outside when the second guy came downstairs to grab me, with his partner up in the master bedroom looking for shit, allowing him to get outside. My roomie was able to smash a window on the getaway car, but never got the plate number. Your brain will not be able to work right in a situation like this. He also managed to finally get a neighbor awake and a 911 call was made. I'll also note that all he was wearing was a t-shirt. That's it, during winter in Canada, and he grabbed an axe on his way out the door. As soon as the sirens were audible, the robbers yelled, "Cops! Cops!" and were off and running. They did get some things, probably about $2,000 worth of electronics and cash, but were probably really pissed as I'm sure they were looking for a much larger score. Looking at the carnage afterward, I had left a very solid trail of blood from my room in the basement up to the main floor. Half my body was covered in it. Head wounds will bleed a lot. News reporters were across the street almost as fast as the cops, and an article was made to the paper the next day. I'm sorry about the wall of text, as it's pretty late here and easier to type out like this trying to remember all of the events. TLDR, gunpoint, hit with shotgun, and shit happens fast in a home invasion. A few years ago, me and this guy I'll call AH used to be friends with me, and we would hang out all the time. Over the years, we stopped talking due to me changing schools, and I hadn't talked to him in most of that time. One day, he shows up at my house out of the blue. Something just didn't feel right with the way he acted. He just seemed to be acting odd. I talked to him for a while, like 15 minutes at most, seeing what he had been up to and other small talk. Suddenly, AH then said he had to go, and it felt kind of rushed. It just felt weird. Anyway, to the important part. About 2 weeks later, I woke up around noon to a knock on the door. I was a high school kid and it was on the weekend. I went downstairs to find no one at the front door, but then I heard a knock on my back door, so I ran back there to again find no one. After I heard a knock on the front door again, I figured it was some kind of prank. I looked out the window and this time AH was standing there, so I opened the door. Bang! I get punched in the head by him. I'm dazed, but he just keeps pounding on me. I try to block, but there wasn't much I could do, and he just keeps hitting. I fall to the ground, dazed, and I start to yell, "I'm not fighting back." There wasn't much I could do at that point, and I had no chance to fight back. But then he stops hitting me. That's when I notice the second guy behind him. He has a knife, and he looks at me, and then he pulls out a hammer and smashes my phone nearby. AH says, "If you yell, I'll kill you." I keep quiet, and he duct tapes my mouth and my hands up as the other guy starts bagging up my electronics. I start trying to talk to AH, asking why he's doing this, telling him that we used to be friends and stuff like that. By the way, duct taping someone's mouth doesn't always work, and my breath wore away the adhesive almost immediately. He didn't answer me. He then asked where all the good stuff is. I said upstairs. He got me to show him where it was. I didn't really have too much valuable stuff though. In my room, I had many knives and blades, but I didn't go for them out of fear. He flipped and emptied almost everything in my room and my parents' room, who weren't home. I tried joking with him to ease him up a little bit so he wouldn't hurt me, or so I hoped. After AH and the other guy took as much as they could, AH led me to my basement. I really thought he was going to kill me, but instead he just duct taped me to a pole. He actually said that he was sorry for this, and I would have to wait for my parents to get home. A minute after I heard the footsteps stop, I broke the duct tape. I don't know why at the time, but I went and got a knife from the kitchen to cut the tape I couldn't break from my wrists. It took a lot longer than I thought, probably about 5 minutes, but I then went to the next door neighbors to get them to call the police. And that's about the end of that. Also, I was able to tell the police who did it. I mean, was it really a good idea to rob someone that you know? My first semester freshman year of college, I had been out tailgating before a football game and partying all day. I came back to the dorm rooms to find a group of my friends celebrating one of their birthdays around 2 a.m. by eating mushrooms and smoking some weed. We were all hanging out in the room and there was a loud knock on the door, and everyone started freaking out. I was the most sober and not doing any drugs, so I went to check the door, and it was another guy who lived on our hall. I asked him what was going on, and he and a couple people came into the room and began accusing people of stealing his weed. At this point, everyone in the room is freaking out, because, mushrooms. So I got the people who had just showed up to go out into the hall and talk to me about what was going on. A couple of them left, and just the original guy stayed and talked to me. He was really angry about approximately $30 worth of weed missing from his room. He ended up getting in my face, so I pushed him up against a wall and told him this was all done. At this point, he pushed my arm off of him and made a quick movement. I thought he had tried to punch me in the face, so I lunged forward and tried to do the same, but ended up falling to the ground instead. I fell on my back and noticed blood was squirting everywhere, and I realized that he had stabbed me across my throat and through my cheek. At this point, he was standing over on top of me with an approximately 12-inch hunting knife that he had hidden under his sweatshirt. I wasn't able to move or talk, and I was just clutching on my throat. He ended up just running off, and I was able to slide over and kick the door of one of the nearby dorm rooms. Someone came out and screamed, and was able to grab some others to come out and help. By this point, there was a lot of blood. It had sprayed a few feet up the wall in all directions, and a large pool was on the floor. A number of people came out and put t-shirts around my neck and called 911. I was in and out of consciousness laying on the floor of that hall, but I do remember people saying that 911 thought it was a prank phone call, and that they wouldn't send an ambulance until they spoke to an RA. Next thing I know, the RA from our hall, who supplied everyone with alcohol as a side business, stumbled out of his room drunk and told us to quiet down and go back to sleep, oblivious to what was going on. Eventually, people got a hold of another RA, and 911 said an ambulance was on the way. Judging by the looks of everyone around me, I 100% thought that this was it for me. I even tried to tell some of the people gathered around me what I wanted them to tell my dad, my mom, both of my brothers, and my sister, and I began to make peace with what was happening. The ambulance got there, and I was laying in the back and remembered having a similar conversation with one of the EMTs. The first thing they said to each other was to get the defibrillator ready, because I was losing it. One of them was yelling at me to stay awake, and that they knew I didn't want to have my parents and family bury me. Something kicked in right then and there that I'll never forget, and I made damn sure to keep my eyes open, and I went from making peace with it to making sure that it didn't happen. I got a blood transfusion at the hospital and was sedated from what I can remember, but I woke up around 5 a.m. with 44 stitches across my throat and 10 across my cheek. My entire family was there now, along with some friends from college who met my parents over there after they made the 2.5-hour drive at 5 a.m. after receiving a phone call from the police and hospital in the middle of the night. The doctors told me that I lost over a third of my blood and that by all typical measures, I shouldn't have made it. They said that they had never seen someone lose that much blood and live, and that the knife came within 1 millimeter of hitting my carotid artery, meaning I would have bled out instantly. I honestly don't know why or how it happened that way, but I feel pretty lucky because of it, and it's changed my outlook on life. This happened the week before exams, and instead of going home and pulling out like a lot of people wanted me to do, I went to my exams looking like Frankenstein and passed all of them. I spent the next 4 years of my college career dealing with a very long, complicated process for what was one of the most violent things that had happened in that area for a long time. Long story short, after 4 years of back and forth and appeals and an ongoing trial, we let the guy plead guilty to a lesser assault with a deadly weapon charge to be over and done with it. By that point, it was something that I dealt with daily and still had PTSD issues and trouble coping with everything that had happened. He went to jail for a couple of years and a long period of probation, but what happened after that, I don't know. I was just glad to wash my hands of all of it and put the whole thing behind me. A quick edit. Here's a picture of the throat scar. This is over 9 years later after having multiple laser scar correction procedures done on it. I lived in a duplex years ago with one of my coworkers. Our place of employment hired this new guy who clearly had some issues, but he seemed like he was really trying. The new guy, Sean, had been in and out of rehab and halfway houses for drug charges, but he was living in his brother's garage and picking up as many shifts at work as he could to try and earn enough money to get his own place. Well, winter came around and Sean was living in this unheated, uninsulated garage. My coworker and I talked about it and decided to invite him to stay on our couch, under the condition that he stay clean and kept trying to save for a new place. Sean gratefully accepted, moved in, and things went well for several months. But then Sean started slipping. He was missing shifts at work, disappearing for days on end, all while becoming much more aggressive. Our suspicions were confirmed one day when my roommate walked in on Sean smoking meth on the living room floor. We promptly told Sean to gather his things and move out. A few weeks later, at about 1 a.m., I awake suddenly to someone pounding on the front door. I groggily get up to go answer it, and there's Sean, high as a kite and screaming. I quickly latched the outside wooden screen door and tried to talk Sean into leaving the place before I called the cops. After a few minutes without making any headway, I tell Sean I'm going to call the police and started shutting the inside door. Sean bursts through the wooden screen door like it wasn't even there, which knocks me backward over the arm of the couch. I land on the seating portion of the couch on my back, and Sean is on top of me with both hands around my throat. I swung and hit him in the head and face as hard as I could, but he was a big guy and he was so high that it didn't even faze him. If anything, it tightened his grip around my throat. I quickly realized that I couldn't get him off of me, so I kind of quit struggling and resigned myself to my fate. My vision started to get blurry around the edges and sounds started to get muffled. At first, I felt sad that I wouldn't get to see my family again, but then I just started to feel peace as I began slipping away. Finally, I closed my eyes for what I thought would be the last time in my life. Suddenly, I was able to draw a huge breath, and the weight of Sean's body was no longer pinning me down. I rolled off the couch, gasping for air. When I gained enough breath, I looked up to see my roommate, I shit you not, beating Sean around the head and face with a frying pan. She had heard the commotion and ran into the living room to see Sean choking me to death, so she grabbed a frying pan off the drying rack in the kitchen and started to hit him as hard as she could. We were eventually able to push Sean outside, where he sat on a bench on my porch crying until the police arrived. When I had turned 18, I was out with a couple of friends, and we decided to walk to a local shop to pick up some food before heading back to my friend's house to stay the night and play some Halo. On our way back to my friend's house, we were walking along a road which we had walked countless amounts of times before, and we were only a couple of minutes from reaching his house. I should note at this point I had offered to carry my friend's bag with several cans of spray paint in it as he was complaining of getting a backache. I remember getting a distant feeling of uneasiness, and one of my friends shouting, "Run!" It was at this point that I looked over my shoulder to see what we were running from. I saw 2 men and a dog running towards us from behind, and I began to run myself. I had only gotten a few paces away, and I felt a blow to the back of the head with something that made a wooden sound when it connected. I kept trying to move as one of the 2 men continued to hit me with what I can only assume was a small bat or broken pool cue or something, and I saw the other man run past me after my 2 friends who managed to get a head start. After taking a good few blows to the head and shoulders, I fell on the ground, and after a couple more swift kicks, the guy ran off after the dog they had with them. I was still conscious at this point and completely pumped with adrenaline, so I jumped to my feet thinking, I'm still conscious, where the hell are my friends? And I ran a few meters up the road to a gateway at the back of a school and saw my best friend lying face down on the ground. It didn't register for a couple of seconds, but the other man who had chased my 2 friends, one of whom got over a fence and into the aforementioned school to safety, was standing with his face covered just coldly staring at me. He then quickly moved towards me and hit me hard in the chest with what I thought was a bottle in an attempt to break my ribs. He then grabbed me with his other hand to pull me closer. He started reaching around me and hitting me in the back, but instead hitting my friend's bag which had all the tins of spray paint. I just remember hearing a hissing sound and smelling paint. The guy then took off after his friend and the dog and disappeared down the street. I looked up to see that they were gone and instantly went to help my friend on the ground. He was just lying there making wheezing and gasping noises, and I could see from the way that he was lying half on and half off the curbstone that there was blood coming from his eyes and his glasses were completely broken. I knew at that point that things were not good, and I got the strangest urge to pull his sweater and t-shirt up to check for injuries. I still don't really know to this day what made me do it, but I saw puncture holes in his back. It then dawned on me that he had been stabbed and needed medical attention immediately. I rolled him over into the recovery position and screamed for my other friend to come out of hiding and call an ambulance. There was an off-duty firefighter who was walking home from a local bar at this time and ran over to help as he was first aid trained. I let him take over, and he called one of his friends who was a local doctor to come round and help whilst the ambulance was on its way. I threw off my friend's bag, my sweater and t-shirt into a pile on the ground, and that's when I saw a puncture hole in my chest, just at the bottom of my ribs, and blood was pouring out. I wrapped my t-shirt around me to soak up the blood as the emergency services arrived, and I was bundled up into the ambulance as the paramedics took my friend to the hospital. My friend died in the hospital as one of the knife wounds had severed his aorta and he bled out inside. I discharged myself the next morning with a few stitches and spent the next 5 years trying to mentally recover from the event. Reflecting back, I realized that if I had not taken my friend's bag, then he would have been wearing it when they attacked, and he would have not taken the multiple stab wounds which killed him. This is one thing that has weighed heavily on my mind ever since, and I've lost the best friend I ever had. My friend was 15 at the time, and this happened in Belfast, Northern Ireland. It took 5 years for police to bring them to court and be tried for it. In those 5 years, I did numerous interviews, lineups, and even the first dog lineup ever in Northern Ireland. There was never any forensic evidence found. The key piece of evidence that did come to light was when the cops got a hold of security camera footage from the entrance and elevator area of the apartment block which the two guys lived in. They disregarded the timestamps on the video because they were incorrect and saw the two guys get in the lift and leave the building together. The footage then showed them both returning separately, but the guy who had the knife came into the building walking backwards and covering his face before taking the stairs where there was no other cameras. The cops did a walkthrough of the route they thought the guys took that night, and the timings matched almost perfectly. They never admitted guilt or even said anything about the crime, but chose to go with a wall of silence. I'm sure it's been done before, but here's my story. Back in May of 2006, I got off of work at the mall. I got on the bus as usual, and another mall employee I had talked to on a regular basis sat down across from me. We chatted it up for a while, and he commented about always running into people that knew me. And lo and behold, there was another person I knew as an acquaintance on the bus, so we moved back to talk to her as well. The first guy gets off, and her and I keep talking. She says that she has to walk to meet her boyfriend before we get off, and I offer to walk with her until she meets him, but she declines and we go our separate ways. I go to the store before headed home to grab some beer. Halfway through my first beer, there's a knock at the door. A friend of her roommate. We talked for a bit and then he left. Almost done with my beer now, and another knock. It's him again, but he just asked if he could use the restroom. Thinking nothing of it, I said sure, but in fled 3 more people behind him as soon as the doors opened the rest of the way. One of them the boyfriend of the girl on the bus. The first thing said was, "Why were you messing with my girl, dog?" As 2 of them opened butterfly knives and I tried to talk them down, I sat there calmly on the couch. They were quite unwilling to listen, and I think sitting there calm and just trying to talk pissed at least one of them off. The boyfriend is in my face waving his knife around, but he didn't make the first strike. His friend jumps out from behind me and stabs me in the neck. It honestly felt like it went in one side and out the other. I suddenly stood up, grabbed my throat and said, "Fuck, I'm gonna die." I ran to my bedroom to get away through the patio door in there. I close one door behind me, and I'm going for the sliding glass door when there's a crash and a slam against the back of my head. They had kicked the door off of its hinges and it hit me. The next thing I think I remember is me in the living room again, but it might have been me stumbling into the hallway instead. I see 2 flashes. They reflect off of a man's glasses. There was an ambient light coming from outside, but for a moment it was just those flashes. I'm suddenly on the floor looking up at the front door. One figure is standing there and I tell him, "Just leave, I'm already dead," my voice raspy and gurgling. He then asks where my phone is, and I say I think it's in my bag. After he grabbed it and was out the door, I hear a car squeal out of the parking lot, leaving me for dead. I picked myself up off the floor and stumbled out the door and started knocking at my neighbor's window and door for help. Luckily, they looked out, and right after that the man is outside with a towel telling his family to call 911. I have no idea how long it took, but they started showing up and asking me questions, the usual sort. Who and why. Honestly, I was incredibly scared to talk, because I thought every time that I did, more blood poured out than if I were silent. I remember the paramedics arriving to take me away, and I tried to persuade them not to cut off my clothes because I was not wearing any underwear underneath. Thinking about that now, it's just delirious. I was trying to maintain some modesty, I guess. They were asking me questions as they were getting me ready, on the stretcher, and through the entire ride to the nearest trauma ward a city over. We eventually get there, and as they wheel me to the ER, I get another scare as one doctor says, "He's probably a junkie that got messed up in a drug deal gone wrong." And just before I go out, I can feel an intense pressure around my neck. And that's the story of that evening. I blacked out twice, I was stabbed 7 times as I was told 4 of them in the neck, and I also got shot 4 times. I have a bullet in my head, one in my chest, one that shattered in my hand, and one that was removed as it was caught in my esophagus. I was out of the hospital in just 11 days. I was hunting with a friend of mine, Tom, deep in the mountains of Northern California. We went to the top of a ridge to get a good look of the area and try to pick a likely place to find some pigs. I saw a dirt road to the east, a fire trail actually, and was about to ride it off when I noticed a row of campers driving along it. They disappeared behind a hill at the edge of the valley. I then scanned the valley floor and found several other campers near the tree line. Tom suggested we go over there and see if they would share a meal and a warm fire with two worn-out hunters. It was dark by the time we got to the hill they disappeared behind, so we climbed up to get a good last bearing and distance estimate. What we found was surreal. About half a mile away, in the middle of the clearing, was a bonfire. Instinctively, we both dropped to the ground and crawled to some bush for cover overlooking the valley. I scanned the area looking for the camp and any security they might deploy. Tom surveyed the other side of the valley. When he grabbed my arm, I turned around and followed his gaze. There were two groups of people standing near the edge of the valley below us. One was wearing black hooded robes and the other white. A figure carrying a staff and wearing a red hooded robe walked out of the trees towards the fire. The others followed in two single file lines. At the fire, the red figure stopped and raised his arm. The black robes circled clockwise and the white robes counterclockwise until they completely encircled the fire, alternating black and white. We could hear chanting, but we couldn't make out any of the words. After about an hour of chanting and walking around the fire, first in one direction, then the other, they stopped, and a naked man was brought out from the tree line bound and blindfolded. He was presented to each of the robed figures clockwise around the fire before being presented to the red figure himself. He was then made to lie down on the ground at the red figure's feet. Then, a naked and bound woman was brought out, and the process was repeated counterclockwise before she was laid next to the naked man. I, at least, had no idea what I was watching or what I should do. There was more chanting, and then silence, as four black-robed figures emerged from the tree line carrying a black robe much like the flag. They circled the fire clockwise once, behind the figures, and once in front of them too. Each black figure touched the robe as it passed. When they arrived at the red figure, they stopped over the naked man. The red figure said something, and the others responded. He then pointed his staff at the naked man, and the four laid the robe over on top of him. After another chant, a white robe was brought out, and the process was repeated counterclockwise, stopping over the naked woman. The red figure said something, and the others responded. He then pointed his staff at the naked woman, and the four laid the robe over on top of her, too. The red figure waved his hands and staff over them, and raised the staff over his head. The robe bearer then picked up the robes as they had before, and the two rose from the ground. The robe bearers then lifted the robes over their heads, and the two then circled the fire twice, embracing each member, first the robes of their color, and then the other. When they got back to the red figure, he pointed towards the camp with his staff, and the new members led the procession back to the camp. I watched them all into the tree line, and then I looked back to the fire for the red figure. He hadn't moved at all. When the last couple was out of the clearing, the bonfire flashed green, and then red, and then the red robe collapsed to the ground. Needless to say, we sprinted all the way back to our truck that night. We were too scared to stop. The next morning, we stopped at a Denny's for breakfast. We had put more than 60 miles between us and the clearing, and that finally felt safe. While we were eating, two couples came in. One sat behind Tom, and the other behind me, so that we saw each of them. They just smiled at us while we ate. When we left, we saw two campers in the parking lot. Tom and I never spoke about that night, and we found a better hunting area far away from that clearing. It has been nearly 40 years since that night, and every once in a while, I come across a couple in a camper, and they just smile at me. In May of 2003, I was fresh out of high school and had just joined the Marines. There was a period from when I joined until I could go to boot, so it took a few weeks to sign up for a survival camp. A local company in Gatlinburg offered survival techniques over a 10-day period. We met at the Elkmont campground in the Great Smoky Mountains with a group of 5 other survivalists, a group leader, and his assistant. They would stay with us for 3 days and show us techniques. Things like setting up tents, identifying local flora and fauna that was edible, how to set traps, etc. Each of us were given a backpack with items that you may commonly carry when hiking. Chapstick, binoculars, some protein bars, a lighter, matches, and we were allowed one personal item: I brought a small hatchet as I knew what items was included in the backpack from the start. In case you don't know, you can walk down the Elkmont Trail and you run into an abandoned town. It's an eerie place, especially on a dreary day. The town was all but abandoned in 1992 when the leases expired and people living there left. There were a few people living there until about 2001 when the last person left for good. All the places are kept up by the NPS, and they're all still well preserved from the logging town that it once was. So with approval by the NPS to use one of the buildings as a base for the first few days, we started our training. For the first 3 days, our group did several things. We used the Little Pigeon River to get water, which we like to boil for 15 minutes to kill anything in it. There are a few natural springs in the area that you can drink fresh, and the guide showed us those too. We also learned how to make lean, how to use rock walls to make shelter with fire heating it up to keep it warm, how to build hammocks out of kudzu vines, and what wild strawberries look like, along with several other things. We also made traps like snares and rockfalls, along with making fishing line out of kudzu vines and making shift hooks, or finding fish in quiet zones of the creek where you could trap trout. We even learned how to make a fire with binocular glass and proper teepee builds for your kindling. After the 3 days, we were let go on our own. You would stay at the base camp, and the leader would walk you several miles into the undergrowth. Each of us were taken at different times and given a satellite radio in case we had an emergency. So we set off on our own and made the best of it. The group leaders would stay at base and wait 5 days, then come get you. Day 1, nothing out of the ordinary. I set a few traps, built a decent lean-to on the side of a large boulder. My fire is doing a solid job of heating the rock wall to keep it pretty warm inside. The air was crisp, but not quite cold. Some drizzle, but nothing more. I'm close enough to the river that I only need to walk 70 yards or so. I ate half of a protein bar and collected quite a few plants. The first night is quiet, and I only hear a few things out in the forest. It's very dark outside the firelight. I've collected enough wood to keep any critters at bay, namely black bears, as they can be very curious. I was awoken at some point in the night by the sat phone. Another survivalist is complaining about some large animal walking around his campground. He seems to believe it's a bear, but it sounded like it's walking on 2 legs. Never says anything else the rest of the night. My first night goes without incident. I will say that I found some tracks that looked human, but were indicative of a Bigfoot, as the footprint wasn't formed quite like ours. I wear a size 12 boot that I put my foot into the print, and it was a solid 5 feet longer. Now, there are several stories of the Tennessee wildman in this part of the country, and several of the stories originated in Cocke County, which is just on the north of the Sevier and Jefferson, on the other side of the Great Smoky Mountains. My grandfather owns a small cabin in Newport, and has told me stories about him hunting and something following him. I brushed those stories off until I saw that print. Night 3 is when everything went to shit. Around 1 a.m. is when I started questioning things when a large rock hit the back of my lean-to. I figured it was from the boulder and something simply broke off, as rock slides are common around here. After that woke me up, I grabbed the flashlight and assessed the damage. I rolled the boulder off the shelter, and it wasn't too far from breaking it completely. I half-assed fixed it and figured I would just fix it in the morning. I had caught a rabbit in a snare and cleaned it not far from camp, I'd say 100 yards off. I could hear noises from that area, but chalked it up to raccoons or a fox. I shined the light that way, but I saw nothing as the trees were too thick. Then something screamed. It sounded like a gorilla when it gets angry, followed by a cuffing sound, like when a dog has drank too much water, that deep sound in the throat like it's clearing it out. I stood there frozen in this tiny clearing, thinking a bear is finishing off the entrails of the rabbit I cleaned earlier. I have no weapons other than my hatchet and a pocket knife. I come out of my trance and walk over to my backpack, never taking my eyes off the wood line. Everything in the night is quiet. I only hear the river running and the logs crackling. I sit down with my hatchet and throw more logs on the fire, hoping that it gets large enough to keep that thing at bay. I sit there for maybe 30 minutes, and I'm kind of dozing off. Then another rock comes hurling from the left side of the forest and falls 10 yards away from me. I know the boulder didn't do this based on where the rock came from. Now I'm panicking. I stand up, hoping to make myself look large with my shadow on the boulder behind me. I hear the cuffing sound again, and smaller trees further in are clearly moving back and forth rather quickly. I can see a large black shape moving around the firelight just at the edge of the end of the light, 40 yards in maybe. I can hear this thing breaking limbs, crushing leaves with every step. This thing was at least 8 feet tall, if I had to guess, but it was pretty far away from where I was. At this point, it's slowly moving away, but I could tell where the thing's head was, watching me as every now and again I could see eyes shine. The sound started to get fainter and fainter, and I could hear it go into the river and cross it. That loud splash sound from the river as it crossed were only a few steps. It was about 20 feet across the river at this point. I sit back down and contemplated what to do next. It's around 2 a.m., and I have a few hours till daylight. I don't really want to walk the 4 miles back to Elkmont in the dark, especially in a place I'm not familiar with. Fast forward 2 hours, and it's 4-ish a.m. Suddenly, the sat phone turns on, and a guy is screaming into it. Something is trying to kill me. I've had several rocks thrown at me now. A large man is outside my shelter. I can hear it. This isn't a bear. I don't know what it is, but I need help. Silence. 15 minutes. 20 minutes go by. Another guy comes on. Something did that to me last night, but I thought it was a bear. I stayed here thinking I knew what it was. Rocks weren't thrown though, but I could hear it walking the perimeter of my camp. The guides must have awoken at this point, as the lead got on and said that they can call the park service to come get everyone. But that would be hours, and it's better to stay put and make do. So I wait. It's close to 5 a.m. now. If I can make it a few hours until daylight, I'm fine. All the forest sounds have returned. I'm still waiting, and around 7:15 a.m., I can see flashlights in the distance. The sun isn't quite up yet, but the eerie dawn light is filling the land. The clearing is still pretty dark at this point. I start gathering my things and start putting the fire out with dirt around the pit. And by that time out, the rangers are there with me. One of them was older and was clearly of native Indian descent. He said that there are stories of men in these woods that don't take kindly to people living off their land. I tried to ask more, but he said that we do not talk of these men. We walked back to Elkmont and met the rest of the group. One guy was clearly shaken up, and I assumed he was the one yelling on the phone. He only said its teeth were like apes, that he can't get those teeth out of his head. I still go to the Grand Smoky Mountains often, as my parents live there, and I still hike and camp, but I never go alone. Even as a former Marine and seeing some terrible things, I've never felt that primal fear as I did that night 17 years ago. I may have come close to meeting a serial killer once. So, to preface this story, I grew up just south of Seattle under the shadow of the Green River Killer. We lived just outside the city, but not quite to the suburbs, almost like living in a small town, except that we weren't far from either the killer's pickup or dump spots. My brothers and I had to take our dogs with us everywhere we went. Other than that, we enjoyed a pretty amazing amount of freedom, even for the late 70s and early 80s. I was a total tomboy, climbing trees and playing in the mud and running in the woods. I was fairly fearless. Fast forward to 87, I'm living just off Pack Highway with my dad and busing to school on the metro every day. I have to walk up a huge steep hill to catch the bus down Pack Highway, walk back down the hill into the neighborhoods, across the middle school and the athletic fields, then back again the other way at the end of the day. I did this voluntarily to attend the nicer school with the gifted program. I'd also just started experimenting with being a girl, but I wasn't very good at it yet, so not very aware of the things girls have to pay attention to, like personal safety and situational awareness. This is important as to why I felt so comfortable busing along Pack Highway alone at 14, and also why I made the tactical error that I made. So, spring of freshman year, there's a Friday night dance and I wanted to go. Dad drops me off and says, I'll be back at whatever time, 2 hours or something. For some stupid teenage reason, after being there a bit, I decided I wanted to go home. Of course, normal folks didn't have cell phones back then, and there was no payphone, and I was used to getting myself around. So I take off across the fields, through the neighborhoods and up to the bus stop at Pack Highway, and everything is fine for a minute. Then this kind of shortish guy gets out of his pale pickup that's parked in the lot next to the bus stop. He walks towards me, and he doesn't say a word, he just stares at me. I come to a couple realizations fairly quickly. Number 1, it's neither early morning or early afternoon when I usually bus. Number 2, I'm not wearing my standard jeans paired with my dad's work shirt I typically wear. I am, in fact, wearing a miniskirt with a face full of, quote, sexy makeup. Well, really it was tacky and overdone, and I was still trying to learn to be girly, but I didn't know that then. I also had a shirt on that actually showed my recently grown, way too large, way too soon breasts. Number 3, I'm on Pack Highway, late at night, in a hooker-dense area, all alone, and there's virtually no one around. It's almost closed business on this little stretch of highway. Number 4, this guy is wrong. He's just wrong. I don't know why, at that point in my life, but every cell in my body is screaming that this guy is wrong. So I nope the fuck out of there. But I make a serious tactical error and head back to the high school instead of just down to the grocery store at the corner and up the street a bit. And he follows me. He's about 200 yards off my ass as I drop down into the neighborhoods. It's dark and it's quiet, and it seems to me at least that there's almost no one home. There were very few lights on, very few cars in the driveways, and he wasn't making a single sound. He's just staring at me and he just keeps coming. I have noped the fuck out in exactly the wrong direction. Thank the fashion gods of the late 80s that Converse high-top tennis shoes were quote in, even with miniskirts, because I'm power walking by the time I can see the middle school, and now he's only about 100 feet off my ass. And even though I'm 14 and I walk up and down hills every day, I'm huffing and gasping for air, and he's still totally silent, and still staring, and he just keeps coming. That's when I realized how fucked I am, because as dark as the neighborhood feels, the middle school and the athletic fields are pitch black, and there's now literally no one between me and the high school parking lot where teachers and students are at, up another hill. It's the athletic fields for 2 schools, and it's so dark. I flat out start running across the fields, and he's catching up to me. When I break out into the parking lot, he's only about 10 feet behind me, and the first thing I see is Dad. Never so glad to see anyone in my life. He was waiting in his car because somehow this whole ordeal had taken enough time for him to be there. The creeper peels off and melts back into the dark of the athletic field. Dad didn't see him well enough to get a detailed description, but did see the dude appear behind me as I ran like my ass was on fire out of the dark. Dad actually got out of the car and started towards him, but still without having made a single sound, the guy was just gone. Dad kept the chewing out to a minimum, as he could tell I was pretty shaken. But there was some unpleasant realization about young women with large breasts, and personal safety explained to me that night. I got a lot better about situational awareness real fast. Fast forward several more years, and they catch Gary Ridgway, the notorious Green River Killer. It turns out that he worked with my stepdad. This sicko used to leave his victims' jewelry in the female employee's restroom, and the women that went in would, quote, find it, and, after ascertaining no one else claimed it, would wear it. Stepdad remembers this happening often. Now, it's been years. That night was dark and I was scared, but Ridgway fits the general height, build, description, and vehicle as the creeper from that night in '87. A couple of his victims disappeared during that general time frame from Pack Highway, within a mile of that bus stop. I'm not sure if I outran him due to my hill walking stamina, if he was just playing, or if he realized I was a high school student and not a prostitute, or what. But man, I've never felt anyone quite as wrong as that dude felt. No way to know if that was even Ridgway or some rando creeper, but it's entirely possible I came damn close to being a victim. When this occurred, I had been staying with my mother in an apartment while I was attending graduate school. Half of my classes were online, and live classes were at night, so my sleep schedule was atypical. I'd often be sleeping during the day and awake at night. This particular night, I had waken up around midnight, and maybe an hour later felt hungry, so I left for a nearby Jack in the Box, as they have a 24-hour drive-thru. As I'm walking toward the row of cars in front of my place where I was parked, which was probably 15 to 20 feet from my front door, I remember something. My mom had been nagging me recently to take her car if I was leaving somewhere at night. Her reasoning was that her car was safer and more reliable. Mine was older and shittier, but still not dangerous to drive. My mom's a bit paranoid about her children's safety and health, but I appreciate it despite the constant nagging, because I know she means well. About a foot away from my car, where I can clearly remember seeing my driver door being closed, I decided to follow her request and take her car. And FYI, there was a car parked between mine and hers. So I drove to Jack in the Box, got my food, and returned home. I'm only gone 6 or 7 minutes, tops. As I'm walking away from my mom's car, I happen to glance over to mine and notice the driver door is ajar. Strange. Like I said, I distinctly remember it being closed right before I left. I walk over and notice that the door isn't just ajar, but actually open about an inch and unlocked. I open the door and look inside to find my entire CD player/radio half ripped out. Whoever did it had been using something sharp, probably a screwdriver or a knife, to pry it open. I was a bit spooked, but I wasn't that freaked out yet, and not wanting to deal with it right then since it was 1 a.m., I just closed the door and locked it. It was when I went inside the apartment where it hit me. The person who did it was inside my car when I came out to drive to get food. That's why the thief didn't finish the job and left the CD player, and I remember the driver door being closed, which means just as I drove away in my mom's car, they got out of mine and took off. It was my mom's request to take her car instead of mine that most likely prevented me from catching someone in the process of robbing me. Remember, I was only a foot away from my car when I decided to give in to her paranoid concerns. I can even remember my thought process at the moment. Oh right, she said to take her car. Ugh, fine. I'll listen to her this time. Thanks, Mom. Because of your paranoia and nagging, you probably saved me from getting stabbed. My younger brother and I were almost abducted when we were kids by a criminally insane man who raped and then murdered his own mother by burning her alive in her own home to hide the evidence. He spent 20 years in a psychiatric institution before being released. This man lived only a few blocks away from the home my family lived in at the time. I was 6 and my brother was 4. He and I were playing outside in the front yard one afternoon when this man approached the end of our driveway and tried to lure us both over to him. I stayed away, but my brother, being naive and not really knowing any better, ran over to him. I started panicking because I realized how dangerous this was, but my brother wouldn't listen to me. The man started asking us our names and asking my brother if he could recite his ABCs. Eventually, this man begins to try talking us into walking over to his house with him, which I recall was decrepit and hardly inhabitable. In a last-ditch effort to prevent whatever was about to ensue, I had run to my little brother and latched on tightly to his hand in order to pull him back and away from this man. But the man was trying relentlessly to pull us both away from our home. Being only 6 years old and extra petite for my age, I was losing, and I was terrified. By sheer luck, my father had walked into the kitchen and happened to glance out of the kitchen window as this was happening and managed to intervene. He scared the man off and threatened to kill him if he ever saw him anywhere near his kids or anyone else's kids ever again. I never saw him in the neighborhood again, needless to say. But my little brother certainly got the stranger danger talk, and we were both kept on a tight leash from that point on. It's insane to think about how differently this could have played out, and it's one of the closest calls I'll probably ever have in my life. Total nightmare fuel. I'm posting this from a throwaway. Not sure that it belongs here, but it was pretty harrowing for me. I'm not going to get into the details of this here, but I met a man who was much older than me at 18. He was around 40 or something, maybe a little older, who sexually assaulted me. He seemed to be lying throughout the entire event about what he was actually doing, trying to convince me nothing was happening, and baby-talking me as if I were a child. Obviously, I was fucking hysterical at this. For reference, this happened in a house in the middle of nowhere. It's a long drive out and surrounded by a bunch of forest, and to the back of the house there's a field full of stalks you have to wander through in order to reach the main trail, which opens up onto the side of a lake in a heavy forest. After he was done assaulting me and finally let me go, I launched up from his bed and immediately began searching for my clothes, which he refused to help me find at first. It was 2 a.m. in the late fall and everything was pitch black in the house. I could only feel around the floor, forcing my back to him sometimes. Eventually, he got up from the bed without saying a single word and pulled my underwear out from underneath his bed, where he had hid it along with my phone and bra. That always gets to me when I think about that, the fact that he hid them. I thanked him profusely and stole away what clothes I could find along the floor, then hurried to the kitchen so that I could dress there with my back facing the front door. While I was getting dressed, he followed me out and stood naked a few paces away from me, just watching me change. First, he tried to gaslight me and tell me nothing had happened, that I was overreacting and panicking. Now, at this point, I would have said anything and done anything, so I firmly agreed with whatever he told me, and even told him anything that happened was in fact my fault, wholeheartedly agreeing so I could keep him occupied while talking as long as I was changing into my clothes. I kept feeling like if I let the conversation drop and let us drift into silence, he was gonna hurt me. At some point while I was talking, his face turned completely cold. It was like a switch going off, totally dead eyes. He kept staring at me in utter silence, just watching me with no emotion. And at this point I broke into tears finally, because I was sure he was going to hurt me again, or even kill me, as he had threatened to hurt me before. I asked him through tears if he was mad at me. He didn't say a thing. He just watched me get changed with no emotion on his face. I begged him not to get mad at me. He got hard while I was crying. Finally, when I was changed, he told me to wait where I was. He was leaving the house also and needed to get dressed. I don't know why I waited, but I did. I was rooted with fear. I felt like I should run, but I couldn't. He finally comes back out of his bedroom wearing nothing but a pair of boxers and holding a condom. At this point, I finally bolted. As I said earlier, in order to access the main trail to the house, you need to traverse a small field of stalks, but the ground was slippery and wet there as it was late fall, and it was so dark I couldn't properly see where I was walking without a light. I used the last of my phone battery on a flashlight, getting as close to running as I could without actually running. I was terrified of slipping there. I couldn't shake the horrible thought that if I just stood there for a moment, he was going to come find me and catch me, or pop out from behind me. I made it out of the field and onto the main trail, and luckily there was an older lady there walking her dog by the woods who was able to give me directions to the nearest bus stop. I just tore off in that direction after thanking her. Looking back on it, I wish I had told her what had happened and asked for help. But in the moment, all I wanted to do was get home as soon as possible, and I was completely embarrassed. I was already feeling like I could tell nobody ever about what happened that day. It was a long trail, and my phone died on me at some point, but I was able to see where I was going eventually because the bus stop was lit up by a street lamp. It was perched on some kind of slope that overlooked the trail below. When you stood at the top of that stop looking downwards, the entire trail and forest looked almost pitch black, except for faint outlines in the darkness. You certainly couldn't see a person in the shadow. The bus that would take me home came in 30 minutes. The bus that would take me in the wrong direction came in 15. There was a digital clock counting down the time, as most bus stops have in my country. At some point, maybe about 7 minutes before the bus in the wrong direction would have arrived, I heard a man yelling in the darkness. He kept yelling, and like I said, this was 2 a.m., so there was nobody else outside. As far as I knew, I was completely alone, except for that woman I had passed who I left much, much further down the hill. It's common to have drunks in the area, so I thought it could have been nothing, but I crouched in the corner of the bus stop, which was a really horrible place to hide, and tried to make myself as small as possible anyway. I was still shaking and kind of silently weeping from what had just happened. I'm glad I crouched. The shouts became clearer and transformed into my name. At this point I was crying and praying, begging for any bus to arrive, while this man continued shouting my name in the darkness below, searching for me. Nothing else happened, luckily. The shouting stayed on the trail below, and I stayed crouched at that bus stop until the soonest bus arrived, in the wrong direction. I burst into fresh tears again as soon as I was on the bus. I'm sure I looked like I was on drugs, but nobody questioned me or said anything. I eventually made it home safely with a bit of a detour. So, to the rapist who followed me through the dark at 2 a.m., looking for me for God knows what, let's not meet again. My cellmate was truly crazy and was completely tortured by hallucinations. One day he managed to gouge out one of his own eyes with a fork at lunch in front of everyone. Then he punctured the other eye with something before the screws could get to him. He was screaming like a banshee when he ripped the first one out and threw it on the floor. Everyone just stared in shock, including the screws. At first, it looked like a skid or something. After the first one was out, he went really quiet and pulled something from his waist and started rapidly stabbing the other eye with it. I heard it pop. By that time, a couple of screws were already just about on him and they took him down. I never saw him again after that, but I heard he was completely blinded. So quite a few of us never finished that lunch. Some of us even got counseling because it was so violent and shocking. I still remember a screw picking up the eye with a clear plastic bag while we were all being filed out. I spent over 5 years in our state's maximum security prison. One day during my first month there, I went to walk from my cell on the 3rd floor down onto Flag. There's a landing area in the middle with sets of stairs on either side, and in the landing I see 3 guys tussling, so I just waited out. One guy has a canteen bag in his hand. Canteen is where you buy toiletries and food in prison. You fill out an order sheet, and in a couple of days you go to another area and pick up your stuff. They issue these mesh nylon bags that you can bring and fill up with your goods to carry back, and these bags are surprisingly tough. Also, at that time, they still sold some foods in cans, like chili and a couple of different kinds of veggies. So the dude swings this canteen bag with what looked like to be cans in it at the other guy, and he goes down. The 2 others scamper back on a cell on their tier, and I didn't see at first where the other guy who got hit went. I let a few minutes pass and I head down. When I get to the landing, there's a huge pool of blood, like feet across, most blood I've seen in my life. The 3rd guy's on the ground making some weird moaning sounds, and his foot is kinda twitching. He looks hurt, bad, and I was definitely frightened. The dude's sort of rolling back and forth, and I have to literally step over him. More of a hop, really, to avoid stepping on the blood. Later, after I do my business on Flag, which was cooking some food in the microwave, and head back up, the guy's still laying on the landing. I ask a guy in a cell near me if I should casually mention it, like point it out to a guard that someone's hurt, just so they take notice and get him some medical attention. It was the last time I ever bothered asking a question like that. The answer, obviously, was no. I've got handfuls of stories from those 6 years. So, this was told to me by an old family friend, Nikki, numerous times as a kid growing up, as one of those, quote, life advice stories, to keep in mind through the years. And to her credit, I've never forgotten it. Whenever anything associated with hitchhiking comes up, it always springs to my mind and probably always will. It makes me a bit ill whenever I think about it, actually. So Nikki, who grew up at the same time as my dad around the early 80s, was a young woman in her mid-20s. She's one of those real kind-hearted souls, always willing to help out another in their time of need, you know? And I can't imagine her being anything other than that when she was younger, so I totally see her doing this too. So, driving into the city, about a 2-hour or so drive from town, she saw a man walking down the side of the road. As she neared him, he turned and, in typical hitchhiker manner, stuck out the old arm and thumb. Nikki, bless her heart, pulled over and asked him if he needed any help. She told me that he was really polite, if not a bit shy, when he asked for a lift into the city. Nikki gave a smile and popped open the passenger door for the guy, who tossed his bag into the back seat and buckled up for the ride ahead. They talked pleasantly for most of the trip, about friends, the news, etc. She felt that they were getting along really well, and even bought him dinner at the pit stop a little over halfway there. She said he seemed really flustered and awkward when she paid, but one of the things they had talked about was money, and how he was pretty dang strapped for cash, which is why he was hitchhiking in the first place. But he eventually relented, and they went on their way. As soon as they got into the city, he thanked her profusely for the ride and the food, and asked to be dropped off once they hit downtown. Before getting out though, he asked for Nikki's phone number so he could contact her someday and catch up. Thrilled at the prospect of knowing how her new friend was faring, Nikki wrote it down for him and drove off with the warm feeling of a good deed done. Now, I'm sorry if you were expecting something creepy to have happened by now, but I think this is what freaked me out so much as a kid. How nice everything seemed to have worked out. Nikki would get this crease in her forehead and a funny look in her eye when she would tell me this next part. A week later, she got a phone call from her driving buddy. He didn't let her get in a word in edgewise after hello, and told her that she should thank God that she was raised so nice, because when he first got in the car, he was already planning on raping and murdering her once they got to that pit stop. That he was going to steal that car and dump her body in a ditch further down the road and go on his merry way. But after she talked to him so kindly and treated him to dinner with a smile on her face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't think that he could live with himself after doing that to such a nice lady, and to please, Nikki, please, never ever pick up another hitchhiker. Then he hung up the phone. Nikki never got a call from him again, and when she tried redialing the number, all she got was a payphone. And so, Mr. Hitchhiker, I know I'm never going to meet you, because I'm going to listen to the advice you gave your driving buddy and never ever pick up a hitchhiker. The story took place 2 years ago. I was on my second week backpacking through Austria, and I reached a point where I was too exhausted to walk any longer. It was an unusually hot day, I had blisters all over my feet, and I was ready to call it quits. I was in the middle of nowhere, and I decided to thumb a lift to the nearest train station. But I was out of luck. I stood there for what felt like hours, and no car would pick me up. I don't blame them, I spent 2 weeks sleeping in the woods, my clothes were dirty, and I probably looked like a maniac. When finally a truck pulled up, and I didn't hesitate to hop inside because I was so thankful to be able to sit down and rest my feet for a while. I asked the driver if he could drop me off at the nearest train station so that I could catch a train to Vienna, but he told me that he was heading back that way anyway, and that he could take me there as long as I didn't mind him making a stopover to load the truck. I didn't, and so we drove along. We made some small talk and he seemed to be very polite. It was a pretty enjoyable ride until we reached the first stop. He loaded his truck while I walked around a bit and bought some water at a gas station nearby. He had offered me drinks a few times along the ride, but I always declined because I don't feel comfortable with something like that. I got back in the truck and we continued the drive to Vienna. Almost immediately after we took off again, he told me that it wouldn't be a problem for him if I wanted to take off some of my clothes since it was such a hot day. I told him that it was fine, but he brought it up a couple more times. He also asked me if I wanted to take a nap in the back, and then he had several hitchhikers sleeping there in the past. I declined and started to feel a little uneasy around him, and planned to leave the truck at the next gas stop. All of a sudden, he nearly yelled at me to put my head down and to hide, because he was driving past his stepfather's car, and he didn't want him to see me in the truck. That struck me as really odd, but I did it anyway because his yelling took me by surprise. That confirmed my resolution to get out of there as soon as possible, and I asked him to drop me off at the next stop and made up some excuse that it was my goal to enter Vienna by foot and that I rested enough to make it, thanks to his lift. He agreed and I got my stuff ready. He suddenly turned to me and said that I looked familiar and that he was sure he had seen me somewhere before. I shrugged it off, but he insisted that he remembered my face. He asked me if I ever went to a swingers club, because he was sure he saw me there sometime. That caught me really off guard, and I told him that that was impossible because I had never been to one before. Well, do you want to? I'm going to one in Vienna. Let's go there together. I'm sure you'll like it. At this point, I really wanted to get off that truck as soon as possible, and told him that I had no intention to come with him and asked him to drop me off now. He didn't answer, but instead reached into his pants and started masturbating as he drove along. I completely froze up. I kept thinking that I'd jump off as soon as he stopped somewhere, and tried to ignore what he was doing since he didn't respond to my plea to let me out. A gas station was coming up and he stopped what he was doing and asked if we should take a shower together. I figured that there would be people around and that would make it easier to get rid of him, so I told him sure, why not. He pulled up, and as soon as he stopped, I yanked open the door to run across the parking lot area of the gas station, hoping that he wouldn't come after me. He didn't, so I just kept running until the gas station was out of sight and I reached a busy street. Only after my heart stopped racing and I caught my breath, I realized that I left my shoes at the truck. I walked the last few kilometers barefoot, and I kept a lookout for the truck until I reached Vienna. I wasn't there when it happened, but I knew the cave, the place in the cave where the events took place, the people involved, and it was very, very disturbing. It was a totally unpredictable accident. In this particular cave, there was a large, sort of flat stone, undoubtedly weighing many tons, which stood vertically in the passage very close to the entrance. You could go around either side of it. Most people went on the left low side because you just kind of walk through sideways. A few brave souls went to the right higher side though, just to avoid the quote traffic jam. Going to the right meant that you had to climb up just a little bit. To pass the stone, people pushed on the top of the stone to the left and the cave wall on the right to sort of swing by it. The move was easy and not really a big deal. Prior to the caving trip in question, the one I didn't go on, there had been a huge rainfall in the area. Like most limestone caves, this cave was a drainage passage. You did not go into this cave if it was going to rain. But on that day, no rain was forecasted, so my friends went in anyway. One of my best caving buddies chose to go high and to the right of the stone, and like a zillion people before him, he pushed on the top of the stone and the wall to swing by the stone. It turned out, though, that the rainwater from the big storm had removed some of the mud around the base of the stone, and the stone was now unstable. When my friend pushed on the stone to swing by it, the stone broke loose, and its many tons just tipped a few feet until it hit the wall on the left. I'll spare you the details of what happened to my friend, who just happened to be between the stone and the wall on the left. His name was Eric. He was a young adult, a good kid whom we all liked, and we all went to his funeral. It was terrible. Sometimes you can just be in the wrong place at the wrong time, where there's nothing but luck between you and death, and if luck's not with you, then you die. I go caving with my dad, who grew up mining uranium until his family's mine went belly up. He's pretty used to enclosed spaces and being underground, and I was raised similarly, albeit without the radon gas. I've rappelled into pits I can't see the bottom of, bouldered my way along and over one of the largest underwater rivers in North America, and nearly caught in a flash flood. But this time I slipped into a crevice whose bottom is, as of today, not mapped and has never been reached or documented by anyone. It was by far the scariest damn thing to ever happen to me. I had to brace myself with my feet, back against one wall and legs stretched out in front of me, arms on either side. I was in a pretty good spot to be, roughly 10 feet down, on wet, smooth rock, and my headlamp had come unplugged from its battery in my pack, meaning I only had the light from my dad looking down on me 10 feet up to see by. He had to leave to go get rope, and I couldn't really go anywhere or reattach my lamp in my position, so I got to chill in that crevice for roughly an hour. But God, it felt like so much longer. I thought the fall itself was scary, but it was nothing compared to that. Complete darkness, and it was so fucking quiet. I could hear my blood rushing in my ears. I could hear my knees cracking under the pressure. Every piece of gravel that came loose from the tread of my boots hitting the sides of the crevice on the way down, just fading out. I started seeing lights and little flashes, and I couldn't tell if my eyes were open or closed, and I couldn't even move to check, or I'd fall God knows how far. I could hear more than I ever wanted, while simultaneously experiencing the most quiet I had ever felt, and all I could feel was the rock against my back and hands, and presumably what my feet were braced against. I started not to be able to tell up from down, started hearing footsteps and seeing movement and shapes from the corners of my eyes. It was utter hell waiting for my dad to come back with rope to help me back out. I know what I experienced was just due to the lack of visual and auditory stimuli, but damn. It was the scariest thing that I have ever experienced. And we always bring a good amount of rope with us now, even if we think we won't need it in a cave. This is something that happened to me when I was a kid, and I just wanted to share the story since it stuck with me for so long. I was about 7 or 8 years old. I can't recall exactly, but it was around that age. One weekend I was visiting my grandparents, who at the time lived on the countryside. I'm from Bosnia, Europe. They were only about an hour's drive away, and we went there early in the morning. Their house is in a wooded area, with a long, winding road leading up to each individual house, of which there weren't many, maybe 3 or 4. I knew the area well, since I went to visit almost every weekend. Besides going up to the houses, there is one section up the road that leads directly into the woods, sort of a natural trail. Our car broke down exactly around that spot, a flat tire. Since we were very close to where my grandparents live, and my folks knew I was familiar with the area, they let me go for a walk while my dad fixed the tire. This was about 9 or 10 in the morning, so they weren't really afraid to let me run around a bit. Being the curious kid that I was, and I still am, I went for the forest trail since the main dirt road wasn't very exciting. The trees were very tall and very dense, so even during daytime it was kind of dark. I went up that forest trail for a few hundred meters until I came to a crossroads. Now, this was more than 20 years ago, but it left a lasting impression on me, so here's what I recall. In the middle of the crossroads, at the very point that the roads fork, there was a small cave/opening of some sort. I went a bit closer and I noticed what seemed like fireflies sparkling in the pitch black hole. Not sure if fireflies even light up during the day, but that's how I remembered it. Besides that, I just felt this presence, as if I wasn't alone there, as if the cavern itself was beckoning me to enter. And then I noticed what seemed like several pairs of smaller red eyes peering from the darkness. At this point, I was quite spooked, thinking it was some kind of animal, and I decided to not go any further and just slowly back away. This is in Southeast Europe, so there aren't many dangerous animals around. Very rarely a wolf or a bear would be sighted, but usually not near human settlements. Nothing followed me, and I had no trouble getting back. I decided not to tell my parents about this, since I figured they would be mad and wouldn't let me play unsupervised for the remainder of our visit. They decided to leave me with my grandparents and pick me up on Monday while they went back during the afternoon. I'm very close with my grandmother. She and I are alike, especially now as a grown-up. So I told her about the encounter I had. She kind of laughed it off, saying, "Honey, there's nothing there. I walk there every day." But I was adamant about what I saw, and she agreed we'd go for a walk together and visit that spot. It wasn't far from her house, and we arrived there that same afternoon. We got to the crossroads and, like she said, there was nothing there. No burrow, no cave, just a flat spot where the crossroads meet. There were no traces at all of it being dug up or buried. Grandma even asked me, "Are you sure it was here?" And I replied with a yes. She didn't think much of it, chalking it off to some childish imagination, but she told me not to venture out here on my own again. We continued our walk, and I just stopped mentioning the event from then on. But to this day, even after all these years, I still remember this quite vividly. I even find it strange I'm able to recall the details, and of course I know memories can be distorted over time, and that what we think we remember may not always be the full picture since our minds love to fill in the blanks, but I just don't feel as if this is the case. I often contemplate what would have happened if I stepped closer, or worse, tried to enter the dark cave. I've read about, quote, evil places and forests around the world, or places where time and space can be warped. People walking into what they describe as different timelines or alternate dimensions. Perhaps this was one of those places. My grandparents don't live there anymore. Grandpa had passed away when I was 16 years old, and my grandma moved into the city in the same building as me and my folks. We still own the house and land there, but I haven't been there since. My dad goes out there a few times a year just to check up on things and clean up a bit. According to him, the house and land have almost been consumed by vegetation. They cut the electricity and water so they wouldn't pay the bills, so it's not very convenient staying over. But I do plan on going there sometime, perhaps during my next time off or vacation from work. I really want to go back to that road, assuming it still exists, and just see if I feel anything. Now that I'm an adult with the interest in the paranormal, I'm just so drawn to this memory. I was running late for work this morning while my wife was tending to our 1-year-old son, who was sick with a cold. She asked if I could stop at Walgreens down the street to get him some cough medicine. I was in a huge rush, but I didn't want him to go without it, so I headed over there as quickly as I could. My wife and I were on the phone as I was driving and pulling into the parking lot. The street was busy and packed with cars, and as I was walking up to the store, I noticed a woman putting her screaming child into the car just outside. My wife was reminding me which medicine to buy as I checked my phone for the time, and that's when it got weird. The second I walked into the store, my phone turned off and the call dropped. The sliding door closed behind me, and the entire store was empty. The lighting was even different than what I was used to, fluorescent and cold. There was no one at the front and no one in any of the aisles I could see. I turned around to look outside and there was no cars in the street either, not even the woman with her child who was there just 5 seconds ago. I actually said out loud, "Hello?" twice, loudly, feeling like this was some sort of horror movie I was in. The entire store was silent, and I go to grab my phone again to film this just in case no one believed me, and of course it won't turn on. I turn the corner down a random aisle, and just like that, there's people there again. The lighting is different again, and warmer. There was even music now. I turn to look at the front, and there is a customer mid-transaction with the checker. My phone starts working again and my wife is calling me. She tells me it just went silent and said the call failed. I stood there for a minute and realized there was nothing I could do but just buy the medicine and go on with my day. I don't know if this was a glitch in the Matrix, odd or coincidental timing, or some weird parallel universe type stuff, but all I know is that it was strange as hell, and I don't really know who to tell this to. This happened about 6 years ago, and I only found this up today. My wife and I just got out of college and didn't know what to do outside of looking for jobs. One day we were bored, so I drove us to a local butterfly sanctuary. It was the first time I had been there in years, and didn't notice a forest trail that was open to the public. We decided to try it out, and it was really relaxing. The loud noises of the city were gone. We met a few other people on the trail at first, and even passed by a forest adventure theme park near the entrance. After a few minutes of walking, it started to get really foggy. I saw 2 young pine trees on each side of the trail bending towards each other and creating an arch. I jokingly commented to my wife that we might be walking to Silent Hill. She just chuckled and we continued on. It was getting a bit worrying. We'd been walking around for 2.5 hours already, and the trail just continued straight as a highway, seemingly no end and other people in sight. Finally, a huge boulder stuck on one side of the trail broke the monotony. It was enormous. We had to slowly walk around sideways while hugging it, or else we'd fall into the ravine on the other side of the path. The trail continued on for another 2.5 hours. We met my sister-in-law a few days after that and told her our experience of the trail. She said that it was weird. She used to regularly jog the trail and finished it in 20 to 30 minutes. So we decided to try the trail again with my sister-in-law, and she was right. The trail was really short. We finished walking it in an hour, and it looked completely different. No huge boulder, no pine trees forming an arch. It was winding and not at all straight. It is tragic and the strangest story that happened to me 7 years ago. This is the first time I'm sharing it with someone. I haven't even shared it with my mother. The year was 2017 in the summer. I returned to my home country after 1 year from a university abroad. My father picked me up from the airport and we had dinner at home. Everything was as usual as it could be. I went to bed around 12 p.m. and slept immediately, but I woke up around 5 a.m. to pee. I went directly to the bathroom, which is in my room, so I didn't even step out of my room. We all think different things when peeing, such as the color of the walls or what to eat for breakfast. For this time though, out of nowhere, I started thinking that if I were to choose one, would I choose my mother or my father as being dead? Then I thought my sister would be devastated without my mother, and my father cannot handle my sister in her teenage years. I decided the absence of my father would be easier than losing my mother. I finished peeing and was just about to get back into my bed when I heard a strong snoring noise. My father was always snoring since my childhood, and sometimes we would have fun with it. However, this time it felt stronger and not natural. The noise led me to the living room where I found my father lying on the couch with a little blood on his nose. I tried to wake him up, but he was completely unconscious. I called 911 and woke my mother up, but once we arrived at the hospital, he had passed away. He was only 48. Doctors said it was because of a cerebral hemorrhage by high blood pressure. We don't know what time it happened. I'm still confused by the situation. I wasn't there for a year and had the chance of having one last dinner and conversation with my father. I found him like that and acted with cold blood. I can't imagine the trauma they would live through if my mother or sister would find him lying on the couch. And of course, I still think about the thing I thought in the bathroom, and what would have happened if I chose my mother instead. The story I'm about to share is 100% truth and really happened to me about 15 years ago, believe it or not, but to this day, I cannot explain it. When I was 15, my family moved into a rental house. There was always a weird energy about the house. I can't explain it, but something always felt eerie about it. It was a beautiful old home though, and an elderly widow had lived in it before us. She had been an opera singer and a college professor in the arts, and her name was Mrs. Martin. She had become kind of a character in the house that we'd reference often, as her children rented us the home with literally all of her belongings still in it. They didn't even clean out the fridge. It was very strange. The house was basically left like the day she had passed away. Oh, and the attic was infested with bats. No clue if it's relevant, but it contributed to the spooky factor that was always felt in that house. I never really liked staying there by myself either, even during the daytime. On the night of the incident, I was home with my best friend Mallory, also 15, her younger sister Olive, 13, and my little sister Emma, who was 11. Mallory and I were in the living room watching a movie, and Olive and Emma were hanging out in the den, which was a room off of the living room with a door, and they were watching TV. No parents were home at the time. At one point, my sister Emma decided to go upstairs and take a shower. The way the house was set up, there was only one staircase, and you had to walk through the living room to use it. So she came out of the den, walked through the living room, went up, showered, and was up there for maybe half an hour. When she was done, she walked down the stairs in a white towel, stopped on the 6th step, and went, "Hey guys," with a little wave to which we acknowledged her cheerfully, and then she kept walking down the stairs, through the living room by Mallory and I watching TV, and opened the door into the den and closed it behind her. My mom had been folding clothes down in the den earlier, which is why she came downstairs to get dressed. Maybe 2 to 5 minutes later, when Mallory and I are still in the living room and Olive and we assume Emma are watching TV in the den, we hear from over our shoulder, "Hey guys," in the same inflection and tone as before. And it's my sister Emma, in a white towel, who had walked down the stairs, was stopped at the 6th step, had her hand up for a small wave, and then went to keep walking down when Mallory and I both gasped. We turned and looked into each other's faces with absolute horror. It happened so quickly, but we both bolted upright, ran into the den, burst open the door to a startled Olive. Emma was trailing close behind with a, "What's going on?" When I opened that door, I truly expected to see another version of my sister sitting in there, but no, it was just Olive. Mallory and I immediately began questioning them. Emma, didn't you just walk down here a couple of minutes ago? Olive, are you sure Emma didn't come into the den just a few minutes ago? Emma, did you come downstairs after the shower, but then go back up somehow? But we knew there was no way she could have come back up the stairs without walking past us in the living room. It made no sense. Both girls were so confused and beginning to get scared. They truly had no idea what we were talking about. Emma swore that she only came down the stairs that one time, and Olive swore that she had never walked into the den in a towel before we all came in together just then. Because our sisters were so young at the time, and we could tell that they were getting spooked, we decided to just pretend we were kidding and left them to go back to the living room. I remember sitting in silence, and maybe even asking, "You saw that too, right?" And then we never spoke of it again. I honestly didn't even tell my parents or my sister what had happened until a couple of years ago. My sister just said that she had no memory of it at all. I haven't spoke to Mallory since high school, so I have no idea if she remembers it either. All I know is, if Mallory hadn't been there to witness it, and have the same reaction I did in that moment, before either of us had even spoke a word, I probably would have thought that I was losing my mind. I'll never forget the look of horror and confusion she gave me, and that I probably gave right back to her when Emma came down the stairs that second time. To this day, it still creeps me out to think about it. In the years since, I've read many stories about glitches in the Matrix, and seen some about time loops as well. People witnessing the same event happen twice or more in the same way, usually close together. I believe this is what Mallory and I experienced with my sister that day. We only lived in that house for a year before my parents purchased their own home and we moved. Last year, my sister went back to visit the town and said that she drove by that house. Apparently, they had split it into 2 homes to rent out to the college kids. We both agreed that the strange energy forces that existed in that home were probably not too happy to be split in 2. Let me start out by saying this will be long. My heart is already beating fast telling this story, and only the closest to me know that this happened until now. When I was 25 years old, I was driving home from work one night. I lived in Los Angeles at the time. I was driving on Sunset Boulevard heading west towards my apartment in Brentwood. For those that are not familiar with the area, there's an expanse of sunset near UCLA that is very curvy. It is 2 lanes on either side with no shoulder. It was 8:30 on a Saturday night, so there was some traffic. I was driving along, and all of a sudden about 50 feet in front of me I saw a car, but I was looking at the passenger door. A car had spun out of control and was perpendicular in my lane, and I didn't have time to stop. I looked to my right and saw that there was a car next to me, so I had nowhere to go. I instinctively turned my car all the way to the right anyway. Once I had cleared the first car, I spun it all the way to the left, still trying to avoid the second car. While all of this was happening, I remembered a time with my mom at Disney World when I was 3. This is not a memory I have ever had before. I vaguely remember other parts of that trip, but this memory was not one of them. I realized then that my life was flashing before me, and I was going to die. I had never been so sure of anything in my life. Every part of me knew I was about to die. I started screaming. To this day, I don't know if I vocalized anything or if it was all in my head. I yelled, No, this isn't fair. I'm not done yet," all the while swerving all over Sunset Boulevard. I suddenly stopped my car and I was now perpendicular in the opposite lane of traffic. I looked around and there was not a single car anywhere. It was like everything had been wiped clean. I put my car in reverse and proceeded home. I did not see a single car the rest of the way. I was only 5 minutes away from home at that point, but Sunset Boulevard on a Saturday night was completely empty. I got to my apartment and parked on the street. I didn't see one person. While walking to my apartment, I came to the conclusion that I had died, and because I said no, I was stuck in some limbo. I had never wanted my roommate to be home so badly. Unfortunately, she wasn't. I called one of my best friends and said, "I need to ask you some questions. Please just answer me, and I'll explain after." I asked her my name, my age, what city we lived in, and the date. Obviously, she was very alarmed. I explained that I thought I was dead, and I wasn't sure I was really on the phone with her at all. She tried to convince me that I was alive and that everything was okay. There was no way mathematically to escape it. There was nowhere for the car on the right to go. This moment has haunted me my whole life since. There have been times when I've questioned my existence. I've wondered if my quote life since has been a very detailed death trip and I'm actually lying on Sunset Boulevard bleeding out. After many years of meditation, spiritual practice, and belief in quantum physics, I wonder what life I jumped into. My school has been in a lockdown for an actual shooting. I don't usually post about it online for obvious reasons. This is a throwaway account, both because I would prefer to remain unidentified, and because gaining karma from it just seems weird to me. But anyway, a few years back, I went to a fairly small school in the Midwest/Great Lakes area. I started my day pretty much like usual. I went to the cafeteria and got a muffin, unknowingly walking right by the table of the shooting. I was running a bit late, so the bell had rung a while before I even left the cafeteria. I made it about halfway to my class when I hear a couple loud pops and some screams and stuff. I headed back towards the cafeteria, thinking someone had set off a firecracker. I made it pretty close before I noticed that people were still running and screaming. I was in a hallway that formed a T intersection with the hallway that led to the cafeteria. I was maybe 20 feet away when I saw a kid I knew go running past the end of the hall, being chased by the gunman. He got shot, got up, and kept running. The gunman shot again a couple times, but by then I was sprinting back to my AP history class. The kid I saw survived, but he'll never walk again, and it's been years. 3 other kids died, most from execution-style gunshots to the back of the head. I later learned that I had walked by that table about a minute before. Anyway, I made it back to my classroom just as the PA system announced the lockdown. I told the teacher what happened. He was an ex-Marine, non-combat, but he was still a solid 6'8" dude. He stood up, went into a wall locker, and pulled out a baseball bat. He told us to get into the corner, and stood by the door. The teachers were honestly amazing that day. In addition to my story, one of the other teachers likely saved the running kid's life. We'll call him W from now on. W had kept running all the way until he got outside this teacher's room. We'll call the teacher S. Mr. S had done about the same thing my teacher had done, except that he also had a bulletproof vest handy in his wall locker. Again, a small white suburban school, no idea why he felt it necessary, but a very smart man and in no way nutty, just careful, I guess. He put it on, unlocked his now locked door, and pulled W into his room. He locked the door behind him. Another teacher, we'll call him H, then chased him from the building. H happened to be a rather large football coach. He was the study hall monitor and initially chased the shooter out of the cafeteria as well. He stopped to check in on the boys, and when he realized the shooter was still pursuing someone, he left and started chasing him down again. I know that he was shot at least once, because my friend says that he jumped behind a vending machine to avoid it. Next time we were in the school, there was no more vending machine. I guess the shooter was out of bullets by the time he chased him out of the building. He then went back and sat with the boys until the paramedics arrived. I'll never be able to express my gratitude for what he did for my friends that day. Even though they were probably already gone, just the fact that he was there is nice to know. It was just so surreal. One minute it was all screaming, the next I was just sitting where I normally sat at 8:15 or so. I threw up a couple hours later when the adrenaline finally wore off and I got home. I was in 6th grade, a small, really impoverished school in California. That morning we had a lockdown drill, super common and recognizable at this school. All the teachers would warn us ahead of time to save the panic. A short buzzer would go off, and then our principal would go on the intercom and give this huge spiel about how this was just a lockdown drill. That when a real lockdown came, she would play the buzzer for longer, and she wouldn't do any announcements either. We all shut the curtains and sat in the classroom. It was over before we knew it, and the day went by. But as the day progresses, this picture kept popping up. From the glances I got, it was a picture of some notebook paper. I assumed it was something personal somebody had lost, and everybody was just being a dick and showing it around, so I didn't even ask to see it. Finally, it was the second to last period of the day. I ducked out of the class to use the restroom, but while I was at the sink, the buzzer went off again. It was so long I wanted to cover my ears. No announcements, no explanation, a real lockdown. You're supposed to stay where you are. In my case, hop on the top of a toilet and lock my stall. But I was not about to sit here and wait for whatever intruder could be here to barge into the bathroom while they contemplated or recouped. Screw that. I ran out of the bathroom, hoping to get back to my classroom, but it was locked and there was no way my teacher was letting me back in. I was panicking, so I kept going down the hall, trying each and every handle I could. Finally, I found this other girl sobbing as she kept trying to open the same handle. I assume it was her natural class. I grabbed her hand and led her down my path as we kept trying doors. After only a minute, though it felt like hours, we found an empty computer lab whose door was open. We went inside and hid until this entire thing was over. The school tried to keep it hush-hush, but we all eventually found out that a kid had brought his dad's gun to school because he was mad, but then realized at the last minute that he didn't want to hurt anybody. He hid it in the bathrooms and called the police on himself. Nobody got hurt, and I never really saw the kid again. I think the scariest part was the picture I was talking about earlier, though. I found out, after everybody had figured out what happened, that it was his hit list, and I was number 9. I made a throwaway to post this because people know my main, and it's kind of embarrassing. I've only told my partner because I'm definitely the type who rolls my eyes at ghost stories and holds firm on the stance that I don't believe in ghosts. And yet, I have 2 brothers and we all lived in a small house when I was about 8 to 11 years old. All of us kids hated the downstairs. It was always chilly, which is normal for a basement, but it felt like a creepy chilly. That sounds lame, I know, but my little brother, probably 6 when we first had that house, had a room downstairs and hated it. He would go so far as to not sleep in his room because he was so frightened. He wouldn't even enter the basement bathroom. He always had awful nightmares in that house, and so did I. All of us kids still refer to it as the haunted house. It sounds stupid to type, but it just truly had a bad feeling to it. Anyway, the incident. I was about 11 and downstairs alone. There was like a 45-minute gap between getting off school and when my mom got home, and my brothers weren't there. They must have been with my dad. I really can't remember. So I was on the computer, which was in the basement, and to my left is the staircase heading up, and my cat was sitting on the landing between the first set of stairs and the second. It was only about 4 p.m., so it was light out still, and I had no music playing, so there was nothing to confuse me. This next part will probably sound minor and not freaky, but I get chills thinking of it. Suddenly, I hear, "Hi, hi, 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 hi," starting as a whisper and getting progressively louder and circling the room, as though someone was running around. I might have chalked it up to me hearing something, I guess, except when the hi got to the staircase. Directly to my left, my cat arched her back and hissed loudly. I fucking bolted upstairs, my cat following me, and never went down there solo again until we moved into our next house. I live in North Wales, UK. For anyone who's had the pleasure of visiting, it truly is a beautiful place to live, though for an adolescent boy, it certainly lacks in things to do. As a result, my friends and I would often find ourselves mindlessly exploring areas of countryside and coastline. Despite it being quite sparsely populated, in comparison to the closest cities that is, there's a dual carriageway running right along the coast from Wales to England. Also, train tracks run alongside this road for most of its course, occasionally passing overhead via a small cement bridge. Anyway, there was one night a few years ago, when about 4 of us randomly decided to try and explore the inside of one of these bridges, as one of the group had observed a manhole cover nearby, which we believed to be the entrance. On closer inspection, we discovered that several tools would be required to gain entry. We returned with the necessary equipment and proceeded to unbolt the cover. This had to be done stealthily as the train track was right beside us, not close enough to be of any danger, but definitely a sufficiently small distance to cause panic for any train driver, and panic usually means police. It wasn't long before we had removed the heavy steel disc and had started descending the ladder down into the structure. Once we had all safely reached the bottom, we decided to progress to the other side. At this point, we were totally confined into the narrow space that leads into the main area. If you're confused as to what the hell this bridge is supposed to be, you probably should be, because it was rather peculiar. I mean, I would have never known there was even an inside had we not found this manhole. So, as we squeeze and crouch, and at one point scrape along our bellies to the other side of the structure, there's a growing sense of claustrophobia between us. The distance from end to the other is surprisingly long, but by the halfway point, you can look down through the narrow gaps into the motorway below. This was actually pretty cool, which helped us keep calm in a strange way. At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically, though. No more than a few meters beyond halfway, which we could tell due to the symmetry of the passageways through the bridge, one of us claimed they could see some object in the distance at the far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate. Bad move. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I have never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single fold-away chair positioned facing a wall. On that wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or magazine, showing a fully naked lady in an erotic position. The reason I don't just refer to it as porn is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed more sinister than sexy, if that makes any sense at all. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off. The scene that laid before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. That was when we found the condom, the horrendous, gut-wrenching, blood-drenched condom. Needless to say, we got the fuck out of there as fast as humanly possible, smashing our knees and shins against the sharp cement edges that lined the path to the ladder by which we had entered. Of course, we were all praying to God that the manhole hadn't been resealed, as it was impossible to tell until you reached the ladder itself. Thankfully, the exit route was clear, and we promptly dashed as far away as our legs could carry us. I'm sure this ending comes as a disappointment to some of you reading this, as we, luckily, never bumped into that twisted individual who sits in the chair. But I must stress how radically out of the norm this was given where I live. The reason I mentioned the population earlier was with purpose. There is easily enough people here to escape the realms of, quote, crazy country folk, yet nowhere near enough people to have someone clearly lose grip on society without somebody taking notice. I sometimes think, though not recently as I had more or less forgotten about that night entirely, about the person who climbs down into that bridge and navigates through the darkness to sit facing a wall and does God knows what, and ends up with a condom full of blood. You honestly couldn't have envisioned a more surreal situation. We went to an abandoned hospital. There was a large square staircase spiraling up to the roof on the outside of the building, locked steel door at the bottom, so the only way up was to climb on the outside up to the first landing. My buddy boosts me up and I climb over, and there's a sleeping bag with a steak knife next to it on the landing. I call down, we're definitely not alone here, dude. No, but it's cool, says a voice behind me, scaring the shit out of me and causing me to jump and whirl around. There's a young, dirty, homeless-looking guy standing there, coming down the stairs from above, with hands up and palms out. I didn't mean to scare you. He takes a seat on the stairs, so I carefully step on the handle of the steak knife, lean over the edge, and pull my friend up. We had planned to sit on the roof and drink beer, so we offer the homeless guy a beer too, which he gracefully accepts. We end up shooting the shit on the landing for a while. We're talking about the city, the cops, traveling, life in general. He's basically a drifter. Been in town for a week or so, but he seems like a nice guy. Things are going pretty well when he asks, "You guys are human, right?" I fucking hate when I meet people that end up being aliens, and you never know until you peel their skin off. They've been after me for a long time, you know. They don't stop. They never stop. Sometimes I think I should just kill everyone to be safe. I realize he's definitely not joking, and there's an uncomfortable silence as my friend and I realize this guy is fucking crazy. Yeah, man, I say. We're human. We just wanted to check out the place and drink some beer. We're gonna go ahead and move on now. We definitely don't want any trouble. He just stares in silence. So we leave him the last beer, carefully back up to the railing, jump down and walk away very quickly, constantly looking back over our shoulders. The entire time, he's just standing there, still and silent, and watching us leave. 5 years later, that place is still abandoned and we've never gone back. I'm not a believer in the supernatural, but humans can be deceptive and dangerous in ways you can't see coming. Back in the day, my friends and I would always go to this board-up hospital and play in it. The only problem was all the doors were locked, and all the windows were boarded. However, there was this shed that you could climb up on and jump over a car cover thing, and there was a window that was broken where you could get in. We had been in this hospital so many times that it wasn't creepy at all anymore. Well, one day we decided we would go explore the basement that was always flooded, and we would actually try and walk down the super dark hallway that was down there. The water was probably 4 feet deep and murky, so you couldn't see the bottom. My friends and I started walking down the stairs into the basement and are shining our flashlights down into the hallway trying to see anything. All we can see is this thing that looked like a generator and shelves, but can't see too far down the hallway at all. We finally muster up the courage to begin our descent into the water, but something doesn't feel right. The water was completely motionless, and it got incredibly quiet. So quiet I swear I could hear my friend's heartbeats. My friend put one foot on a stair that was submerged, and then another. The water rippled as he continued to descend. Then, out of nowhere, we hear a huge splash in the water somewhere very nearby. The kind of splash that you would hear if someone cannonballed into it. We immediately bolted back up the stairs. I peeked down into the darkness to see nothing, but could definitely hear something coming down the hallway toward us. We ran all the way back up to the second floor and jumped off the car cover thing so fast. We waited outside for a couple hours and heard nothing and saw no one. We ended up going back inside and sitting at the top of the stairs again, listening for anything or anyone, but we heard nothing. The stairs were also pretty dry at this point. One of my friends got a bright idea and threw the flashlight down the stairs into the water to try and scare whatever might be down there. After the flashlight made a splash from the impact, we heard nothing, and the light disappeared into the darkness of the water. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, we again found the courage to charge down the stairs, screaming and hollering. We went to the base of the water and jumped in, shining our flashlights down the hall, making a ton of noise. Behind the generator was another hallway that was absolutely pitch black. We were standing in the water at this intersection, when all of a sudden we see this large silhouette slowly moving toward us. It looked like two barrels standing next to each other on top of the water. Then, another huge splash behind them. They split apart and started moving towards us super quickly. We again ran out and never returned to that place again. Oh man, I've got a good one. Most probably won't believe it, but I swear it's the truth. We had a horse farm that bordered a vast forest and a well-known river in East Tennessee. We didn't do much actual farming there. We had some vegetables, but it was mostly used for stables and raising quarter horses. Anyway, I had 4 younger brothers and a neighbor that was a couple of years older than me. This was the early 90s, and all we did was hunt those woods and fuck around exploring all the time. We weren't supposed to cross the culvert of the river into TWRA land, mostly because we weren't supposed to hunt there, and our parents didn't want us to get into any trouble. One day when I was like 13, we stopped going there for a different reason. We were way deeper into that part of the forest than we were supposed to be, further than we had ever been before, when one of my brothers noticed a pine thicket that had a bunch of trees, 14-footers that were broken off at about 8 feet and all laying pointed deeper into the woods. It was just a small strand of pines, but I'd say that there was about 24 trees all snapped off and pointed in the same direction. My first instinct when I saw those trees was absolute dread. I knew that wasn't natural, and I wanted the fuck out of there. My neighbor, though, was a complete psychopath. I always thought he had a death wish. He wanted to explore the timber that was across a small clearing where this abnormality was pointing. Something in me was screaming to get the hell out of there, but he and 2 of my younger brothers were determined to see what was beyond that small clearing. About the time we crossed into that clearing, we heard what sounded like someone coming through the woods where we had just been. At this point, I was completely terrified, and my neighbor and brothers were just laughing at me and calling me a pussy and, just giving me absolute hell about it. When they walked back toward the pine thicket, I went wide and was taking a long way around back to the trail that would take me where I wanted to be. My position, having backtracked, had me about 50 yards from them in that thicket, but I could still see them. All of a sudden I hear screaming, see my neighbor come flying through the air, and my brothers yelling and crying and heading my way. At first I didn't see it, but after, this thing, oh my god, it still unnerves me. This thing let out a scream that you felt more than you heard. It had to be at least 10 feet tall. It was human looking and covered with jet black hair. At this point, we were all running for our lives, and this thing, it didn't give chase, we think. We ran for what seemed like miles, and when we couldn't anymore, we all collapsed on the ground just on the line of our property. We were all hysterical, but this thing apparently had picked up my neighbor and launched him 20 feet into the air. He had a broken collarbone and everything. As we were composing ourselves, that damn scream again, and it was close. We never saw it again, but it got its point across. We never went back there again. We didn't tell our parents what happened until about 2 years ago. I'm 41 years old now, and our neighbor to this day still refuses to talk about it. We told our parents that we were roughhousing and he fell out of a tree, and we all got scared that day. What were we supposed to tell them? That a Sasquatch threw Jason like a baseball and he broke his collarbone? Anyway, that's my buried trauma from childhood. It's been a few years now since I left this place. My girlfriend and I had been living for something like 2 or 3 years in an old farm, from 2013 to 2016. It was located in the French Alps, in these small towns that have been caught up then absorbed by the bigger cities nearby. We rented the ground floor of this 2-level farm. The first floor was unoccupied, and has been left as is for decades. The ground floor had a very 80s feel in some of the rooms, apart from one brand new small extension where my desk and computer were installed. The very first thing that happened still makes me shiver. It was at night. We had just come back from a recent trip, and still had a big suitcase on the bedroom floor. the lid open and resting against the wall. I woke up in the middle of the night for no reason. Struggling to find sleep, I was just waiting there, eyes closed, when I heard the suitcase lid fall on top of the suitcase out of nowhere. It was surprising, but after all, not very strange. What is strange, though, is that the sound it produced while slowly falling inside the suitcase lasted for a solid 10 seconds. It was so long, my girlfriend woke up and had the opportunity to grab my hand in fear while listening to this never-ending sound. I switched on the light, saw the suitcase, and immediately understood that the lid fell, then slid inside the suitcase. But that sound, both of us were pretty disturbed by its duration. It was way too long for a lid falling and just sliding in a bit. Way too long. The second activity was the steps above our room. As I said, the first floor was unoccupied. Same bedroom, another night. Maybe a noise woke me up, I don't know, but I remember hearing steps in the room above us. The ceiling above us was not soundproofed, and I distinctly heard the floorboards squeak, one after the other, slowly moving from what I knew was the main door to the other side of the room. It was maybe 3 or 4 steps, and a consequent weight applied on the floor. The steps never went back, and there was only one door to enter or leave the first floor. I had trouble falling asleep that night. The next morning, I went to the door and saw it was closed, but it was unlocked. I opened it a bit and asked if somebody was in there, but quickly went to warn the landlord, who lived on the same field in a much recent house he built just next to the farm. No, it's locked, he said. We went to check it again, and it was unlocked at his surprise, but there was no trace of a fraction and no visible footprint. He took this occasion to tell me about the farm story, about his 2 aunts and his 2 sisters that lived on the first floor and even died there. They were buried, and from that moment, that place stayed unoccupied. This third instance could be easily explainable, but just adds to the overall atmosphere. I won't elaborate too much, but on that night my girlfriend woke me up in fear, telling me that she heard someone talk in the bathroom. This bathroom shared a wall with our bedroom on the bedhead side. She was so sure, and she was completely terrified. Plot twist, there was nobody in there. We eventually moved our bed into another room. The first one was too humid, and this new room was in the middle of the house. We could access it by a door, and we had another entrance that had been made from the newly built extension. We closed this side with a simple curtain. From this time, something unnerving started for me. In fact, 2 things. First, there was this constant sensation of being watched. Was it from the door or the curtain side? I don't know. I started to experience these fears you have when you're still a child, the need to hide under a blanket to feel better. Then there was the noise. Just how many times did I wake up at night to the sound buzzing around? I checked everywhere. Hot water balloon, fridge, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, the TV, even with the electricity switched off. It came from nowhere and was just everywhere. My girlfriend could not hear it, and it drove me insane, but it was only at night. The most strange thing is still to come, though, and it happened in the evenings. I used to come home from work around 6 p.m., my girlfriend arriving much later, between 7 and 7:30. Most of the time, I was geeking or working on the computer while waiting for her to come home, or cooking in the kitchen. As I said, it was an old farm. The computer was in the recent extension, a room adjacent to the main room. To go to the main door, I had to leave the extension and into the main room, which consisted of a living space and a kitchen, the entrance door being in the kitchen. I can't tell you how many times I heard the front door clack while I was on the computer. This clack sounded like what a door can do when you close it without using the knob, just by pushing it. The very first time, I thought, hey, my girlfriend's home, and just saved the game, shut down the computer, and entered the main room to see. Absolutely nobody. The door was still closed and locked. And then it happened again, and again, and again. Never at exactly the same time, but around the same time. Sometimes close to 6:30 p.m., sometimes around 7, sometimes later. Not every day, just sometimes. Clack. The keys were never moved, or it was too subtle to be noticeable. If I stayed in the living room, it did not happen. I tried to move everything, blinds, windows, drawers, everything, to see if something could move and make that noise. I checked every evening that I was closing the door correctly, being sure I could hear the clack so it would not happen later, but it changed nothing. We moved out in 2016, and my father came to help us and spent the night sleeping on the sofa. Without telling too much about him, he's retired from the army, a big and solid guy who was impossible to scare. He wasn't versed on any paranormal stuff. He was someone who was very strongly realistic. The morning after his night on the sofa, he had a pretty bad face. I asked if the sofa was okay, and he said, "Yeah, the sofa was okay, but I couldn't sleep well. I had this sensation that someone was watching me all night." Him saying that really shook me, and it would have shocked anyone knowing him. Well, we packed up our stuff and left that house and never heard about it again. That was until about 6 months later. I received a random phone call one day by someone registered as House Visit 3. Before moving out, the landlord gave my number to the people coming to check on the house to rent it. Maybe 4 or 5 couples came to check. I saved the phone numbers each time. So, this House Visit 3 person called me. "Hey, it's me." I don't really remember her name. I'm calling because, well, I'm sorry, it's kind of strange. My boyfriend hears some sounds at night in the house, and I wanted to know if you heard them too, and if you know where they come from, because I can't hear them myself. I laughed inside, but not a real laugh. I explained to her what I used to hear at night, only the sound, because I think that's what she was talking about. I told her, sorry, I never found the origin, my girlfriend couldn't hear it either. We joked for a bit, and that was it. I never heard anything again about this house. I was 13 years old. I was walking down the street with 2 of my friends, and we were heading to a park in the neighborhood across a busy street from my neighborhood, the direction we were coming from. Right after we crossed the street, this beat-up Suburban drives by and someone in the car yells out, "Drugs or dick?" We kind of looked at each other puzzled, shrugged it off, and kept on walking. Not too long after that, the Suburban made another appearance right in front of our path. One of my friends I was with recognized one of the guys inside as being one of her neighbors. She seemed to be flirting with him. She drew a smiley face on his arm with a Sharpie, and suddenly he flipped his shit. As in he got out of the Suburban, threw her basically into this nearby ditch, and took that Sharpie and drew all over her. All over her face, or arms, or any skin that was exposed. That was so off-putting, and I really didn't know how to react to it. Let's call this friend that's now in the ditch Anna. Hannah laid there for a bit, clearly bewildered, but she didn't seem that hurt. My second friend who was there, that we'll call Andrew, was behind this Suburban, clearly freaked out. I was between him and Anna, kind of right next to the Suburban. Andrew and I are trying to make sure Anna is okay, while also still being really unsure of what to expect from these guys. All of a sudden, the driver gets out and picks me up, slings me over his shoulders, and just throws me in the back, through the double doors. I didn't see that coming at all. Both guys get back into the Suburban and they start driving off. I'm pretty much in shock, and I look back and see Anna and Andrew in complete shock as well, wondering if these guys were joking or how serious this matter would become. I look around me, and the first thing that I see was what I would later find out to be a potato launcher. I also saw a baseball bat, rope, and lots of tools. There was only one seat in the back, behind the passenger seat in the main cab, and that's where I sat. I was trying really hard to pay attention to where we were going, so I would know how to get back to safety. Meanwhile, these guys are talking to each other like I'm not even there, asking each other if there's a good spot to rape somebody, and other fucked up things like that. At some point, they offer me a drink or something. It's in a water bottle, and the liquid is slightly opaque, and I assume it's drugs. So, in my super adrenaline state, I say yes, but I take the drink and immediately throw it out the open window. That was not wise. I was thinking I could take getting beat up, but I couldn't fight back if I was drugged, so fuck that scenario even happening. Fast forward a little bit, and they pull into a secluded park. The kind of park you might drive by a million times and not even know it was there. The view of the park was shielded from the main road by a huge line of dense trees. This was my first time learning about the park. I noticed one car in the parking lot as they were pulling in. It's a family with 2 small children packing up and getting ready to leave. The 2 guys just keep going past the parking lot and pull to the very end of this park, and they were driving on grass to get there. They stop, get out, and are totally ignoring me at this point, or acting like I'm so insignificant and such a non-threat to them. They're just sharing a cigarette and talking about whatever in front of the Suburban. I'm still in the seat behind the main passenger seat at this point, and I notice the door is locked, but the window is down. I think for a second, and then I just jump out of that window and fucking run like wind towards the car and family that I had seen at the front of the park. I make it to them. They call 911. The 2 guys got in their Suburban and chase after me, of course, but I managed to dodge them by zigzag running in front of them. They leave the park once they see me talking to that family. The cops come, and for some fucking reason, they came back to the park. I guess they couldn't tell the cops were there from the road, and once they saw the cops saw them, so they got caught. They were in jail for about 2 weeks, and then they got 2 years of probation. But then, one day I'm walking from my house to check the mail, as the box was down the street, and what do I see but none other than that fucking Suburban. It turns out that one of the guys moved in 2 houses down from me, and I was like, hell fucking no, and got a restraining order really quick. I still saw that Suburban around town from time to time, and yes, it terrified me. I found out a couple of years later from Anna that that guy down the street had died from an overdose. I wasn't sad at all. I haven't relived that experience in my mind in very many years, and goddamn, it's crazy just how my adrenaline starts to flow thinking about it all. When I was a child, my parents fostered. One of the families they provided respite for was a young woman, we'll call her Helen, who had left her abusive husband and was living with her new man, we'll call him Paris. Helen had a son, A, with her husband, who she'd taken with her when she fled, and 2 other children with Paris, another son, B, and a daughter, C. Helen was also convinced that her husband would not stop until he found and killed her, which was probably one of the reasons she hooked up with Paris, who was a giant grizzly bear of a man, living off the grid in the mountains, and who did not hesitate to shoot wolves, bears, or trespassers. Now, as I say, I was very young when we were involved in all of this, and a lot of subtext went over my head at the time. I only knew that once a month or so, Helen's kids came to stay with us for the weekend, and every so often, my siblings and I would go stay with them in their camping cabin in the woods. I remember Helen as nervous, but a good mom, and Paris as huge and a little scary looking, but really cool, like something out of the movies. It was only for a few years, and then, as it happened with a lot of the kids my parents fostered, we didn't see them anymore. I didn't think much of it, but after a few more years, I mentioned them to my mom and asked why we never visited them anymore. I mean, I got that they weren't providing state respite anymore, but they were friends, right? Why didn't we ever visit? She then got very serious and told me that the family had moved and didn't want to be found. Then she told me some of the family history that I had been a little too young and naive to pick up on when I was younger, and then she told me the rest of the story. It turns out Helen's husband did find her, and one day he came by while Paris was out and beat the ever-living shit out of her. He left her on the floor, possibly thinking she was dead, and took his son, A, and the brother, B, to keep A company. He later said, though, that he had no interest in the other boy. He just left the sister, C, behind with her mother. He then proceeded to flee across the country, staying in campgrounds and cheap motels. He drank a lot and was saying things like A was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, which slowly began to morph into suggesting that in order to balance out the universe, A might also need to die, but only to come back to life 3 days later and complete his divine transformation. So it's not murder or anything. The boys were 12 and 10 and really had no way to escape or ask anyone for help. But one day, A found a postage stamp. He took a piece of paper from one of the motels they were staying at, wrote his name and address on it, said where they were and what day it was, what car they were driving, the license plate, everything he could think of, and put the stamp on it. Somehow, he was able to sneak this letter into a mail drop box, and either it was delivered, or the mailman who picked it up realized what he had and turned it over to the police. But the end result was the cops found the guy, and the 2 boys, alive. The man was arrested, but the whole thing was more or less dismissed as a custody dispute. The boys were returned to their mother initially, but the state ordered visitations. I guess the kids were not considered good witnesses. I'm really not sure what happened there. The whole family vanished soon after that. Helen did reach out to my mom just to let her know that the boys were home and safe, but as far as I know, that was the last time their family spoke to ours. Helen believed, and my mom agreed, that it was probably better that they not be found. I came here to tell you my story because there are people that go through these types of relationships and who are maybe still healing, but I also need some advice. I'm a 17-year-old girl, and when I was 14 I liked older guys, and not guys who were 1 year older than me. I mean like 3 to 4 years older. That's when I met my ex. He was 17 at the time and he was a really sweet guy, until he started opening up about his mental health and drug addiction. Don't get me wrong, I don't judge him for being mentally unstable, but he never took his prescription and he just threw tantrums all day. He verbally abused me and overall didn't care about me. I was with him for 2 years until one day he finally blocked me, basically ending our relationship, and I never heard from him since, until 2 months ago. I came home from school one day and I looked inside the mailbox because I saw an envelope. It was unusual for us to receive envelopes unless it was a bill, but it wasn't an envelope for bills. It was one meant for letters. I put it in my purse and went inside the house. I went into my room after I said hi to my mom and opened up the envelope. There was no returning address or something like that, but my name on the letter caught my attention. I never received letters from anyone, and I was worried to see a signature that I recognized on it. I started reading the letter, well, hardly because the writing was awful, but the person who sent it was telling me how they regret letting me go and that they wanted me back. I thought that one of my friends was playing a stupid prank on me, so I brushed it off and put it in my drawer, laughing about the situation. Later at night, I was about to go to sleep when an unknown number showed up on my screen. I looked at my screen confused, because I barely received such weird calls from unknown numbers. I didn't really want to pick it up, but I thought that maybe it was one of my friends trying to pull one of their pranks on me as usual. I picked it up and heard breathing. Hello? No answer. Beatrice, are you this bored that you want to pull pranks on me? Still no answer, just heavy breathing from the other end. All of a sudden, I heard his voice. Who's Beatrice? My eyes were wide open, and I hung up. I stared at the ceiling in disbelief, and I put my phone on silence mode and just went to sleep. I didn't think for 1 second that this phone call was about to be the beginning of my biggest nightmare. I woke up the next morning with several calls from that unknown number, and I got a little scared. I opened my phone and saw messages from the same person, telling me to pick up my phone and just talk to them. I tried to ignore it, but the calls and messages continued even after I got to school. When I was outside the school gates and smoking a cigarette with my friend, I got a call again. I answered and gave an upset response. Dude, who the fuck are you? Why are you calling me? The person sat in silence for a few seconds and then said my friend's name. They heard their name and asked me who the fuck I was on the phone with. You're with your friend, aren't you? Of course you are. I could see you. I looked around and didn't see anyone other than my other schoolmates. There were only 6 people around us and nobody else was on a call or something. I got creeped out and hung up. I recognized the voice, and it was my ex's. I told my friend that he kept calling me and texting me from an unknown number since last night, and that I didn't know what to do. She said that I can't really do anything about it, and that I should just ignore the calls. But as time went on, I started to get more letters too, sometimes even flowers right next to the fence of my home. For context, my ex was from another city, and I never told him where I lived. He knew what school I went to, but never which class I was in. Then I started to get single roses once a week on my desk when I got to school. My classmates told me that they never saw the person who brought me the roses, because they were there by the time they got to class too. I was super paranoid. I started to receive pictures of me and my friends outside the school gate, sometimes even when I was alone. I was shitting my pants whenever I saw the unknown number pop on the screen with a picture attached to the message. I finally had enough one day, and I called his number that was still saved in my phone. I called him, but he never picked up. I started texting him on the apps that I didn't get blocked on, and told him to stop, or that I would contact his boss and complain about his behavior, and even make fake complaints about his service at work so that he'd get fired. He really needed the job, so he left me alone for like a week. But then I started to see him on the street, in public transport, and outside my school. Mind you, this dude lived in another country by the time we broke up, and only came back when he started texting me again. I asked some of his friends about the time he got back, and they told me that he came back into our home country the day I started getting the calls. I could barely leave the house after I found out that he knew my school schedule, and I always asked one of my classmates who lived nearby to pick me up with their car on the way to school. One day, I wasn't so lucky, and my classmate who used to drive me to school was sick and couldn't show up, so I had to take the bus that day. When I got on my bus, I saw his blonde wavy hair, and I froze. I literally wanted to cry, and I didn't know how to get out of the bus without him getting off at the same stop with me. In my country, we aren't supposed to talk to the driver while he's driving, but I had no other choice than to ask him to not let him out of the bus. I explained the situation and he was thankfully understanding, and didn't let him off the bus. He was banging on the glass doors and screaming to be let off at the stop, but the bus driver just kept the doors shut and drove off. I sighed in relief and started crying while I was waiting for another bus to come. It's been a month since school ended, and I haven't seen him after that, but I'm scared that he might come back when school starts. Police won't do anything about it, and I even started getting threatening letters 2 weeks ago. I carry a pocket knife with me when I go out, and I even changed my phone number, but I don't know what else I can do. I'm a 36-year-old female in Sweden. I've worked in mental health care for the last 18 years, mainly with people with psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia. I was working at a group home for 9 years, and we're very close with my coworkers there, especially 2 females. The last few years I worked there, another female started working there too. Let's call her M, and the four of us grew very close. She was very timid, shy, friendly, and we got along well. She was, however, often on long-term sick leave because of her own mental health issues, so we didn't meet much at work. But she always showed up at our after-work dinners, so we continued to stay in touch even when she wasn't well enough to work full-time. She told us that she had a history of schizophrenia herself, just like the patients we were treating, but that she was medicated and hadn't had a psychotic episode for years. Since I have an education in psychiatry and a long experience with schizophrenia, I have no judgment towards people suffering from the illness, and it didn't bother me being friends with someone who had a diagnosis like that. And even after what I tell you now, I still feel the same way. In the summer of 2023, I had moved on to work at a new place. It was also within mental health, but this time it was forensic psychiatry, like a halfway house for mentally ill murderers, etc. The four of us stayed in touch and still met every now and then for dinner parties. Im told us that she had been evicted from her apartment because of an incident where she had accidentally entered her neighbor's apartment in the middle of the night. She told us that in the huge apartment complex, the doors all looked exactly the same, and that she simply walked in the wrong door by accident, and that the neighbors had created a scene out of pure drama and reported her to the police. I somehow felt that while that sounded out of proportion to evict someone just for that, perhaps the landlord took that kind of action because he judged her based on her medical history, and I felt bad for her. I questioned her if something else happened, and she claimed that it didn't, and that was the full story. In Sweden, it's very difficult to get a contract from an apartment when you've already gotten evicted. You pretty much get blacklisted. Im asked me if she could move in with me. Since she was literally on the street, literally homeless, I said, "Of course you can." I've always gotten myself into uncomfortable situations by saying yes instead of thinking about myself, and I had no idea how severe this situation would get when I said yes to Im. I live in a pretty small apartment. It's one bedroom that pretty much only fits a bed and a desk. It has a living room that fits a couch and a TV, no room for an extra bed. There's also a small kitchen and a small bathroom, and I have 2 cats. We decided that Im was going to live in the living room, and I offered to throw my couch out so she had room for a bed there. But she said that she was fine with sleeping on the couch since it was comfortable enough. I insisted on giving her a bed, but she declined. There's a door between the living room and the bedroom, but between the living room and the hallway there's just an open arch, so she wouldn't have total privacy. I hung up a thick velvet curtain covering the arch, so at least it gave her some sense of a door and more privacy than nothing. There's another door from my bedroom to my kitchen, so I have 2 doors to my bedroom. I have to have one of them open at night since my cats want to go in and out, and they also have their litter boxes in the bathroom and food and water in the kitchen. I naturally kept the kitchen door open and not the living room door, since that's where Im lived now and we wanted to keep our privacy somehow. She wasn't working at this time because she was on one of her long sick leaves, while I was working shifts, so sometimes I had to get up at 6 a.m. and sometimes I didn't get home until like 11 p.m. I have really severe insomnia and need to combine Ambien with promethazine, and even with all of this I still wake up easily. I told her that I would appreciate it if she could try to stay quiet those nights when I have to get up at 6 a.m., but that it's fine if she's loud when I'm off work or when I do evening shifts. She was a heavy smoker and a coffee drinker, so I bought her a coffee machine to make her enjoy her living situation more. Yeah, I know, I'm a weirdo who doesn't drink coffee very often, so I didn't have one. The coffee machine and the sink were placed right outside my bedroom door. So, the first night together, I had to get up for a 6 a.m. shift. As usual, I had a hard time falling asleep. Im had been up several times that night to go outside to smoke, and I woke up every time. At 5 a.m., she started making coffee, and since it's literally outside my bedroom door, I got wide awake from the sounds of it. I asked her in the nicest way possible why she was up this morning, asking if she had any plans today. I mean, she was on sick leave, why not sleep at 5 a.m. if you can? And she just said that she couldn't sleep. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I would just appreciate it if you could wait with making the coffee till 6 a.m., since I really need that last hour of sleep because of work." Adding to why I need my sleep is that I have epilepsy that gets really bad when I don't get enough sleep. I usually get a lot of seizures when I don't get at least 4 hours of sleep at night. I knew that I would probably get seizures at work now, meaning that this day would be both stressful and potentially dangerous for me since that's a huge risk, especially if I fall and hurt myself, and it's not a good thing to get cramps and seizures among mentally unstable criminal clients who you're supposed to be taking care of. I know that it's not an ideal situation to work in that field with my condition, and I can inform you all that I did quit after only 6 months. She said that she really wanted coffee with her cigarettes, but that she would try to wait the next time I have to work. I accepted it and went on with my day, but things didn't get better. She continued to wake me up early in the morning and through the nights, and continued to promise to stop, but insisted that she really wanted coffee with her cigarettes. I suggested making the coffee the night before, or drinking iced coffee or Coke instead, but she didn't want that. I may add that she demanded for me to be silent at 10 p.m. because that's when she wanted to sleep, and I respected that. She used to get these moments of binge eating where she would empty my fridge and pantry from everything I had. I remember this one time when I had bought a big loaf of bread, and she texted me 30 minutes later after I left the apartment saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, I ate your loaf of bread. I will buy it back once I get money." Like an entire loaf of bread in 30 minutes. I had told her when she moved in to feel welcome at home and what's mine is yours, so I couldn't really get mad, but it started to annoy me for two reasons. It was getting kind of expensive since it was such huge amounts, and it was always in inconvenient times of the day, like after an evening shift when the store was closed, and I came home hungry and she had emptied the kitchen from everything I had bought the same day. Im had long black hair that was everywhere, all over the sink, the floor, the bathtub. I'm no clean freak, but I think anyone could understand that this isn't the nicest thing to step in or see everywhere in your house. She had also left her fingernails and toenails on the bathroom floor, and there were pee drops on the toilet seat every time she had been to the toilet. I saw a silverfish on my bathroom floor, as I had never seen one before, and they eat hair and skin and nails, so I figured this fella probably enjoyed life because of the new dirty condition my bathroom was in. At first, I didn't want to say it straight out because I thought I would hurt her, and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable, so I just put a broom and shovel in the bathroom to imply that we need to sweep the floor more often. This didn't seem to work, so after a while, I told her in the nicest way possible with a smile on my face, "Do you think we could try to clean the floor in the bathroom more often? We tend to lose some hair when we brush it, and I'm afraid we may get pests. I saw a silverfish the other day, and I don't want it to get worse." I always made sure to say we instead of you, so she wouldn't feel attacked. She promised to think about it, but nothing ever changed. I started dating a guy and was head over heels for him. He was also in a roommate situation, so we had a tough time getting any alone time. I asked him if there was a chance that we could get one night to ourselves every now and then in the apartment, and that she, of course, would get the apartment to herself as well. She didn't like the idea and claimed that she had nowhere to go, no friends or family. Now, I wasn't asking her to leave for 24 hours, just a few hours so we could get some quality time together. She could just go to the library or take a walk or whatever. I was at work for 8 to 10 hours 5 days a week, so she got a lot herself. One of our old coworkers realized that this was really tearing at my mood, to never get any alone time for myself, and I started feeling really suffocated. She offered that Im could stay the night at her place. After all, they were friends too. Im said that she didn't want to, quote, bother her, but we told her that she didn't. They're friends. She was more than welcome, and I really just wanted one night to myself and my guy. I didn't understand why she made such a big deal over leaving me in the apartment for just one night. She eventually accepted and spent the night there, and I spent the night away the next week so she could get more alone time too. When I came home the next morning from my night away, I saw that my cat's water bowl was completely dried out. There was no spill on the floor, and it looked like it had been wiped out with a towel or paper. I had filled it to the brim just the night before. I asked her how this was possible, and she said that the cats must have tipped it out, but that there was nothing on the floor, like I said. My cats are overly social and usually cuddle up with strangers after just a few minutes. I noticed that the cats withdrew from her more and more over time, and the last couple of weeks, they never left my bedroom except for when they ate or used the litter box. It seemed like they were scared of her, which I couldn't figure out since she was so timid. I had this old saucepan from the 60s that meant a lot to me. You're probably wondering how a saucepan can mean a lot to someone, but it was my grandmother's, and it's the only thing I have left that belonged to her. My mother used to cook for me with it when I was little, so it has a great nostalgic value to me. She burnt it one day and made no attempt to clean it. She just left it on the stove and went out to smoke. I found it ruined and cried. She didn't even say I'm sorry. She also broke dishes several times and didn't bother to replace them or apologize. This added to my frustration with her naturally. It had been about 2 months now since she moved in, and she kept waking me up at night, kept binge eating my food, never cleaned, never left the house, scared my cats, and ruined my things. I soon realized that she stole my prescripted sleeping pills, lots of them as well, and I only get one per night, not more or less, and as you already know, I really need them. I had 20 of them in my nightstand when I left for work, and when I came home, they were gone. She of course denied it, which is pretty hilarious since no one else could have been there. My frustrations were getting heavy. The summer heat was strong and I felt locked up in my tiny bedroom with my 2 cats, never getting any time to myself, never any alone time with the guy I was dating except for once every 14th day. My apartment was messy and she was stealing from me. Out of nowhere, my old elementary school classmate texted me on Facebook asking me how I knew Im. He had seen that I posted on Facebook that we were roommates now. I told him that we were old coworkers and that she needed a place to stay because she got evicted. He said, "I know. Do you know why she was evicted?" Yeah, she accidentally went into her neighbor's apartment. He replied, "That's not the full story. She broke in and snuck up to their sleeping baby with a knife in her hand, but luckily the father woke up and wrestled her down and managed to save the baby." I felt sick to my stomach. Could this be true? It would certainly explain why she had been evicted, but it just sounded so horrible, and she is such a timid, nice girl. I had so many questions. But my friend had the full police report. Apparently the couple that M had broken into was his ex-girlfriend and her family. It seemed that M was dealing with psychosis during her break-in, but those parts weren't public. It was clear to me, however, that she had been lying about the whole situation that happened, and about how long she had been mentally unstable. I started getting quite paranoid now, and I was already frustrated with everything, and really wanted her to move out. We did, however, have a contract that said she had 30 days notice. I knew that if I asked her in a harsh way, it would mean 30 days of chaos until she moved out, so I wanted to handle this as nicely as I could. I started looking for cheap hostels for her that I could suggest to her so she wouldn't be on the streets. I sat down with her and told her that I loved living with her, and I really feel horrible about this, but I just miss my alone time and that the apartment is too small for 2 people. I told her that it wasn't personal, and that I wouldn't want to live with anyone right now. I told her that I wish it would have worked out, and that I'm really sorry and I hope that we can remain friends. She looked crushed and said that it wasn't possible. I showed her the hostel that I found and said that I understand that it wasn't the ultimate situation, but I really needed her to move out because I felt suffocated, and also the summer heat was making it tough to always have the door to the bedroom closed, and that it was tough for me to not get any sleep, etc. She said okay, that she was going to try to move out, but not until the 30 days had passed, and I said, of course. The very first night after our talk, she got up and made her coffee at 2:30 a.m. I nearly had a mental breakdown. I was going to get up at 6 and just couldn't go back to sleep. I asked her in the morning for probably the 10th time to not make coffee till I get up, but she didn't even answer me. She just sat on the sofa and stared out the window. I said, "Em?" She just kept staring. I was freaked out, but left for work. She kept being weird, kept making a mess, kept waking me up, kept eating my food, and all I could think about was the incident with her and the baby and the knife. I eventually got so pissed off about being woken up by the coffee maker, so I unplugged it and stored it in my attic, which she had no access to. It may have been childish, but I was getting so tired at this moment. My sleeping pills were stolen, and I was starting to feel like Edward Norton in the beginning of Fight Club. Well, the next night, I woke up at 4 a.m. by her making coffee in a saucepan. Not my grandmother's saucepan, since that one was ruined. I tried talking to her again, explaining the situation, but she just stared and didn't reply. Me being frustrated, and on the tipping point, I took the saucepan and stored it in the attic as well. I know, but I was going crazy and just wanted her to stop with these nightly coffee routines and get the hint. The third night, I had the guy I was dating sleeping at our place because I was getting really paranoid now over her weird behavior. I woke up from my very light snooze by him poking me. He just whispered, "Look." In the doorway, Im was just standing there silently, staring at us. This was like a scene from a horror movie with her long black hair over her face, I kid you not. I didn't say anything at first, because I wanted to know if she was just standing there for a second doing something by the door, but I realized after a while that she was actually just standing and staring at us. It reminded me of the ending of Paranormal Activity, when Katie just stares at Mika in the final scene. So I sat up and said, "What are you doing?" But before I could finish the sentence, she just slammed the door shut, and I heard the sound of something metal falling on the floor and her running into the living room. I yelled out, "You need to leave!" and started crying hysterically because this was turning into a fucking nightmare. Of course, I didn't go back to sleep, and I was really happy that I had company that night. I just kept asking myself, had she done this before? Stared at me in my sleep? The next day when I got out of bed, I opened the door that she had slammed shut and saw a kitchen knife on the floor. So that was the metal sound I had heard before she ran off. I then took all of my knives and locked them in the attic as well. I then asked a friend of mine to come to my house and be there when I tell her that she has to move out immediately, and that I can't wait 27 more days. During the conversation, I really tried to stay calm. I know she has a mental illness, I know she means no harm. Even though I was so frustrated, I couldn't hate her. I was mostly scared and tired. She, however, didn't even answer when I talked to her. She just kept staring out of the window. She just left the apartment and sent me a text instead saying that I was being disrespectful for bringing a friend over to her place. Nighttime came, and I thought this would finally be a night of peace and quiet. No coffee maker, no saucepans. But at 3 a.m., I woke up by her burning dry coffee powder in a frying pan. At this moment, I just felt terrified of her. Her face was dead, and her eyes were black. I suspected that she had gone into a psychosis. I stopped the fire, and she just ran off to the living room in silence. I knew that she had an appointment with her psychiatrist the next day, and while she was away, I packed all of her things. I then sent her a text telling her that she needs to pick them up and give me my keys back, and that I will give her money for a hostel the upcoming 26 days. She didn't reply. The guy I was seeing came to keep me company in case she would fight about it. She didn't. She handed me the keys without looking at us and left. Our coworkers who were friends with us both told me that she had moved in with a guy that she was dating, and she stayed there for a few weeks till she somehow amazingly got an apartment of her own. She started working again, and I was really happy to hear this. She seemed to be doing well. Then, in January of this year, one of our old coworkers told me that Im had called her and told her that everything must burn, that she has a baby that she must save, and other delusional stuff. She had called 112, the Swedish emergency number, about all of this, but they hadn't taken it seriously. Im had then proceeded to burn her entire apartment down, because the voices in her head were telling her that she was to burn everything to save her friends and family. Her neighbors had tried to rescue her from the fire, but she had fought them off and ran back inside and poured liquor on the fire to make it burn more. She was arrested and sentenced last week for aggravated arson. She will serve her time in a mental institution in prison for a long time, possibly forever. What's ironic is that she will probably be in a facility where I used to work, and end up where she used to work herself. My old coworker was a witness at the trial, and apparently she stopped taking her medication because she thought it made her feel numb, and she thought she was stable enough to function without it. Apparently not. She had also stopped taking her medication the last few weeks when she stayed at my house, so when she stared blankly into space, she was going into psychosis. When she stared at me with the knife in her hand, when she burnt the frying pan that last night. It's disturbing to think about what would have happened to me and my cats if she would have stayed, or if I would have been a heavy sleeper. I also think about what would have happened to that baby that she snuck into before she was evicted. And yeah, I know it's crazy that I didn't just throw her out by then. It was complicated. The reason why I haven't been able to talk about it with my friends is because they sympathize with her and have minimized my experience, and they think that I make a bigger deal out of it than I believe it has been. I sort of understand it, since they have never seen that darkness in her eyes that I saw those last couple of days. One summer I worked at a camp which was located in a pretty isolated area. One of the people I worked with at the camp, I think in maintenance, was a kind of a loner type, who I guess at some point in the summer developed an interest in me. I was around 19 years old, and he had to have at least been 40. I thought he was harmless at first, and would kind of hang around me a bit, just try to chat me up and stuff. I figured it was normal coworker stuff, until one night he invited me to have a drink with him. Another older guy I worked with pulled me aside and warned me not to let myself be alone with the maintenance guy. I figured he meant that the maintenance guy was planning on putting, quote, moves on me. I cannot tell you just how clueless I was at that age. I was too embarrassed to ask for details, so I just decided to take his advice and keep my distance. I wasn't rude, but I just didn't stop and chat with him as I had before. Soon after, the maintenance guy came by my cabin late one night. I was sitting in the dark outside my cabin, just enjoying the evening, when I see him come out of the woods. He couldn't see me in the dark, but my cabin's porch light was on, so I could definitely see him. And I watched him slowly and silently circle all around my cabin, peering into all the knotholes and spaces between the boards and around the edges of the window coverings. It was bizarre for obvious reasons, but also because he had always been really friendly and lighthearted around me. But that night, I saw him in a different light. He looked dead serious, trying to make no noise, and had this intense look on his face that gave me the shivers. It didn't look like it was the first time he had done that either. I said something like, hey there, buddy, are you looking for me? He jumped, and instantly he dropped the creepy face and turned back into the, quote, nice and friendly version of him I'd seen all summer. He told me that he had been following a deer he thought he had seen in the woods, and quickly left. I just remember being creeped out, because I feel like I had caught the real him. What he was like when he thought no one was looking, and it did not look nice. After that, I moved to a cabin closer to other people, and stayed well the hell away from that guy. I found out years later that not long after that incident, he stabbed a girl to death in those woods. I worked in a behavioral management unit in a maximum security prison for a couple of years. It's a unit that houses borderline personality cases, sociopaths, psychopaths, etc. Basically a small unit to house the most disruptive inmates. We had an inmate who was in prison for burning down a building with a bunch of people in it due to selling his girlfriend some bad drugs. He killed at least one of them, I don't remember the particulars. And this inmate was usually polite, courteous, hardworking, everything you'd want from an inmate. Hell, we'd watch Jeopardy most nights and I would be blown away by his ability to answer a massive majority of the answers correctly. Then suddenly, he wouldn't be okay. The most minor of things would just change him. He would shut down and become incredibly violent, and he was so strong. He looked forward to the violence, kind of like Captured in the Bronson movie. It happened intermittently, but when it did, he was a force to be reckoned with. We never had it out, but I was always aware that when I was speaking to him, it wasn't like I was going to have a normal conversation. It was like he had programmed responses that were designed to be exactly what I wanted to hear. Then there are the eyes. You hear the saying often inside the walls, nothing behind the eyes. He was the only one I ever really felt that for. His glare felt dangerous, and I can't really compare it to anything else I've ever experienced before or since. He made it through the program, eventually. The carrot that they dangled was a choice of what prison they would like to be transferred to. He chose one that had a particular staff member that crossed him too many times years and years back. He was going there to kill them. He waited years for the opportunity. Luckily, he slipped up and someone caught on before he could make it there. Without a doubt, the most dangerous person I've ever met. There's no doubt in my mind that if he had the opportunity and felt like he needed to, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill me. I'm so glad he'll never see the streets again. When I was 18, me and some friends took a road trip about 7 hours or so down to the Apalachicola National Forest near Tallahassee, Florida. We were going to do a little car camping and drink a few icy cold natty lights. 18-year-old stuff. As such, we didn't want to be bothered by any park rangers, so we drove way deep into the woods. We got there, set up camp, had said natty lights, and me and a guy decided to go do a little exploring, so we walked about 100 yards from our site back to the main road. We saw another path directly across from us and started walking. Immediately, we started seeing signs that someone had lived there for a long while. Big bags of trash, stuff like that. It should have been a huge red flag to turn around, but 18, nothing could hurt us. So, we end up getting to this campsite of an older white guy that was living out of his van. Clotheslines strung up, coolers placed around it, and a big, gorgeous dog. If I remember right, it was a golden retriever. We tried to back out, but he ends up seeing us and starts talking. He's friendly enough, asks us where we're from, tells us about some cool spots to check out in the park. We end up chatting for about 10 minutes and go on our own way. I kept thinking to myself how odd it was that he gave us directions in steps, not yards or miles. And the guy seemed to always be off balance, not stumbling drunk or anything like that, but like he was walking on a balance beam, swaying side to side. Oh, and he was super excited to talk about national parks and forests where we were from. Okay, the camping part was over, we went back to our tents, fast forward 2 months. The same buddy calls me at night and tells me to turn on the TV to the news. I oblige. I see an old dude with a van. You see where this is headed, but I didn't, so I get pissed at my friend for waking me up. No, watch, he said. And then I see the golden retriever, and it all clicks. What the fuck? That man's name was Gary Michael Hilton, convicted of at least 4 murders. He kidnapped and murdered a girl on Blood Mountain in Georgia, an older couple in the Pisgah, North Carolina, and a girl in the Apalachicola National Forest at the campsite not long after we left. Yes, the very same places he had been talking to us about. Obviously, we call the cops. They put us in touch with the FBI, and we get flown down to take investigators to the campsite. We point out every spot we saw anything, tell them exactly what he told us, and show them the places he described to us. I didn't find out until after the trial, but apparently they found what appeared to be partially destroyed human finger bones in an area near the site. I had to fly down again to testify. I was camping in Northeast Ohio by myself, and I was on the 3rd and final night there. I woke up to have to piss. I walked about 10 feet from my hammock when I noticed a headlamp that was around 80 to 100 feet away from me. Just standing there, I watched it for about 10 minutes. I watched it stand up and sit down. I finally got my boots on and grabbed my hatchet and started to walk to the right of my campsite. I was determined to find out what he was up to. I got about 50 yards from my side and started walking towards him when I noticed another headlamp, this one about 40 feet from me, walking around. I immediately hit the ground and threw some leaves on me. He walked about 10 feet from where I was laying. Then he stopped. He lit a cigarette and finished his beer. He threw his can on the ground. After he got far enough that he couldn't hear me, I got up and started walking toward the first guy again. I got close enough to him that I could hear his phone receiving messages. I quietly moved up even closer to him, to where I can see his face lit up from his cell phone. That's when he stood up and started walking towards my hammock. I laid there on the ground for a minute and made my way towards my campsite again. I stopped when I started hearing my tarp that I had above my hammock being trashed. Then I can see flashlights, and then my own big flashlight turn on and off. I heard my mess kit being thrown, and them talking about how, quote, he was just here. I laid on the ground and watched my flashlight walk away until it was just a small dim light. When the sun came up and I returned, my whole site was destroyed. My hammock and tarp were shredded by what looked like a machete. My mess kit was stomped on. They took my backpack, rain gear, and flashlight. I went to the spot where I had seen the first guy and found chew pouches, 8 empty beer cans, and an empty lighter. I walked to where I had seen the other guy and found an empty bag of powder, which turned out to be meth, a mess of cigarette butts, and a pile of shit with no toilet paper to be found. I went camping with the summer program when I was 16. 12 other guys being managed by 4 adult men, and we were having a great time. S'mores, hot cocoa, campfire stories, the works. We all had to be in our tents and either sleeping or awake, but quiet by 11 p.m. I was in a tent with 2 other guys staying up later, just talking, typical teenage guy stuff. As one guy is talking, I start to hear heavy breathing nearby, like someone has just been running and is out of breath. I try to ignore it and keep listening. I figure I'm just a weird kid hearing things, or it's one of the guys in the next tent over making noise while he's sleeping. Then, all of a sudden, we hear, "Please, help me," from outside. It didn't sound like anyone in the group. It sounded like an old man who was completely out of breath. We all went dead quiet and listened to this guy breathe, then ask again with a whimper at the end. I don't know what possessed this guy near the front of the tent, but he turned on a flashlight and opened the inner flap, but kept the outer zipped and looked out. We see just a pair of bare old, scabbed, and pale legs standing there. It looked like the guy had been walking nude through the woods for some time. He asked for help, but just kept standing there. We were all completely paralyzed with fear, but the guy at the front managed to say, "Keep walking down the trail. Our ranger should be around soon." The guy stopped breathing and said, No rangers. They keep me here." It was at that point someone else finally spoke up. A chaperone came out of his tent with a flashlight and cautiously asked him, "How long have you been out here? What happened to you?" The old man didn't answer. He just started sobbing and ran off into the woods. We saw by flashlight that he was completely naked and emaciated. This happened about 8 or so years ago around Thanksgiving at my grandma's house. Everyone was asleep except for me. The only people in the house were my grandparents, my mom, brother, and I. No one else. This is key. I was on the computer because I couldn't sleep. I turned on a small TV to watch Adult Swim while I browsed the internet. At around 4:30 a.m., I started getting a chill up my spine, and I heard some children laugh, distinctly the voices of a little girl and boy. I know I'm all by myself as far as being awake, so I turned to look at the TV, and it was in the middle of an Inuyasha fight sequence, so there's no way the laughter was coming from that. I checked the computer sound settings, and I had every possible output muted, so it wasn't that either. I sat there confused for a few moments while the giggles of the 2 children were playing in the background. I figured maybe the radio in the kitchen was on. It was digital, so maybe it just came on for some reason, or it had a timer. I got up, and I kid you not, as I was walking to the door, with each step, the laughter grew louder, from giggling to guffaws to hard laughter. Once that started, I started to hear a baby cry as well. What's going through my mind now is, what the fuck kind of radio show is that? And I had just took 3 steps. I was nowhere near the door. I took a few more steps, and the laughter turned hysterical, if not manic. The baby's cries turned to screams and wails, as if it were in pain. I was trembling and terrified with each step I took to the doorway, but my mind was on autopilot. I needed to get out there and across the hall to my mom, who surely would help me and notice the weird sounds too. The last couple of steps increased the laughter and crying to almost deafening. It was like I was at a concert and the speakers were directly in my ears blasting noise. It was actually painful and scared the shit out of me. I took all the courage I had, and as soon as I reached the doorway, I was going to sprint. I flung open the door and started to run, but then something shoved me back. I felt these hands at my chest push me back into the room with enough force to throw me off balance. The crying and laughter stopped as soon as I went back into the room. This all happened within 20 to 30 seconds, but it felt more like 10 minutes. I was so scared, I cried and slept in the tiny armchair before my grandma came into the room and made me sleep in her bed downstairs.